Welcome to the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. It is the final stanza of the GEDLICH Racing program for 2025. The Winter Series Championships were decided last week, but now as an extension of the Winter Series for this year, we have our second 6-hour event. It will be the 6 Hours of Barcelona that we bring you live a little bit later on in today's broadcast. The green flag for that race is set to be at 10:40 this morning, but we have racing to bring you long before then, and that comes in the form of TCR Spain. We had them along with us, of course, at Valencia during the season for a pre-season event, but now they are having, for the first time in the history of the collaboration between Rivazza, the organisers of TCR Spain, and the GEDLICH Racing Wind Series, we have a points-paying round, the first round of the 2025 TCR Spain season, to bring you in addition to the action from the 6 Hours of Barcelona. So some exciting touring car racing for myself, Adam Weller, and Andrew Mather to bring you initially before we dive in to the 6 Hours of Barcelona, which caters to GT cars, with the GT3s, of course, being the leaders. This is the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. 14 corners on this circuit, established all the way back in 1991. It is, of course, a right-hand dominant circuit, 8 corners to the right and 6 to the left, and a deceptive amount of elevation change, 28 meters worth of elevation change. It maybe feels a little bit flat on the sim, but I promise I've walked the service roads now and I can tell you it's not. The weather is looking pretty good for the first half of the day. Clear skies expected overhead, albeit fairly low temperatures to go with it. So for the 6-hour teams later on, a lot of this is going to be down to getting temp in the tyres as they leave the pits in the early stages. Ditto, of course, in the TCRs, getting the traction off of that front axle. All TCR cars, of course, are front-wheel drive, so those standing starts will be a challenge in these weather conditions. As you can see, it is a perfectly clear day at the moment. The mountains, the snow-capped mountains, are visible in the back of shot. It's a glorious morning here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. And Andrew Mather, I think we've got a fairly solid day of racing to bring.
A very solid day of racing. The weather conditions are good. They were a little bit off colour, shall we say, earlier on in the week, but yesterday was dry for the qualifying sessions for TCR Spain and for the 6 Hour of Barcelona, the main event that we're looking forward to later on today. But yeah, no, a really solid day of racing. We had some great stuff here 7 days ago for the culmination of the Winter Series Championships, and yeah, more of the same, please, Mr. Weller, for our final commentary of this part of the season.
I think that's a Marcus GEDLICH suggestion, not an Adam Weller one. I can't do that. It's not my power. But we do have some thrilling racing to bring you. Of course, we have the defending champs, if you will, the 6 Hours of Portimao back in the first weekend of February. It was Resoon Racing's Thomas Anderson and Simon Birch that won on that day, and they're doing it again this weekend, starting from pole position. Can they win the race? They certainly want to. They are determined to defend that title. We've got some interesting additions to the grid. Star Performance, always very interesting to see a new team come in. It's effectively the Autosport Racing team behind the scenes that runs the squad. It's a mix of Thai drivers in the form of Anuat Lomatai, Sampon Yavanin, and Milos Pavlovic from Serbia, Sandro Mur from Croatia. So a nice clash of the continents in that lineup with their Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2, and that's a very competitive lineup overall as well. We also must spotlight BDR by Grupo Prom Racing Team. Alfredo Hernandez will take the start in that car. We've seen him all year in the GT Wind Series, but he's brought reinforcements, and my, what reinforcements. Henri Bonjuel, who's familiar to the BDR by Grupo Prom fold, the winner of the 2023 Lamborghini Super Trofeo World Final, and then Mikael Durbecker the German-born Mexican racer who is variously experienced in NASCAR Mexico in recent times, in World Challenge GT racing, and previously had quite a bountiful career in junior single-seaters. And then, of course, there's the Cup 4 cars, the Cup 1 cars, the Cup 2 cars to consider. I'm not sure what order the podium will be in, Andrew, but moreover, I'm not sure which 3 cars will form the overall podium for this race. It is a bit of an open door.
It is a bit of an open door, and I think as the track evolves as well, that's going to be interesting to see the relative pace of the cars across the course of the longer race. You know, what are they going to do with tyres? What are they going to do with strategy across the course of that 6 hour? And yes, they are all in their individual classes per the makes and models, but I think for a lot of them they will be looking at each other, say, hey, try and be a top cup car today. That'd be a good aim.
Yep, that is probably going to be the aim for the Cup class cars. For now, though, we can move from the 6 hours of Barcelona and focus in on TCR Spain. We will begin the countdown to the first TCR Spain race of 2025 in a couple of moments here on the live stream. The TCR Spain grid is making its way out onto the circuit. Welcome to the 2025 TCR Spain season. We have the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya as both the start and end point of the 2025 calendar. It is middle March, a little bit early for the start of the TCR Spain campaign compared to usual, but it is an early season tour of northeastern Spain. We start at Barcelona in 2 weeks' time. The category will move on to Motorland Aragon for its second round of the season. The tour will continue at Valencia, Jerez, and then in almost exactly 7 months' time, the season will conclude at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, where we are on this day. And there was an interesting scene that you saw there in the intro VT. That was Eric Genet winning the pre-season event from last year's TCR Spain at the beginning of 2024. That's something he is yet to do in a points-paying race. He has not been a winner with points on the line in TCR Spain in his fledgling touring car career, but he has his best opportunity yet. Eric Genet starts from pole position for this race alongside Felipe Fernandez on that front row of the grid. That's going to be a very interesting start I am quite sure of that. We've got a really, really international grid for the TCR Spain this year. Of course, we are well into the Rivatsa era of the TCR Spain at this point. The company taking over the reins of promoting TCR in Spain back in 2023. It's always drawn big grids. It's always drawn international grids. A few teams haven't quite beat the post to get here for Barcelona. We're expecting larger grids from Motorland Aragon onwards. We're also expecting some of the Cup cars, some of the slightly earlier cars to join us from the next rounds of the series. But what we do have is an 18-car grid that is hugely international. 13 international drivers, just 5 hailing from Spain. 8 nationalities represented in total. There's also the interesting new addition. We've had a junior champion in TCR Spain for quite some time, but now there's a Masters class for drivers who will turn 45 during the season, or drivers who have that accolade already well in the rear view mirror. Quite a few drivers in the Masters class. 7 we're expecting in the Masters class for this weekend. I think Guillaume Salvadelli confessing to the fact he was going to turn 45 in the paddock, and we therefore added him to the Masters class. Great teams involved: ALM Motorsport, Monlau Competition, RC2, Team Claret, among others. It's a full and thrilling looking grid for the first race of TCR Spain 2025, and I'm delighted to say that we can now go and take a closer look at the grid as they get ready with Izzy Browning. Let's go.
We can indeed, Adam. Welcome down to the grid. I have to say, it's quite chilly down here, so definitely going to be a bit of an issue getting the heat into those tyres as we begin this race this morning. And of course, the 6 hours coming up later. As we always do on our broadcast, we will give you a look down to turn 1 that the drivers will be hurtling down at speed very, very shortly. But there is the look down to turn 1 very long at this Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. The first round of TCR Spain joining us, and we are very excited. As Adam has already said, a great grid joining us this weekend, and I'm going to come and speak to Gabriel Alonso, who we spoke to at the pre-season event in Valencia. Gabriel, great to see you. First round of the championship and a fantastic grid joining us.
Yes, starting the 2025 season, very happy. We have a strong grid. We expect 2 races with a lot of candidates and ready to enjoy. And thank you to you and all the organization, because you make an excellent job.
Well, we're very excited. How excited are you to see this first race?
Yes. It's, mainly the first 4 or 5 laps will be always are very exciting. So we some Cupras, Honda, and Audi in the first row, so ready to enjoy.
Lots of fantastic cars, lots of fantastic drivers. I'm going to let you go and enjoy the grid. Thank you so much for speaking to me. Enjoy the first race. Yes, very, very excited to see how this first race unfolds. And this is round 1 of 5 of their calendar, which will then see them go to Motorland Aragon, Valencia, Jerez, and then back here for the Barcelona season finale. But it all starts here this weekend, and it all starts with this man here on pole position, Eric Genet. Now, he came 4th in TCR Spain in 2024, but he is back on the grid, and I've no doubt going to be going for a title charge. And what a place to start. Eric, great to see you back on the grid for 2024. How excited are you for this season?
No, really happy. Starting with this season is the best way possible. Now try to finish the work in the both races, but really, really happy.
And pole position for the first race as well. Couldn't really start the season better. How confident are you that you can take a win today?
I'm really confident that I can win this race. We know the guys behind will be a really tricky race. Will be a really tricky race, but we will manage to be as front as possible at the end.
And I believe your dad is here to support you as well, so that must mean a lot too.
Yeah, he's supporting a lot. Yeah.
All right, we wish you best of luck. Thank you so much for speaking to me before that race. Right, we will continue back. Of course, Eric Stad, a legend of the touring car world. On P2, we've got the number 19, Felipe Fernandez, now one of 3 brothers competing on this grid, but he is the first on the grid of those 3 brothers. So that gives you a little bit of bragging rights, I imagine. We've already had the 3-minute board, so I'm going to continue swiftly back. The number 81 on P3 of Eric Zabala. Now, he is also competing for the Monlau competition team, and he came P3 in 2024 in this championship. And worth saying as well that, of course, last year was won by Nacho Montenegro, but P2, P3 and P4 are all back on the grid in 2025, and they're all actually racing for the same team. P4 is Jensen Brickley. He's a little bit further down the grid. They have got the door open, although they're just now closing it, so I won't jump in and speak to Eric. We will continue back, because here is the second of the Fernandez brothers, Ruben Fernandez, starting directly behind his brother. I don't know if that's a little bit of pressure. Could be a bit awkward if things come together, but giving us a wave, and I'm sure that they will no doubt try and keep things clean. But we will continue back to see the number 77 of Mike Halder. Now, Mike actually won both races here at the season finale in 2024, so I'm sure he will be hoping to do the same. Can I just jump in with him quickly, have a little bit of a chat? Mike, great to see you on the grid. You won both races here at the season finale, so you must feel pretty comfortable and pretty confident coming back to this track.
Yes, so it's really nice to be back here in Barcelona. I like the track very well, and I think the pace is also very good.
All right, best of luck. The 1-minute board has gone out, so we will have to go to this race very shortly.
The first race of the season is just a minute or 2 away in TCR Spain, and our grid is looking a little bit surprising in a sense. A few drivers had lap times deleted coming into today's race, and that has opened the door for these 2 on the front row. Eric Genet starts on pole position for this race, almost into the 149s. He starts on pole in the Monlau Cupra. He is alongside Felipe Fernandez, who will start from second, the fastest of the Fernandez brothers, also the youngest of them too. Eric Zabala starting from third position, another Monlau car, and then followed by yet another of the RC2 Hondas. Ruben Fernandez starting from fourth on the grid. In fifth place, it is Mike Halder, the champion of TCR Spain all the way back in 2021 and a double winner at the end of 2024 here at Barcelona. Mikael Markussen, the Dane who is joining us from TCR Denmark for this weekend, lining up in sixth. René Paulsen is next alongside the third of the Monlau Cupras, Jensen Brickley, who suffered a great many lap time deletions during qualifying owing to track limits. Not a unique story in the paddock coming out of qualifying. Giovanni Scamardi is ninth on the grid alongside Guillaume Salvo-Deli. The Audi starting from 10th on the grid. In 11th place, it is Victor Fernandez in his Honda, another of the RC2 racing team cars. Sebastian Tom is next in yet another of the Audi RS3 TCR machines. Just the 3 marks represented, incidentally. Audi, Honda, Cupra, the 3 easy choices seemingly for the teams. Demir Iroge starting from 13th on the grid. He is alongside Vinesh Shunka in P14 on the grid. We continue to work our way down to Tom Poussier in the 15th spot, moving up from a fairly production spec Peugeot 208 in France last year, his first time in a TCR car, and he is alongside Samuel Schilin on that grid, on that row of the grid, I should say. In 17th place, with no time assigned, everything deleted for Ruben Volt, unfortunately. He starts from 17th, of course, a winner, double winner at Valencia in the TCR Spain pre-season event, and a race winner in TCR Spain as well. So we can expect him to move through the field well. And Sten Dorian Pirimagi, who was pretty fast in the qualifying session, suffered the same fate, had issues in regards to track limits, and now will have to make his way up from the last row of the grid. 2 ALM Hondas on the back row of the grid. ALM always a force to be reckoned with in TCR competition. And those two Estonian drivers that are starting on the back row of the grid, I suspect that they will be coming through the order fairly sharp, if that sharpish, Andrew.
And I'm looking forward to that. That's going to give us some excitement across the course of this 25 minutes plus 1 lap race. This is, of course, round 1, so there's no point scores to be worrying about at this stage, but for the record, 40 points to the race winner, 35 to second place, 30 to third, cascading down all the way to 15th place for the point scorers here today. So most drivers out there in this one are going to be scoring points of some description. Who's going to get the best start to their 2025 TCR Spain Championship? Eric Genet leads the field round turn 14. Formation lap all but complete. There's a quick sight of Mike Halder. I'm looking forward to see what Mike Halder can do as well, Adam, because starting there 5th on the grid, he's got a very good record round this place in particular, as you mentioned. Double race winner last year. Very strong driver, of course, over the last few years in the TCR Denmark Championship, but it's got experience here in TCR Spain as well. A former champion, of course, in TCR Spain. So keep an eye on Halder, expecting big things there from row 3.
A 3-time runner-up in TCR Denmark in the last 3 years is Mike Halder. He's going to be a little bit, I think, frustrated with that statistic and will want to try and go one better in the series that he claimed back in 2021. That was the inaugural season of TCR Spain. This is the 5th year of the TCR Spain series. Of course, TCR has been popular in the Iberian region for long before that. But the TCR Spain category was formed in 2021, taken over by Revazza in 2023. And we are about to kick off 2025 with a bang as the last of the cars lines up on the grid. It's Dorian Pirimagi at the back of the field. An unfamiliar place for him and Ruben Volt at the rear. Eric Genet has a clean road ahead of him. Will he lead as they get this race underway? It's a good start from some of the drivers further back, and I think Eric Genet has his nose ahead as they run to the first corner. Yes, he does. Covers off Felipe Fernandez. Ruben Fernandez folding across the front of Zabala there for 3rd position. Just about manages to hold on to the car after that little tag, and then the 777 car of Mike Halder is alongside him for 3rd position. Halder has had a good start as per usual, and he is running up for the top 3 positions. Everybody through the first few corners relatively cleanly. There was a little bit of contact further back. I think potentially Markussen was involved in that. Rennie Paulsen perhaps as well, getting some contact. But through towards turn 5 they go. It's Genet that leads. It's up for debate though for 3rd position as Halder there dives again to the inside of the number 12 of Ruben Fernandez. Brickley goes off. So does the number 20 of Sebastian Tom. He runs it wide at turn 5. Turn 5 is often the danger point on this circuit, and so it proves to be again.
Well, once again, we saw a lot of action in turn 5 last week when we were here for more racing at Circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia, and on lap 1 of race 1 for TCR Spain, dramas there indeed for Brickley and Tom, but both able to get back on circuit. It's a shame for Jensen Brickley because he'd had a very quick start. Genet being challenged for the lead by Fernandez, and Fernandez has got a really good run out of turn 11 into turn 12. He's now going to be on the outside, but he's got a shot here at taking the race lead at the end of lap 1. Genet's not going to give it up though. He's on the inside for turn number 13. They're still going to be side by side as they go through the final turn. Oh, and Mike Halder has a little look as well, thinks about making it 3 wide. Round the outside goes Felipe Fernandez. Brilliant move, brilliant tenacity from Fernandez, and it's still going to get pretty close as well, because here comes Ruben Fernandez as well now in the number 12. Felipe Fernandez leads. Halder's down the inside of Genet for second place. This is classic TCR.
Ruben Fernandez there tried to thread the needle at 120 miles an hour, and it almost went incredibly wrong for him. The order then is now Eric Genet down in third position. Felipe Fernandez managed to get the lead with that sweep around the outside, and Mike Halder has gone from row 3 of the grid to challenging for the lead. Here comes Ruben Volt. He's trying to make up places, came across the line in 9th place. He remains in 9th place, I believe, at the moment, but just having a bit of a fight there with Michael Markussen over that. In fact, it might have been René Paulsen that he was fighting with, so he could be up to P8. Either way, he has ascended through the order well on lap number 1 of this race, and he will only continue to do so. It is Honda's at the front, but it is not Honda's from the usually dominant ALM Motorsport. As quick as they are, teams champions, of course, from last year's TCR Europe. And they are always a force to be reckoned with, that they're on the back foot today. It is the RC2 car that leads the way. Then it is TPR Motorsports, Mike Halder in second place, before the first of the Cupras from Monlau competition, Eric Genet, who will be very keen to right the wrongs of that first lap and get himself back to the race lead.
He will indeed, and he's got plenty of time to do so. We're having a look here at Eric Zabala and Giovanni Scamani. In fact, no, that's Ruben Volt coming through. So Ruben Volt's had a really quick start to this race. A little bit wide there, I think it was Zavala. 21 minutes of this race to go, and the long run now down to turn 1 means that Felipe Fernandez has got to defend here for Mike Halder. Halder's trying to go around the outside, and I think he got that one done. Meanwhile, Brickley's on the move in a battle with Scamadi there for 4th place. To confirm, Eric Zabala's actually lost positions on that last lap, so that's why we saw him going toe-to-toe with Ruben Volt. There's a spinner going through turn number 2 as well, but new race leader, early stages of lap 3, Adam, and it's Mike Halder to the front.
Think that could be Sten Dorian Piramar. No, it's one of the RC2 cars. It therefore must be Victor Fernandez who has had a moment there, unless it was car 45. So yes, it was Victor Fernandez, says the voice in my head, in my ears more accurately. Halder it is that leads the way then from Felipe Fernandez from Eric Genet. That's still not changed. Jensen Brickley, with the fastest lap of the race last time by, is already up into 4th position. We are now going to safety car, though. The safety car has been put out there to retrieve Victor Fernandez, and that actually might be a bit of a safe bet now, or a bit of assistance, I suppose, for Felipe Fernandez, because Mike Halder was driving off into the distance, and now because his brother is beached in the gravel at turn 2, Felipe Fernandez will get a second bite of the cherry up against the German.
He will indeed. I tell you who else this is good news for, Adam. Ruben Volt, because he's made some very efficient progress through the field so far in this race, solidly up into the top 10. But all the field spread that naturally occurs in the first few laps of a race like this will now disappear. So don't count out Ruben Volt for a podium here in this first race of the season for TCR Spain 2025. Safety car boards are, of course, out. Mike Halder confirmed as your race leader on the lap chart from that one. Felipe Fernandez in second place. Eric Genet, Jensen Brickley, Giovanni Scamadi completing the top 5. Genet still leading in the junior category from Jensen Brickley. Ruben Volt and Eric Zabala 3rd and 4th in that battle of the youngsters. Meanwhile, in the Masters category, the new Masters category for those in the year of their 45th birthday or more, René Paulsen's had a decent start. Adam has held his position there in the top 10, is 8th overall, 2 places clear of Ruben Fernandez, his closest master competition.
And Eric Genet leads the junior standings, even though he's down to 3rd overall. Leads Jensen Brickley in those standings. Oh, now the tow rope is still attached, Victor, so don't drive off just yet. The The marshal is saying, no, you're not rejoining the race, my friend. Unfortunately, once you're towed out of the gravel in a sprint race, that is your day done. We have a replay now of the start of this race. Let's have a look. That's the race getting underway. It was a good start from Eric Genet. It was a good start from further back as well from Ruben Volt. Unfortunately, Pirimagi really didn't get off the line very well at all. Ditto the 44 car of Vinesh Shunka. We had some cars skating across the runoff area at turn 1 and 2. But otherwise, broadly speaking, it was a fairly clean and easy launch to the race. But we have since had a drama, and that is why the number 45 car, Victor Fernandez, is, was in the gravel. He's been retrieved. We may only have one lap under safety car here. We'll have to wait and see how long it takes the Cooper estate to come off the circuit. As I say that, the safety car comes in this lap. A little statistic for you. 8 wins for Mike Halder in his first season of TCR Spain, the first champion of TCR Spain that year in the inaugural season. A further 2 wins last year at the season finale in 2024. That ties him on the all-time win count. He is the tied most winning driver of all time, along with Isidro Callejas, the 2022 champion. So if he can hold on to this today, he becomes the sole owner of the most wins in TCR Spain history statistic. Let's see if he can do it. He's got a long way to go. He's got Felipe Fernandez behind him. He's got Eric Genet following in the wheel tracks in 3rd place. Jensen Brickley is in 4th. And we can't rule out Giovanni Scamardi either. Scamardi, who had 2 race wins in the TCR class of French Super Turisme last year. Let's see if he can try and get a podium in his TCR Spain debut this weekend. The top 5 breakaway effectively as one. It's Ruben Volt behind, of course, now in 6th place, having got past Eric Zabala just before the safety car. We're back to green flag conditions. Mike Halder has had a good run through turn 14. He should be out of the firing line. It looks like Michael Markussen might have something to say about René Paulsen's hold over 8th position. Jensen Brickley fancies a go at 3rd place, but Eric Genet moves up to 2nd. Felipe Fernandez caught napping on the brake pedal there, I think, a little bit going through turn 1. And now Fernandez and Brickley, a squeeze there from Felipe Fernandez on the apex of turn 3. And I think both drivers are still going the right direction. Yes, they are. But Jensen Brickley is up to 3rd position, and Scamardi will be in 4th place by the time they come through our shot at turn number 4. But only just between the two of them. Felipe Fernandez will be so frustrated with this, and Ruben Volt now comes across a fellow Honda driver who is going to be seeing red in a big way.
It is indeed. The initial restart wasn't too bad. I thought Mike Halder was going to get the jump on Felipe Fernandez, but Fernandez followed him well through turn 14. But as you say, Adam, down into turn 1, out of the rhythm. Brilliant move by Eric Genet to take that opportunity. Went from defender to attacker pretty quickly when he was having that moment with his with the fellow Cooper Leon runner in Jensen Brickley. There is your race leader, Mike Halder, heading through turn 10 now. We've got just under 14.5 minutes of this one remaining. Felipe Fernandez still having to work hard to hold his position and reassert himself in the train in this race. That's the number 27 Honda Civic of Ruben Volt, not too far behind. What a drive he's had. To be expected, of course, from the ALM Motorsport pilot. Very strong runner indeed. Had a decent year last year in TCR Europe with a couple of race wins along the way. As I say, don't count out Ruben Volt for a podium in this race, which would be a tremendous recovery, having started at the very back. Further down the order, no other changes to report. Paulsen and Markussen having a very good scrap there. Markussen down the inside. Textbook move into turn 1, and that'll be Michael Markussen up to 8th place.
Good point there about TCR Europe. 4th in the standings for Volt in that season last year. 5th for Felipe Fernandez. So they're familiar with each other from TCR Spain, from TCR Europe. They've competed together on many occasions, and now they are going wheel to wheel for 5th and 6th place, with Scamardi just ahead in 4th position. Don't rule out Zabala from this conversation as well. Of course, the Monlau competition, Leon, the third of them in the order at the moment. He was 3rd in last year's championship, did not claim a race win, but finished on the podium no more than 6 times in 2024, and prior to that in 2023 he was the Cup class champion for the older DSG spec cars, the Peugeot 308 Racing Cups et al. So then it is Halder with a lead of, well, 7/10 at the line. It doesn't look like it's grown too much over the course of the last lap. I tell you what, Ruben Volt has rather hit a wall here, hasn't he? He was making his way through the order well. Of course, it only gets harder as you get further and further up the field. But I think Felipe Fernandez, after losing so many positions in one fell swoop, is going to do anything he can to hold Ruben Volt at bay, just out of principle at this point. At the very least, he wants a top 5.
And credit to Felipe Fernandez as well, that he's been able to reassert himself within this race. He's not being spat out the back of the pack after that momentary lapse in pace after the restart. New fastest lap of the race from the race leader, Mike Halder, 1 minute 50.846. Looking pretty routine at the front of the field, looking to complete another victory here. Further back in the field, this, I think, is your battle. Yes, it is, for the top runner in the master category. So Rene Poulsen in the bright orange Honda there at the front of that pack. But Ruben Fernandez was having a little look down into turn 1, and Guillaume Savoldelli was also there in 3rd place looking to attack. Here is Fernandez now going on the attack, trying to retake 4th place round the outside of Scamardi, and has done. Brilliant stuff from Felipe Fernandez. Scamardi's going to have a look down the inside into turn 5. This is where things can get tricky, and they make contact. Off goes Felipe Fernandez, round goes Scamardi. Scamardi will rejoin, but has lost probably 10 or so positions. It's worse though for Felipe Fernandez. Adam, I reckon that is going to be that Honda beached in the gravel. It's turn 5 again. The car goes unweighted. It's very difficult to get right on the brakes, particularly on that inside line, and that is not the kind of moments that both Scamardi and Fernandez would have wanted.
No, I think Scamardi will look back at that and know that he was the wrong party there. Safety car is out on this race. So Felipe Fernandez now in all. Well, Markussen, not quite aware that I think we were under safety car there for a second, but hopefully the memo has now gotten through. The second RC2 Honda into the gravel, the second Fernandez brother, unfortunately, into the gravel. This is their home turf. They're from Barcelona, and unfortunately the home event has not quite gone to plan for 2 out of 3 of the RC2 drivers. As of now, it's only Ruben left flying the flag for the family in this race. He is now 8th place, promoted to 8th after, unfortunately, Felipe's trip to the gravel trap. So Felipe Fernandez, unfortunately, will be out of the race with that. He was doing a good job of, as you said, kind of re-establishing his momentum, re-establishing his form, and then unfortunately contact going into turn 5. We get a replay of this now, and again it's that it's the left front, really, isn't it, on Scamardi, under rotating on the front and trying to take too much speed at too harsh of an angle going into turn 5, trying to hold on to that position. And it cost both parties ultimately. Scamardi is still running, but he came across the line in 12th.
Yeah, and as we've seen many times over the past couple of weekends here, Adam, turn 5 is difficult enough to get the car stopped. The camera angle doesn't give the full picture, as it were, of just how deep a braking zone, downhill a braking zone is. And you saw Scamardi there, tried to get it on that inside curb, almost to pull the car around, but physics took over. Simply wasn't the grip available. You can understand why Scamardi was instantly going on the counter-attack to retake that 4th place. I think more with the thought of Ruben Volt not being too far behind and not wanting to lose further positions. But yeah, unfortunate moment for both Scamardi, but particularly for Felipe Fernandez, whose car is, of course, being recovered down at turn number 5. 8.25 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap, of course, at the end of this race. Mike Halder will rinse and repeat, look to do the same process again that he did off the restart for the first safety car. Eric Genet is there in second place. Jensen Brickley, after his difficult qualifying yesterday, where he only had 1 valid lap time on his scorecard, as it were, that wasn't affected by any kind of track limits. Even had to sit in the pits for 3 minutes due to accumulating 5 track limit penalties across the course of Q1 yesterday. But Brickley has recovered well, is there in third place. Ruben Volters, much talked about, has worked his way from the back of the field, is now P4. Eric Zabala in 5th. Should mention that apart from Mike Halder, all of those top 5 drivers, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, are all juniors as well. So that's the order in that subcategory. Michael Markussen 6th, René Poulsen 7th. Good scrap incoming potentially, Adam, between the top 3 masters. Poulsen's still in the lead of that new category for the more experienced drivers. Ruben Fernandez 8th overall, 2nd in master. Guillaume Savoldelli 9th overall, 3rd in master. Top 10 as well, we should mention, is completed by Sten Dorian Pirimagi. So after that slightly slower start for Pirimagi off from the standing starts, that's another one of the ALM Hondas that's had a good recovery through the field, is on for some strong points.
Track limits penalty has been dished out to Ruben Volt, a 1-second penalty. It starts quite gentle in TCR Spain in regards to track limits. I think from there, if he has another offence, it'll go to 3, and it'll only continue to grow from there. So Ruben now has to be careful for the rest of this race. The track limits being sternly policed here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Mike Halder has yet to get any kind of warning, as best I can tell, so he's in the clear at the front, as are most of the drivers at the front. I think Jensen Brickley, after yesterday, kind of went up to race control and said, okay, I clearly was doing something wrong. Let's work this one out. Yep. Jensen, with Monlau competition for this year, I was speaking to his dad yesterday, and he said, I'm not used to not running the car, to be honest with you. This feels a bit weird. But, you know, going to a team like Monlau is a statement of intent. He'll also be, I think, doubling up with the TCR Europe campaign as well this season, Jensen Brickley. So he is looking for championships, especially here in TCR Spain, where he was the runner-up last year. He will feel he can go one better this season. Nacho Montenegro, of course, is not defending the title this season, so it leaves the door open to some of the other stars of the 2024 season, the likes of Genet, of Brickley, of Zabala, and then you've got the likes of Ruben Volt, who hopefully will be here for a full season effort this time around. He did a couple of events in 2024, and then, well, while it's not the start that he'd have wanted, Felipe Fernandez could be a championship contender as well. Of course, only 10 races across 5 rounds, and that does mean fairly limited opportunity to score points. Consistency in this series means an awful lot, and we'll have to see who has the best run of things across the year. For now, though, the one who's had the best run here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya is Mike Halder. He has 4.5 minutes plus an additional lap to try and hold on to this race lead. The drivers will have put a couple of heat cycles now through these Kumo tyres, but they'll also, for the fact they did do some laps behind the safety car, be a little bit less worn and torn by this stage of the race. It's Halder that leads, Genet that leads Brickley, our top 3. Brickley getting a little bit unsettled there at turn 13. Ruben Volt might be watching that and sensing an opportunity from 4th position. Ruben will no doubt be trying to keep within those white lines now, knowing that he's already got a 1-second penalty hanging over his head. We're back to racing, and it's Halder that leads them down to turn number 1. Halder in the lead, Genet in 2nd, and Brickley in 3rd position. Here they are through turns 1, 2 and 3, and Halder once again doing great job at managing the restart.
He did indeed. He did the same as we saw in the first restart. Gave it the beans coming out of turn number 12. Eric Genet was wise to it and has held himself there within half a second. 3 minutes to go on this one. Not much time for those further down the order to get themselves back up through, and waiting for the race leaders to come through. Mike Halder still looking good there at the very front of the field. Eric Genet and the first of those two Cupra Leons with Jensen Brickley behind. Quite a quick restart there. Initially we're getting that spread across the front five in a more timely manner than we saw last time around. Guillaume Savoldelli having a touch of a wide moment coming through turn number 7. He's having a solid race there. Third in the Masters at the moment in the 117 Audi RS3, and is looking for some good points, Adam.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. For now, good points on the table potentially, but we'll see if that withholds for the rest of this race. So Sebastian Thom, I think, has gained a position on this lap. Yes, he has. He's up to P10. I think that's pretty much the only change we've had. We'll see as they come across the line. The 777 of Mike Halder. Emir Eroge, sorry, having a moment at turn number 10. Now, was he pushed? Did he fall? We don't know, but another car beached into the gravel with 1:40 plus 1 lap to go. In theory, this should be, I think, 3 to go in this race. If we stayed at racing pace, they just about crossed the line, I think, in time to get 3 laps in. But we'll have to see as we have another car exploring the limits of the gravel. This is Vinesh Shunka going rally crossing the Team Claret Sport Audi. But what's going to happen with that Honda? Demir Iroge was firmly beached in the gravel trap at turn 10.
Yeah, it was indeed. I think Tom Poussiere also had a bit of a lock-up down into turn number 1. 1 minute to go on the clock, but I tend to agree with you, Adam. That's in a heavy braking zone, beached in the gravel. Bit of a situation for Demir Eroge that at least will be covered by local yellows. No notification of a safety car yet, so maybe they are just trying to cover this one under double waved yellows through that region of the circuit to keep the rest of it green. And indeed, double waved yellows into the braking zone. Good work by the marshals. No overtaking in this part of the circuit. And the good news for us race fans, Adam, is that we keep this thing running.
Yes, indeed. So Demir Eroge's car doesn't look like it's going to cause a safety car. What we need to see next is whether or not we cross the line before the 0-0, as to whether this will be the start of the final lap or the start of the penultimate lap. So then the time is coming to 3 seconds, and they just now crossed the line. So we are going to have 2 more laps of racing here. It is Halder from Genet, your top 2. Jensen Brickley still menacing in 3rd. I think Ruben Volt, quite frankly, might be focusing on making sure he doesn't get any more penalties now in 4th position. He's dropped off the top 3 a little bit. It's also worth noting he's 1.1 clear of Zabala behind him at the moment. So the 1 second penalty as it stands wouldn't drop him any further back. So then Halder leads the way. He has the fastest lap of the race to his name, also a 150.846. The fastest ever TCR lap around here is a 150.6, so he's not far off the ultimate pace ever in the history of the category. Here he comes now. Genet matching him. It must be said, Genet is putting in a good race here. It looks like, unless something happens to Halder here in the last lap and a half, it does look like Eric Genet is going to have to wait a little bit longer for that first win in a points-paying TCR Spain race.
Would seem to be the case, but good points to start his season, a positive way to get things underway. Still, of course, double waved yellows down at turn 10 for the recovery of Demir Eroge's Honda. That's actually quite good news in a way for Mike Halder, because that's your main overtaking opportunity in the last part of this circuit. And at the moment, it's completely neutralised. can breathe a little bit easier through sector number 3. Time is up, but we've still got the +1 lap to go, of course. Mike Halder, for that great start, we said to look out for him from row 3, looking to continue this streak of TCR Spain victories at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Heads on to the final lap. The gap is just under a second. What's the gap looking like for Ruben Volt? I'd agree, Adam, that I think he's just focusing on A, not getting any more penalties, and B, negating the positional effects of the penalty that he's already got. He's doing it quite comfortably at the moment. 1.6, 1.7 second gap to Eric Zabala.
Piramagi, I think they just tried to dive on Poulsen for 7th place, didn't quite make it work, rejoins the circuit around the outside of the bollard as race control would prefer you do. Savoldelli, Tom and Scamardi are all having a good battle for 10th, 11th and 12th as well. I think Piramagi might have to settle for 8th place, though Poulsen will now have a little bit of an advantage in 7th place. For Mike Halder, it has been a little while since we saw him in TCR Spain when he rejoined the grid for the Barcelona finale last year. His first appearance in TCR Spain since 2021 and wrapping up the title in the inaugural year of the category. And after that one-off appearance in 2024, he is back in 2025. He is just 4 corners away from a little bit of TCR Spain history. He will be a race winner in the category for the 11th time, and that puts him to the lead of the all-time winners list in the history of the TCR Spain series. 2 corners to go for Halder in the TPR Motorsport Honda Civic FL5. Executes turn 14 now, and he does so to perfection. It is a win for Mike Halder. Eric Genet takes 2nd place, and Jensen Brickley rounds out the top 3. Ruben Volt in 4th place has enough of a lead to negate that track limits penalty of just 1 second. He takes 4th place. Zabala taking 5th. Of course, Eric Genet will be the junior winner, but Mike Halder is your overall victor for the 11th time in TCR Spain. He is the most successful driver by race wins in TCR Spain history. And a great way to start off his year. That is a big, big statistic for any driver to be in the lead of a category in terms of race wins. The Masters win, it went to Rene Poulsen. Sten Dorian Piramagi did get through into 7th place at the end of the race, just behind Mikael Markussen, but Rene Poulsen all the same won the Masters class ahead of Ruben Fernandez, and then Guillaume Salvadelli rounding out the Masters podium as well as the overall top 10. There's Halder drinking in a familiar feeling from November, a win in TCR Spain at Barcelona. He did it twice a little under 5 months ago. But this could be the start of quite a special campaign for Halder. Will he be tempted to do the full season? He's been doing TCR Denmark the last few years, but we'll see. 3-time TCR Denmark runner-up, of course, has been a fixture in TCR now since 2016 when he first raced in Germany in TCR competition. 4 times he's been a runner-up in TCR championships, once in Germany, 3 times in Denmark. He was, of course, the inaugural TCR Spain champion. He takes an early 2025 championship lead with this victory. TPR Motorsport with a successful start to the day because, of course, Rene Poulsen also part of the TPR Motorsport fold, so they've won with both of their cars in the overall and in the Masters class, respectively. A Masters class masterclass for Rene Poulsen, and a showing of dominance from Halder at the front of the field. The P1 awaits him. And the rest of the podium drivers will soon be making their way under the podium. Halder, Janae and Brickley, our top three. We've got a fairly long wait now, of course, because the GEDLICH Racing 6 Hours of Portimao is up next on our schedule for today. They will race later on this evening from 5:30 local time. So there'll be time for teams to figure out where maybe they could do a little bit better. But I think for Mike Halder, it is actually, mate, just do the same thing again, because that was a dominant showing from Mike. The TPR team greet their race winner. The Monlau competition drivers, of course, second and third place. All three cars in the top 5, so while none of their drivers won, certainly mission accomplished in terms of having a strong start to the season in TCR Spain. Janae and Brickley, who were both at the sharp end of the 2024 season, are back once again. And we'll see how their seasons unfold from here. We'll see how their weekend unfolds from here. One more race to go here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. For Mike Halder, he'll go into that second race with a measure of confidence, I'm sure. But he will have some work to do to try and hold off the caliber of talent that he's going to have around him. Let's see how this next race unfolds. It's always a treat to have TCR Spain with us here on the GEDLICH Racing Win Series weekends. That is the first ever points-paying race that has been held on a GEDLICH Racing Winter Series weekend, and what a treat it was. We certainly had our share of action, and we will look back at the highlights in a few minutes' time. For now, though, we can go down to the pits with Izzy and our winner, Mike Halder.
We can indeed. I'm down here with our race 1 winner, Mike Halder. Mike, congratulations. Something about this track is good for you, isn't it? I mean, continuing the winning streak and the first win of the season, what a way to start.
Yes, I would like to thank the whole team and the opportunity to come back here to TCR Spain. I like to be here in Spain. I like the tracks, especially Barcelona, and I'm very happy to have the first victory this year.
And a great start as well, 5th to 2nd within the first lap, and then a great move round the outside to take the lead as well. And then with the safety car restarts, you just managed them perfectly, and it looked super comfortable out there.
Yeah, so I had a really good feeling in the car, and I'm completely satisfied with the Honda, and yeah, I'm happy to win. Yeah.
And another race later, but congratulations are in order as well, because that makes you the most successful driver in terms of race wins in TCR Spain ever. Did you know that?
No, but that sounds good. So hopefully I can add some more wins this year.
Well, you've got another race later to hopefully do the same again, I'm sure. Go and enjoy the podium. Congratulations, our first winner of the season in TCR Spain.
Thank you.
Win number 11 in his TCR Spain career, Mike Halder has done it again. Let's take a look back then at the highlights of this TCR Spain race. It was a good launch from the front from our pole sitter, Eric Janae. He led the earliest stages. The best start of anybody, though, I think had to go to Mike Halder. He was around the outside of the number 12 machine of Ruben Fernandez at turn 1 for 3rd position. You'd have the inside line at turn 5 for P3. Jensen Brickley was a bit wayward at turn 5, and also Sebastian Thom exploring the limits around the outside of that corner. Halder was up to 3rd position by the time they got to turn 10, and he'd soon be on the case against Felipe Fernandez as well. But Fernandez was equally interested in getting himself past Eric Genet. Fernandez around the outside at turn 13 and turn 14, squeezed Genet up onto the curb, and it was Fernandez that led going down to turn 1. In second place, it would be Mike Halder. He managed to get a good run down the main straight and was ahead of Eric Genet by the time they turned in to T1. Jensen Brickley was on the move. Meanwhile, around the outside for the lead went Mike Halder. A late braking move for him. He got into the lead just before the safety car was out, unfortunately, for the first time in this race. That was because of Victor Fernandez in the gravel. Eric Genet got himself back past Felipe Fernandez, and that opened the door to Jensen Brickley to challenge for third position. Brickley would get through into third place at the expense of the Fernandez family member. Felipe was then fighting with Scamardi for fourth position. He got back through into fourth, having been demoted to P5. Scamardi then got a little bit unsettled under braking at 5, was a bit too ambitious on the pedal, and unfortunately a collision between the two of them sent a second Fernandez brother into the gravel, a second safety car, and then the race got back underway. Eroge was off the circuit, as was Vinish Shunker, but thankfully no safety car required, as we covered the Eroge incident under yellow flags. The drivers coming across the line. The TCR Spain race was a thriller, but it was Mike Halder who managed to win from the third row of the grid. He made it look a little bit easy, and as we heard down in the interview with him, it does seem that this circuit suits Mike Halder. The German is now the most successful by race wins driver in TCR Spain history. Win number 11 of his TCR Spain career. Eric Genet second for Monlau and winning the junior class ahead of Jensen Brickley in third position. The number 246 car, the British driver, getting a good start. ALM Motorsports, Estonian sensation with one of the best names in the sport, Ruben Volt, moving up to fourth position. But from the back of the grid, that is quite an achievement. We'll see what he can do in race number 2. Zabala taking fifth place. Mikael Markussen in sixth position. Piramagi in seventh place. He also, in the ALM car, came from the very back of the field. In eighth place, Rene Paulsen winning the newly inaugurated Masters classification for drivers of 45 or over. In ninth place, Ruben Fernandez, who came second in that classification, and Savol Deli rounding out the overall top 10, as well as the Masters class podium. Sebastian Thom taking 11th position for Team Claret Sport. The SP competition crew get their year started, and a big year it will be, with a 12th place for Scamardi and a 13th place for Tom Poussier. In 14th place it will be Samuel Chalin, 15th for Vinish Shunker. Demir Eroge unfortunately ending his race in the gravel in the third of the ALM Motorsport cars, and unfortunately two of the RC2 racing teams, Felipe and Victor Fernandez, not able to take the checkered flag. Those cars both ended up in the gravel. A dramatic race then in the TCR Spain season opener. Mike Halder, I'm not sure he expected to win that race from fifth on the grid, but he managed to do so in the end. Giovanni Scamardi, incidentally, I believe received a penalty at the end. Yes, 1 + 4, so 5 seconds worth of penalty for Scamardi at the end of that race, which is why he was all the way down to 12th position. Following that race, I think we might have a couple of penalties, but that aside, a very exciting event. Thankfully for Ruben Volt, with that 1 second penalty, he won't lose any time. Mike Halder didn't get much in the way of track limits warnings or anything like that, so he should be home free as the race winner. The only driver in the race to set a lap time under 1 minute and 51 seconds. Of course, in these longer races and indeed in these skirmishes for position, it's not always possible to be that close to your qualifying times. We saw low 150s, a 150.0 from Eric Genet in quali conditions. It was a 151.2 from him in the race. Second position for Eric. I think he'll be sick of P2 now. He wants to claim his first maximum point score in TCR Spain. And in order to do that, of course, he needs to be the first guy across the line. He's not done it yet in points-paying configuration. He did win the TCR Spain pre-season race at Valencia in 2024 with his father, Jordi, watching. Jordi Genet, of course, a legend of touring car racing himself. And I'm sure Eric will be looking to go one better by the time they go racing again. Again, 5:30 local time for race 2 of TCR Spain. Of course, the 6 Hours of Barcelona is just minutes away from getting started as well here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. A day of contrasts at this famed racing venue, with 2 short, sharp sprints for the touring cars and then the endurance action for the GTs. So, Halder is going to be at the top of this podium. We should hopefully have the Masters, the Juniors, and the full overall podium to bring you. And in fact, we can do so now. Let's go down to Andrew Mather, who is there with the podium.
Second, one, team, national one.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome here to the podium for the first race of the weekend for TCR Spain. Please, first of all, welcome your third place driver for Monlau Motorsport, Jensen Brickley. In second place, a great start to the season for Monlau Motorsport's Eric Genet. And your race winner, his 11th TCR Spain win in his career for TPR Motorsport. Please welcome Mike Halder.
Mike Halder.
And of course, the winning team for the first race of the season in TCR Spain, TPR Motorsport. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are able, please be upstanding for the national anthem of the winning driver. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move then to the junior category, and let's bring out our trophies for as well, our top 3. First of all, please welcome Gabriel Alonso, Presidente de Comité Organizador de TCR Spain, Maria Lanzon, Director General de Revat, the promoter for TCR Spain, and Juan Luis Santamaria, the Director General de Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya.
Encargado de entregar el premio a su segunda posición. Aquí tenemos el piloto catalán, el fill Jordi Genet, vinga, va, suave! Vinga, circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, la Florida, per l'Eric Genet! I el senyor Josep Lluís Santamaria, director de circuits de Catalunya, l'encarregat de donar l'enhorabona, comença primer per l'Eric i entrega el premi al guanyador, a Mike Haller. Y de nuevo ahora el señor Gabriel Alonso, presidente del comité organizador del TCR Spain da el premio al equipo vencedor TCR Motorsport. Enhorabuena. Faltaría el equipo junior entregado del mismo, los dos, gracias. Y nos faltaría, tenemos fotos, pero ¿cómo llamamos? Pues venga, vencedor de Master TCR Spain es René Poulsen.
Please welcome to the podium your top master in the first race of the weekend for TCR Spain, for TPR Motorsport, René Poulsen.
En el Honda Civic, también en el equipo TCR Motorsport, es el señor Gabriel Alonso, presidente del comité organizador del TCR Spain, encargado de entregarle el premio. Ja tenim, doncs, a tots els guanyadors. Los tres primeros overall, recordemos, con Mike Halder, Eric Jané, Jenson Breckley. El millor júnior també ha sigut l'Eric Jané, millor màster René Poulsen.
Big congratulations once again to our top three overall, Jenson Brickley, Eric Jané and Mike Halder. Eric Jané also taking the top junior award for that first race in TPR Motorsport. Very happy with their team's award, race win overall, and René Poulsen's performance as well in Master TCR. Thank you very much, everybody. For those watching around the world on the live broadcast for TCR Spain, do rejoin us for the second race today at 5:30 local time here at the circuit. The main event of the day is coming right up. The 6 Hours of Barcelona is next.
So then the 6 Hours of Barcelona is mere minutes away. The grid procedures will begin in a few minutes' time, and the cars will make their way onto the circuit ahead of what has been an eagerly anticipated conclusion to our Winter Series calendar for 2025. We have 14 cars set to take the start of this race, and it is Resoon More Than Racing with Simon Birch and Thomas Anderson who start on pole position for this one. Our victors from Portimao in a similar 6-hour format are back for this weekend, but they have new competition, Star Performance, BDR competition in the GT3 class, and then we can't rule out the Cup cars, the Rosso Corsa Racing Ferrari 296 Challenge. Good to see a Ferrari 296 Challenge being utilised for endurance racing, not something we see so often, certainly not outside of Italy. CMR with their Lamborghini Stefan Lemire leading the charge there, a 3-time runner-up in the GT1 era at the Spa 24 Hours. He is very fast. He's got a good team with him in the form of CMR and his co-drivers in that machine. That being two drivers with a bit of experience in Super Trofeo machinery, Rodrigue Guillon and Wilfried Casalbon. So then, they will be lining up 5th on that grid, and then you've got the Cup 2 Porsches as well, of course. Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars made of stern stuff, a highly formidable endurance racing platform. And speaking of formidable, MTech competition, they will be just that during this race. The Porsche Carrera Cup Scandinavia regulars. And they have their secret weapon, as it were, starting this race. Gustav Söderberg Kroh will start from the 6th position on the grid. He graduated from kart racing in 2021, was 2nd in the 2023 Porsche Sprint Challenge Scandinavia, and he has been setting the timing sheets alight among the Cup 2 cars this weekend. He was also a standout last time out in the 6 Hours of Portimao. We are now at Barcelona. Of course, the 6-hour race at Barcelona, our second of the season, as we said. Portimao was our kickoff, and it was Resoon More Than Racing that won that race. And in fact, Thomas Anderson and Simon Birch were two of the drivers we caught up with ahead of this race. Let's hear from, let's call them the defending 6-hour champions in the GEDLICH Racing paddock, and their predictions for the race ahead. While we're at Resume More Than Racing, it would be rude not to talk to the champions from the 6 Hour Portimao, the overall race winners in Thomas Anderson and Simon Birch. Obviously, we've got a different challenge ahead of us here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. But Thomas, what are you thinking going into this race? Is it going to be a repeat of what we saw potentially at Portimao?
We will for sure do our best to repeat it, of course, but I think the conditions we have right now, if that is something we are going to see in the weekend, it will be challenging for everybody for sure.
Yeah, no, it does look very slippery out there at the moment in these test days. Obviously, Simon, you come in with some useful experience from last week in the GT Wind Series where you raced with Leo Pichler. You got some race victories in, of course, at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. How is your confidence now? Because obviously you are racing in the Wind Series, but you're also thinking ahead to GT Masters in the summertime. How are you feeling now going into the summer?
Yeah, it's fantastic going into the summer with this start to the season. We had a lot of driving, a lot of races, and right now the rhythm in this team, and it's going really good. And in terms of that, it's our first season, all of us, then I think we can be very proud of it.
And obviously you've put yourself up against some great drivers, be it guys like Luca Engsler, who of course are DTM winners, and you've gotten the edge over them in that situation. You've also had guys like Keanu Alizari, another young talent that will probably be racing with you again at some point in the future. Getting to compete against drivers from all over Europe, all over the world, and seeing where you stack up before moving into your summer in a GT3 car, I guess that's very useful data to have, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure, it's very useful, and it also gives a boost for us all. And then we are just ready to get the season started in the summer period for sure.
Now, Thomas, we know about Simon's summer plans in a GT3 car. Are there summer plans for you in a GT3 as well?
Not right now. I think I will probably jump back to the GT2 and do some races there, and maybe there will be a few guest, performances together with Simon somewhere, and then we'll see what happens.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that situation. But obviously, the Winter Series, we've seen you, I think, 3-4 weekends. Do you think we'll see you again in 2026?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I actually like the setup with the Winter Series. It's a very good preparation, and you can say it's a super pre-season to have before you actually go into the normal series that we are normally driving. So I really like it.
Well, excellent. It's been great to welcome you guys along. We wish you all of the luck for the 6 Hour of Barcelona this weekend. And thank you for chatting to us.
You're welcome. See you.
That was Thomas Anderson and Simon Birch on Friday. They alluded to some of the weather conditions that we had during the test days for this race. Mercifully, the weekend has been an iota brighter for everybody. Of course, the day is long. We'll have to see if we get some inclement weather a little bit later on, but it looks like we're going to be starting this race in the sunshine. The 6 Hour of Barcelona is set to begin in just over half an hour. The grid procedure is set to begin in a little under a minute. We are going to see the cars out onto the circuit, rolling from their garages. This event, much like the GT Winter Series, is open to a broad array of the fastest GT cars in the market. That, of course, being the GT3s, as well as the Cup 1 class for Ferrari Challenge 296s. You've got the Cup 2 class, which is where the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars reside. Cup 3 is reserved for McLaren Artura Trophy cars, but we don't have any out here for this event. And then you've got Cup 4, the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeos. The GT4s are in this race as well. You've got the Porsche Caymans as well from Cayman Trophy that fit into the club class of this 6 Hour race, and also faster touring cars may also be permitted as well. And if you have something that doesn't fit any of those criterion. It's worth noting that for this event, and indeed going into the 2026 editions of the 6-hour Barcelona and 6-hour Portimao, that there is the TCX and GTX classes, where it is a bit more of a free-for-all. You can get in touch and we'll let you know if the car is eligible, as long as it's within that performance window of GT3s down to something like a BMW M240i. That is roughly your performance window, and you will be permitted to join us for some endurance racing. So then, the cars are, as you saw, now making their way out onto the grid. And Andrew, as the temperatures come up on our morning, it's a little bit chilly here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. The temps slowly building up. One of the main challenges, of course, for the formation lap is getting some heat into the tyres. Is it worth it on the sighting lap to try and get a heat cycle through, or is it just get there to the grid?
I think it's get there to the grid. Fresh is the word
Yes.
I would use to describe the conditions. I mean, yeah, you could get a heat cycle in, but it's not going to be a full pace lap. And you know, even if you're thinking, oh, we'll use these for the start as well, you're going to sit on the grid for the best part of half an hour. So. Yeah, it's a potential option. There's maybe a little bit of something to be gained, but I don't think it's going to be a early race defining factor for everybody out there. Interesting to know who we've got starting as well, Adam, of who's going to be tackling the early stages of this 6-hour of Barcelona, who's going to be looking to set the tone for their respective teams in the 14-strong field that have been with us so far this week.
I don't have all the answers on that front. I do have some. Thomas Anderson will start the Resume More Than Racing number 14 car from pole position. That's what happened last time at Portimao. Why change a good recipe? Star Performance. I am not entirely sure who's set to start that. It will come up on our live timing and scoring once the car gets out onto the circuit and arrives on the grid. I believe it was either going to be Pavlovich or Samporn Yavanin that started that car. I think it was down to the two of them, possibly Milos, but we'll have to wait and see. The third place car, BDR competition by Grupo Prom, Alfredo Hernandez is set to start that car from third on the grid. Alfredo, I think, is largely intending to stay out of the way of Almari and Mikhail for this race. He's going to do the first stint. I think he might hop in at the end, but in the mid-race he's just going to chill, watch on as two of his GT Open teammates for the summer season take on the 6-hour race. Rosso Corsa Racing has Nicolo Schiro at the wheel of the Rosso Corsa Racing car to start. They've got a very strong lineup, incidentally, down there at Rosso Corsa. Of course, that also includes Bence Valint, the reigning Ferrari Challenge World Champion from last year's Finale Mondiale. Fifth position, the CMR car, the 27. They reckon that's going to be Stefan Lemeray who starts that car. So we'll keep an eye on how he performs at the early stages of the race. He should be fast. There you see the other Lamborghini, the Star Performance car, making its way out onto the circuit. M-Tech competition with Gustav Soderberg starting the car. The number 9 M-Tech competition machine. GP Elite have Cohen Munich starting the number 140 Porsche 992 GT3 Cup. SR Motorsports number 11 is to be started by Kenneth Heyer, who I think is only doing that one stint in the 11 car, and then he will be flying home. In 9th position, Team Steiner Racing's Anders Steiner will be lining up 9th on the grid. Daniel Drexel will start the number 60 Resume More Than Racing Porsche. Guillermo Eso will start the NM Racing team car from 11th on the grid. X Racing in 12th position on the grid. That's a new team to the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series fold, and Alex Ellinger will start from 12th position. In 13th on the grid, PCR Sport, and PCR Sport will have their driver Jose Pereira set to take the wheel. They weren't 100% sure if it would be Josep or not, but I'm expecting that it probably will be as well. That was also my guess, and that was the mechanic's guess too. So hopefully we're on the same page. Jamo Hartling will start the number 111 SR Motorsport by Schnitzel-Alm Mercedes. That was confirmed to me by Kenneth Hire this morning. We weren't too sure whether the additional car would do much racing, but that car is taking the start. So 2 SR Mercedes on the grid in the GT4 category, and a heap of cars in that GT4 class. I think that's going to be a very interesting battle. Also including, I suspect, the X-Racing Porsche Cayman 982. Well, it's not a 982, actually. It is a 981 Club Sport spec car, but the entry list has it down as a 982. That car slightly sub-GT4 spec, but as we've seen from the Cayman Trophy cars in the GT4 Winter Series, those Club Sport spec cars can still be a thorn in the side. And talking of thorns in the side, of course, Cedric Fuchs was one of those Cayman Trophy interlopers that got in amongst the overall top 5 at times in the GT4 Win Series, and he now has his opportunity to take on a GT4 car. He is in the number 11 Mercedes-AMG GT4 for this weekend.
Yeah, looking forward to see how Cedric can do across the course of these 6 hours. Another key feature of this race, because we have seen some thrills and spills across the course of the first race that we've seen here earlier on this morning and last weekend when we were here for the wrap up of the GT Winter Series. I want to talk safety cars. A good little reminder or clarification from the stewards is that if we do get a safety car, which is across the course of 6 hours, I think likely at least on one occasion, teams will then have limits in terms of what refueling they can do. So they can only put 30 litres in, have a minimum of a 2-minute stop, and then have a drive-through after the restart. So that's going to be something that teams are going to have to keep their eye on. For now, though, let's head down to the grid and to Izzy Browning.
Yes, indeed. Welcome down to the grid for the 6 Hours of Barcelona race. A couple of the cars already rolled in to the grid, but we are still waiting for a few, including our pole sitters, the number 14 Resume More Than Racing of Thomas Anderson and Simon Birch. Simon is here, though, so I'm going to grab a chat with him in a minute. But if you're just joining our broadcast and haven't seen the TCR Spain race this morning, then you won't have seen the look down to turn 1 that is our tradition. So the look down to turn 1 that the 6 Hours of Barcelona drivers will be seeing many, many times over the course of the next 6 hours. This endurance race going to throw up some challenges, I have no doubt. And just to remind you, if you didn't see the 6 Hours of Portimao, each car needs to stop at least 5 times in the pit lane and have 35 minutes doing pit stops in the first 5.5 hours of the race. And for each pit stop to count, they need to be in the pit lane for at least 90 seconds. And the refueling area as well, just at the start of the pit lane, they need to be in that for at least 4 minutes. So just to run you through, I'm sure Adam and Andrew will remind you of those regulations throughout the race, but just to give you a little bit of a overview before we get this started. Now, as I've said, the 6 Hours of Portimao winners, the Resume duo, the very strong Resume duo of Thomas Anderson and Simon Birch, will be starting this race from pole position. Simon is just having a chat with one of the engineers, but I am going to grab him. He is on the grid, but the car is not just yet. You might be able to see the car just in the background. Simon, great to see you again. I mean, you pretty much always starting at the sharp end. You got the pole position for the 6 Hours of Portimao, and I said to you then, of course, anything can happen over the 6 hours, but you did take the win. So you must be feeling pretty confident that you can do the same here today.
Yeah, for sure, it's our target today. But all in all, it's a long race and everything can happen. It's a mechanical sport. Yeah, 6 hours is a long race. So yeah, we will keep our head down and then see what it brings.
And Thomas will be starting the car in this race. Of course, lap 1 is where you're going to be closest to your other competitors. Yes, you've got a clear track ahead of you, but really you need to keep it clean at the start, don't you, to make sure that you're still in this.
Yeah, for sure. You need to keep it clean and make sure you have a whole car for the 6-hour race, because in the end it's where it all matters. The last hours, it's where it's getting tough. So yeah, we will see. And for sure, I think Thomas is good here. He also started in podium house. So yeah, I'm not even in doubt. It will be good.
Yeah, he knows what to do. You know what to do, and the team knows what to do. So you did the 6 hours of Portimao. Obviously, we're here in Barcelona, a very different track. What kind of things do you think are going to be key today compared to in Portimao? What's different here compared to there?
Here in Barcelona, maybe a bit of more chances of safety car, because the weather condition seems a bit more tricky towards the end today. There's a possibility maybe of rain, but yeah, we will see. So a bit of play in that, but in the end, we keep our head down and see what it brings.
How much would it mean to you to win both of these?
Yeah, it's a good feeling then to start off the season with two good endurance races, and also together with Thomas, it's just a very good experience to have.
Definitely. Well, good luck out there. Have fun. I've no doubt that we'll be seeing you do some pretty cool things during the race. You have a tendency to light up the timing sheets, as we've seen many times over the course of the whole Winter Series season. Thank you very much for speaking to me. Good luck today. I'll let you go and have a chat with Thomas, and also keep warm, because as you can see, Simon's got a very big coat on. It's very cold down here on the grid. And earlier in the weekend, Adam caught up with Stéphane Lamoureux in the Cup 4 entry.
We're very intrigued by this addition to the grid. Down at CMR, Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo in the 6 Hours of Barcelona. And one part of the driver lineup is Stéphane Lamoureux. Stéphane, I know you've driven these Huracan Super Trofeo cars fairly extensively, but how are you looking forward to this 6-hour race? How do you think your team and your car will do?
I think the team will do a very good job, because I am working with them since 2019. So it's really like my new family since 6 years now, and they always do a very good job. CMR is a great team. They did a lot of racing in GT3 and also prototype with LMP3s. So they have a lot of experience, and yes, they are doing the Lamborghini Super Trofeo since 2 years, so they know the car very well, and we are doing a good job till now. I don't know what to expect about the race and the results, because I don't know who will be in our class, in the category, so I really don't know. The goal will be to do a clean race, to do our best, and try to be as close as possible to the GT3s. Of course, we cannot beat the GT3s, but we'll try to do the best, and see if we can fight maybe with a Ferrari or something. I don't know.
Now, you've done a lot of endurance racing in your career, be it Spa in the 1990s when you had the Opel Astras and Mitsubishi Evos and cars like that, when it was still a production touring car race. Then you had, obviously, 3 times runner-up while it was a GT race with GT1 cars. How different is it taking on an endurance race in like a production car versus a GT1 versus something like the Lamborghini?
The old time of the touring cars in Spa 24 hours, it's so far away, but for sure it was not the same fun as GTs. And my best memories about the cars are indeed the GT1s, especially the Maserati MC12. I did Spa 24 hours 3 times with the Maserati, and it's a wonderful memory, of course. I never won Spa 24 hours. I did 3 times second. So I'm a bit sad not to have won any time, but okay, I did Spa 24 hours 23 times, and I hope to do it the 24th time this year. So I have a plan for that. But the fun fact is that the Lamborghini Super Trofeo remembers me a little bit the GT1s, because it's a very powerful car with a bit less of aero than the GT3s. So it remembers me the good old time of the GT1s. A lot of power and not so much downforce. So it's like the good old Viper GT1 or the Ferrari 575 or the Aston GT1, all the cars that I drove in this period, the Saline also. So for me, it's very good very nice to race with this Lamborghini. I really love this car, and here we have the chance to race with Pirelli tires, because in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo we are racing with Hankook tires, and the Pirelli is better adapted to the Lambo. So it's nice to be back with the Pirelli here for the Winter Series.
Yeah, well, it's great to have you in the Wind Series paddock with the amount of experience you have. We hope that you really enjoy this weekend, and I hope it's the first of many times that we get to see you. But thank you for joining us, and have a great weekend.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
I just said have a great weekend.
Thank you very much, and happy to be here in the Winter Series for the first time. I think I will enjoy. Thank you very much.
Well, welcome back down to the grid. I have already spoken to our pole sitters, so only right to come and speak to our P2. I am joined alongside me by Milos Pavlovic, who will be in this car behind us, the number 33 Star Performance car. Milos, great to see you. First of all, of course, you've been competing in the GT Winter Series alongside Alessio Ruffini, but today here in the 6 Hours of Barcelona. What are you expecting for today's race?
Well, let's hope we finish the race. That's the first thing. It's an endurance race, and it's great to be here. It was great to do the whole winter series with GEDLICH, and now we will try to finish it off in the best possible way, and hopefully we'll be up there. We'll see.
Of course, you mentioned an important point, a point that the Razoon guys were also echoing to me, is that you need to finish, you need to get through the 6 hours. What kind of challenges does a circuit like Barcelona throw up, and what are you expecting the most tricky part of today to be?
Well, the most tricky part is not to make a mistake, and mistakes are always easy to make, and Barcelona is obviously a track that eats the tires a lot. So we will see how that works when I go in there for a longer stint. And apart from that, they also say it's going to rain again, which I hope not. And we'll see. We'll see. Maybe the ending will be very, very tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. You make two very key points there. First of all, the degradation on the tyres is something that drivers have been saying to me over the course of the weekend that they're worried about around here, keeping those underneath you. But also the weather. I hadn't checked the weather app this morning, but as you rightly say, we might be getting some rain. And if you need to adapt to those conditions, I've no doubt that you guys will know what to do.
Well, we'll do our best and cross our fingers, hopefully not to make a mistake, and we'll see. But yeah, let's hope it gets exciting.
And tell us about your driver lineup in this car today, and who else you're driving with.
So I'm driving in my Thai brothers, Mr. Mai and Mr. Peck. And Mr. Mai is going to start the race, and there is also Sandro Moore. So we have two guys from ex-Yugoslavia and two guys from Thailand. And yeah, they're cool bunch of people, and hopefully we're going to enjoy this race together.
All right, well, we wish you best of luck. We'll let you get back to the team and continue your preparations, and I'm sure that you will have a lot of fun out there. Thank you so much for speaking to me, of course, in the number 33 behind me. And this a Lamborghini, but of course we've got a number of different manufacturers on the grid, and the Cup 2 pole today is the number 9 M-Tech, and Adam spoke to them earlier in the weekend.
We are very excited to welcome M-Tech back into the fold for the 6 Hours Barcelona. Of course, we have Gustav Söderberg-Krogh here with us and Thomas Carlson. But we need to talk about last time, because you guys were second in class.
I know, Gustav, that your racing driver mentality, you absolutely have to get the win this time, yeah?
Yeah, you know, in my view, second place is number one of the list of all the losers. So another second place would be devastating for my pride. So a first place would be very, very pleased with.
And a very different circuit that we're dealing with this time, of course. It is another like international, quite a wide circuit. There are similarities there, but what are the challenges for you of the circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya?
I would say probably it's my first time here at the track, so it's not finding my way around, but to hit everything perfectly. It's the small details getting then in place. So what the experience normally would give you, I have to speed that process up a bit. So that's for sure it, and yeah, gain experience quickly and maybe quicker than normal.
And Thomas, of course, you've raced with the team a lot. We have the Carrera Cup Scandinavia badge there. That's some shorter racing. These are much longer races. You're in a different part of the world. How have you enjoyed the challenge of doing these longer races?
Yeah, I love it a lot. Actually, I started my racing career 20 years ago with endurance racing, but it was on a hobby level then in Sweden. And then I joined Carrera Cup Scandinavia and has done that since 2015. And it has been a great time. But now I changed to the endurance line, so it's very nice to do together with the friends in the MTech team that I've been has been driving for in many years, and now we compete together in the team, so it's very nice.
And I think it's always interesting speaking to drivers who regularly compete in the Nordic area or perhaps in Central Europe, Eastern Europe. Obviously, a lot of the circuits there maybe don't get the international coverage. So I'll ask you, Thomas, I'll ask both of you, but we'll start on you, Thomas. Favourite circuit you've ever driven? Which one is it? Is it one close to home?
Yeah. In Scandinavia, it's Rudskogen. I think it's the best. Okay. It's a Norwegian track, but actually Portimao that we was some weeks ago and competing in, it was a fantastic track with a high, big difference in the levels of the track and so on. So I think it's my favorite track actually ever driven on. So it was nice, but there are many very good tracks here in Spain, and they shoot the Porsche cars very good. So it's another level when you come out here and drive with the Porsche cars here.
Yeah, I do like Rudskogen as well. The rock face going down the hill is awesome. Same question to you. What do you reckon, Gustav?
I would say now you're also named the Scandinavian track. I think my favorite Scandinavian track is Fellfors. It's a track way up north, bumpy, fun and fast. And but their favorite track in general I've driven on would be Portimao as well. It's really? Uphill, downhill. It's like a roller coaster where you skip the lines and then you just go again and again and again. So definitely, Portimao for sure.
I'm getting the impression in general that this experience has been one you've both very much enjoyed. So I'm getting the impression maybe we'll see you in 2026 in the GEDLICH Racing paddock too.
We'll see, time will tell. Yes. That's all I can say, yeah.
Knowing, look, sponsors, help the man out. Let's get him to the Winter Series again in 2026. Thank you guys both very much for chatting to me. Good luck this weekend as you fight for the Cup 2 win.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, very nice to be here. Thank you.
Well, all the cars are now on the grid. The 1 minute board has gone up. The grid is about to be closed, and we are about to get the 6 hours of Barcelona underway. Anything can happen over the next 6 hours, and make sure you stay with us to find out who will be our winners in the 6 hours of Barcelona.
So then the grid is formed. The cars are ready to go for the 6 hours of Barcelona. Thanks to all of the drivers that spoke to us ahead of the event and on the grid down there with Izzy. The time for talking, though, for everyone except myself, Andrew and Izzy, is over. It's time to go racing. Thomas Anderson will be our pole sitter for the inaugural GEDLICH Racing 6 hours of Barcelona. And he is joined by Anewat Lomatai in the Star Performance Lamborghini Huracan GT3 car. Alfredo Hernandez lines up third on the grid in the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. Then in fourth place, it is Nicolo Schiro, in the Rosso Corsa Racing car. That's the Ferrari 296 Challenge. That will be very quick off the line down to turn 1. Ditto, Stefan Lemeray in the CMR Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. He didn't think he could get in amongst the GT3 cars. I have a suspicion he could. Gustav Söderberg-Krö is 6th on the grid, the first of the Cup 2 runners, as we just heard, very much relishing the opportunity to race down here in Southern Europe. In 7th on the grid is Koen Munich in the GP Elite Porsche Cup 2 car. 7th on the grid for them. SR Motorsport by Schnitzlaum is next. The 11 car started by Kenneth Heyer, as we understand it. In 9th place is Anders Steiner, the number 45 car, 9th on the grid, the Steiner Racing outfit, being started by the man himself. Daniel Drexel in another leading GT4 car. He, of course, sharing with Denny Berndt, who won a race overall in the GT4 Winter Series, as well as Gregor Schneider. Guillermo Azo starts from 11th on the grid in the NM Racing car. And then Alex Ellinger, the only club class entry, that car starting from 12th on the grid. And we expect it to be pretty fast in amongst the mainline GT4 cars. 13th and 14th on the grid are as follows. Josep Pereira for PCR Sport in 13th, and in 14th position Jamo Hartling in the other SR Motorsport by Schnitzlaum car. I believe it will be Hartling sharing only with John Mesh in that car, if I'm not mistaken, because Kenneth Heyer, Hartling and Tillinius sharing that car, possibly only those two, as I think Kenneth Heyer will be heading home shortly after his one and only stint in the 11 car. So then the formation lap is ongoing. It is Thomas Anderson who is set to start this race. Last time out at the 6 Hours of Portimao with the same format, 5 pit stops mandatory during this race, and in all of their pit stops in the first 5.5 hours must add up to 35 minutes in the pits or in the refueling bays. It seemed to be about on the hour for everybody last time out, but we did have some deviation from that. AKM Motorsport were going half-hourly in the early stages of the race down to the pit lane. Will we see any variation of that nature in the 6 Hours of Barcelona? Will we see Resume Morvan racing on the top step at the end of it all, as we did in Portimao? Well, we've got 6 hours before we know the answer to that question, but we know it will be Thomas Anderson that leads the field away from pole position. The 6 Hours of Barcelona, the inaugural edition of the GEDLICH Racing Run event, is go. We are underway, and no surprises. Here comes the Ferrari 296 Challenge car. Nicolo Schiro with a great start. He leads the way into the first corner for Rosso Corsa Racing. Now, with the downforce advantage, the GT3 cars will be all over the back of Schiro, but it is the mighty power of that 296 Challenge car that puts the Ferrari into the lead from row 2. That Rosso Corsa machine was always going to be a danger in the early stages, and so it has proven to be. Anderson is in second place. In third position it is Anewat Lomatai, and then up to fourth already is Gustav Söderberg-Krö, and he's right on the back of the Thailand-based team and driver for third place overall. Great scrapping here among the Cup cars and the GT3s.
This is what we love to see. This is what the first hour of this race is going to be about. And, well, yeah, that start for Schiro in the Ferrari Challenge 296. The two GT3s were busy complimenting each other on the run down to turn 1. And I don't think Schiro will have an easier overtake for the rest of this race. Into turn 10 then, all looking good for all 14 runners in this one so far. There is the number 33 Star Performance Lamborghini of Loma Hadtai starting for them. As you say, Adam, having to deal with Gustav Söderberg-Krö in that Porsche 992. That's the leader in Cup 2 at the moment. 3 cars in Cup 2 to keep an eye on across the course of the next 6 hours. The end of lap 1, it's a Cup 1 car in the lead overall. Rosso Corsa Racing, Nicola Schiro, very happy with their early work so far.
Here comes the main advantage area then for the 296 down the main straight. That car is fiercely quick, maybe a bit weaker on the brakes than the GT3s, but the straight line speed is present and correct in a big way. Now, Gustav Söderberg-Krogh in the 992 GT3 Cup car, that car isn't so renowned for being a straight line speed demon like the Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars or the Ferrari 296 Challenges, but it is a good, consistent platform. And as we're seeing from both Kern Munich and Gustav Söderberg-Krogh, who run 4th and 6th overall, they can challenge the GT3s. We ride on board with Gustav Söderberg-Krogh. He's having a look to the inside at turn 5. Door being left well open by Lomad Tai, and if Gustav can get the power down, which he has done, he may well have 3rd position by the time they get to turn 7. No, not quite. They're still side by side. Gents, it's lap 2 of a 6-hour race. Stefan Lemeray may have 2 for 1 here. He has a quick look to the inside of Gustav Söderberg-Krogh. Can't quite get it done, but some really punchy stuff for 3rd overall.
And that's where you see the difference in terms of platform. Lemeray having a look down the inside of Krogh now for 4th place overall, and Krogh shuts the door there on the apex of turn number 10. The Cup 2 Porsches can get in that range. They can get a bit of an overlap into the corner, but it's mid-corner where the GT3s have got a little bit more downforce. They can carry a bit more corner speed and hold it on the exit. Now there may be an opportunity for Krogh to get a run on Lomahad Tai. Out of turn 14, can he get a good exit, start to stretch the legs of the Porsche 992 now, whilst also concentrating on Lemeray behind there in the Lamborghini, which we know, having seen it so much this Winter Series season, is a bullet in a straight line. Not quite able to, on that occasion, Adam, get through and into 4th place. But it's as we thought might be the case for that single Cup 4 car. Yes, it's in its own class, but it's going to want to try and take some scalps out there with those other Cup classes.
Kenneth Heyer leads the way in the GT4 class in the number 11. Jamo Hartling is already in the pits in the 111 car. And is that the bonnet going up early doors? It certainly looks like it. That is not a good sign for them. As Stefan Lemeray now to the inside of Gustav Söderberg-Krogh, who plants the throttle early to stay ahead of the Lamborghini for the time being. But Hartling into the pit lane in the 111, which was a late addition to the grid. The second SR Motorsport by Schnitzelam car. We'll see what happens with that car now. The bonnet is open and conversations going on between the mechanics and Jamo. Not the start that they'd have wanted in that additional car. You see there it is just Förderer and Hartling above the door on that machine as Stefan Lemeray having a look to the inside there of the number 9. I don't think he's quite going to find a gap. He's desperately trying to make one, though. Gustav Söderberg-Krogh holding on for now. Great battle between, as you said, Andrew, 3 very differing platforms. Not so much between the GT3 and the Cup 2 car on the straight that we're just coming up to now at turn 14. But of course, that Lamborghini Super Trofeo car, Stefan Lemeray at the wheel, is about to once again blast ever closer to the back of this Porsche we ride on board with.
That's a decent exit for Lemeray out of turn 14 that time, so I think he's going to have a good chance here of getting things done on the brakes. He's fully alongside, his nose is ahead, and he may get 2 for the price of 1 here down into turn 1. He does indeed. Beautiful stuff there from Stefan Lemeray, using all of his experience to move up to 3rd place overall.
Top 3 in the GT4 class are split by less than a second as well. Kenneth Heyer holding off Daniel Drexel and Guillermo Eso at the moment in 1st, 2nd and 3rd in class respectively. We'll see how that battle continues to shape up as well, but it's this 3rd overall scrap that's interesting at the moment. Lemeray has got himself through into that 3rd position in the CMR car, Classic and Modern Racing, of course, one of the leading teams in European GT competition. You'll remember the Bentleys that they were running in GT World Challenge Europe a while back. Jamo Hartling has just gone to the back of the garage by the looks of it. Not sure that it's all systems go. Not sure it's going to be all systems go, unfortunately, on the 111 car.
Yeah, that's sad news for the 111. Now, we should note as well that everybody has a minimum combined pit stop time in this race of 35 minutes, and those 5 mandatory visits that they've got to make as well across the course. That's all got to be done in the first 5.5 hours. Well, we'll see whether we get to enjoy the 111 back out later on in this race. We are very much, though, going to enjoy this battle for 4th place. Lemeray has taken off in the Super Trofeo Lamborghini for CMR. Now you see Lamahatai having to defend over to driver's right. Is this going to be the opportunity for Söderberg-Krogh to get through and into 4th place? He's on the outside into turn 1. That is lovely stuff from Gustav Söderberg-Krogh. He's been working this battle for the last few laps, Adam, and he's finally got his reward. He's up to 4th place. But we're now heading into the twistier, more technical part of the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia. This is where the GT3 platform Lamborghini is a little bit quicker.
Yeah, absolutely right. So an interesting scrap that maybe is slightly dying down. However, the GT4 battle is anything but. I think they'll be coming through turn 3 or so at the moment, and Kenneth Heyer has mirrors full of Daniel Drexel and Guillermo Eso. In fact, I think they may have, yes, here they are now, coming through towards turn 4. Heyer, Drexel, Eso. This is the GT4 scrap, and it is Kenneth Heyer, the canny veteran of GT racing and the Mercedes-AMG platform specifically, leading the way. The Schnitzelau GT4s, of course, regularly deployed at the Nürburgring 24-hour in the NLS. They've also made appearances in Creventic with these cars. And Kenneth, any Mercedes GT racing car of the modern day, he knows like the back of his hand. Drexel and Eso are having to really try and find their way past the 11 car, which is no mean feat with Kenneth at the helm. He knows how to get his elbows out.
And Kenneth Heyer fresh off the completion of another strong GT Winter Series campaign here last week. Subtly defensive line from Heyer into turn 10 on that occasion. This 1-2-3 battle in GT4. Josep Pereira, the other GT4 driver running at the moment in PCR Sport's Mercedes AMG. PCR Sport, very experienced team, of course. We'll talk more about them later. 10 minutes already gone in this one. 5 hours and 50 minutes of the inaugural 6 hour of Barcelona to go. That was a decent exit for Drexel, though, out of turn 14. Has the Porsche got the legs on the Mercedes down the pit straight? Dropping downhill now into turn 1. This is where the Mercedes is a little bit stronger at the end of the straight. No big opportunity at the moment for Drexel to try and overtake there, Adam.
Absolutely right. Drexel, of course, who we saw last week in the GT4 Winter Series. The Rezoon More Than Racing team knows how to run a Porsche GT4 car. They've won numerous times in the GT4 Germany series with a car just like this one. Podium finisher in last year's GT4 series, Win Series was Drexel in our end of the world, and has been very successful with Rezoon in longer races as well in the Creventic 24-hour series. He is a feisty young racer, though, as Kenneth Heyer is currently finding out. Around the outside at turn 7 goes the number 60. Only momentarily. Heyer there bouncing across the sausage curb. That will cost him some momentum coming up the hill, and Drexel maybe senses an opportunity. 2 cars come side by side through turn 9. We cross our fingers they're still there at turn 10. Yes, they are, and they do still have that NM Racing car for company. Asso around the outside at turn 10. Cuts the inside for the run towards the turn 11 and can't quite get it done. Drexel is being rather ping-ponged between 2 Mercedes-AMG GT4s at the moment.
Bold attempt there from Drexel into turn 9. He'll hopefully be able to learn a little bit in terms of how the track's driving. We've already seen earlier on this morning that because of the temperatures, if you go off the racing line, it's not damp, of course. It's still dry tarmac that they're running on, but there's a touch less grip particularly for one in the front end of some of these cars to commit. And off the back of that, he was having to do a little bit of defence to keep Guillermo Asa in the number 15 NM Racing Mercedes at bay. This is a better opportunity, though, for Drexel. Down the inside into turn one. They're going to be wing mirror to wing mirror. Good defence from Kenneth Heyer to hold the outside line and retain the lead. The Porsche came and nearly pushing the Mercedes AMG into turn number 3 there. I think it's a matter of time based on just looking at how the Porsche's reacting at the moment. I think there's a bit more pace at the moment for Daniel Drexel, but you've got to say Kenneth Heyer and all of his experience doing a very good job switching, of course, from a GT3 into a GT4 for this weekend, keeping that Razoon number 60 Porsche at bay. Meanwhile, further up the order, this is not a battle in class, but very much a battle overall. Stefan Lemeray has closed up to the back of Thomas Anderson. This is for second place overall. This is Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo with that mighty top speed, and he's gone round the outside of Thomas Anderson's Porsche 992 GT3. So, early stages of this one, it is the Cup cars coming to the fore. Stefan Lemeray up to second place. Next target, 9.3 seconds up the road to Nicolas Schiro, though. However, let's head down to a pit report from Izzy Browning.
Yes, welcome down to the pit lane. I am at the SR garage in front of the 111 that should be out on track, but of course you saw it come into the pits to retire. I've got John Mesh alongside me. He is one of the mechanics on this car, but also will be out later in the number 11 driving. Joel, just tell us what happened.
So in the beginning, at the start, we've seen that the car wasn't having its full power. JMO also said on the team radio, so we brought the car in and we heard a bit, and there was just some technical issues with the car, and that's why we came in and stopped the car.
A real shame to be out of this race so early as well.
Yeah, that's true. We worked quite hard getting the car for start, but unluckily it was for nothing.
But the sister car is still out there, the car that you'll be driving later, of course. Kenneth having some great battles at the moment, so still a chance in this race.
Definitely. I mean, the focus was on this car from the beginning, but still would have been a nice one to have both in the finish line.
Absolutely. Well, we'll let you go back and prepare for the rest of the race. Thank you so much for speaking to me, and commiserations about the 111.
Commiserations, certainly. However, the 11 car is still leading the way in GT4, and moreover is currently still raising the hairs, I'm sure, of the Schnitzelbaum, the other side of the garage. The number 11 car, a shame to hear that about the 111. But always better to take a discretionary approach if all the sensors are pinging the same thing on a car. It is Kenneth Heyer that leads the way then in the GT4 class, the battle we're watching at the moment. Daniel Drexel is the driver causing him the most grief at the moment in the number 60 Milwaukee car. Nicolas Schiro is your overall race leader by almost 10 seconds over Stefan Lemeray in the Cup 4 Lamborghini. Thomas Anderson is third overall, of course, in the car that he won the race in with Razoon and Simon Birch last time out in the 6 hours of Portimao. Cup cars, though, at the 4. Cup 1 from Cup 4, your top two. Lemeray only just getting past on the previous lap, while here for the GT4 lead comes Daniel Drexel, and I don't think Kenneth Heyer is going to be able to respond in kind at turn 2. No, didn't get the run he needed. Drexel then moves into the class lead in GT4. That's a big move. Drexel now is going to hope those two Mercedes start to fight each other and they don't loom too large. But for now, Heyer still firmly in contention to try and fight back.
Yeah, key lap this now for Daniel Drexel to see if he can start to break away from that pair of Mercedes. But full credit to him. He's learnt over the last couple of laps where Kenneth Heyer is strong, where he's not so strong, and a textbook move there into turn 1. Oh, good tight line from Guillermo Asa there, trying to get past Kenneth Heyer for second place in class in P9 overall. Bit of good pace coming in from the PCR Sport number 4 Mercedes. That's the other GT4 running. They've just set their fastest lap of the race so far, so keep an eye on Josep Pereira getting on with things out there as well. Down into turn 10 after that early little look from Guillermo Arso. Kenneth Hyatt getting back into the rhythm of things, looking to hold this second place.
So then all Mercedes battle then, NM Racing Team versus SR Motorsport by Schnitzel Alm. And of course NM Racing were heavily rewarded at the Mercedes Gala, the end of year gala. I believe it was the most victories of anyone among the GT2 and GT4 customers at the end of the year. They had a hugely successful 2024, did the team run by Neil Montserrat, firmly on home turf this weekend, of course, not just because they regularly race at the 24 Hours of Barcelona, therefore they know how to do an endurance race here, but also because they're based not terribly far away at all. So Neil Montserrat will be watching on, not getting to drive this weekend, but firmly involved down there in the garage. Guillermo Eso there just getting a little bit twitchy at turn 2. He was getting close to the rear of Kenneth Hyatt, but then just struggling for mid-corner traction. The car you see going through shot there is Alex Ellinger of the X-Racing team, the new Swiss team. They've only done a year of racing prior to this weekend. This is the longest race that they've ever taken part in, so it is a little bit of a departure for the team that has done some Porsche Sports Cup Swiss prior to this, but a strong lineup. Alex Ellinger leading their charge for the time being. Peter Brunner and Beat Gans, the trio, the Swiss-Austrian and Swiss alliance. Beat is Swiss, as is Peter Brunner. Alex Ellinger, the Austrian, currently at the helm. But this P2 battle between the two Mercedes showing absolutely no sign of relenting at the moment. Kenneth has really had to have his eyes on the mirrors the entire race so far. Never mind the mirrors, now through the windscreen he can see the NM Racing Team Mercedes. A big dive there from Guillermo Eso, and through into second in class goes the NM Racing number 15.
Big on the brakes there from Guillermo Eso to get that stopped, hit the apex, and there's not much that Kenneth Hyatt could have done about that. And it's a key move, I feel, for Eso, because now unleashed, Daniel Drexel is starting to increase the pace. A couple of 1 minute 52s last time around compared to the 1 minute 53s for the two Mercedes behind. So for Eso, looking at that black and white Porsche starting to break away, he's made the decision, right, got to get that track position, got to get ahead of Kenneth Hyatt, and he's done it in decisive fashion. Lead gap, Adam, it's coming down. It was 9.7 seconds, somewhere around there, when we saw Stefan Lemeray get past Thomas Anderson. It's now down to 8 seconds, so not a wheel-to-wheel battle yet, but trending towards doing so, probably in about 10 to 15 minutes' time, perhaps.
It might even be less than that, because just in the back of shot we are starting to see that Ferrari Challenge 296 car of Nicolo Schirlo, the overall race leader, closing in on the sharp end of the GT4 battle. So it's not going to be too long at all before the Rosso Corsa Racing Ferrari 296 arrives on the back of this scrap. It will very much momentarily arrive on the rear of Alex Ellinger. Now, whether or not Nicolo has been losing time because of the traffic, or whether that's merely an extra complication as Lemeray, now being released by that battle he was involved in earlier on, ramps up the pace, we'll have to wait and see. But the gap is trending downward. You're quite right to say that, and it is those two very fast in a straight line Cup cars, the all-powerful Lamborghini and Ferrari single make offerings. The Ferrari Challenge 296, I think, is clocking around 690 horsepower in its challenge spec. The Lamborghini Huracan somewhere over 640. Two very strong cars in a straight line. Of course, GT3s, about 550 is the ballpark for a balanced of performance GT3 car. So understandable that at least on the straight, the Cup cars are quicker, and with drivers like Schirlo at the wheel, and Nicolo Schirlo, a very, very talented driver, and Stefan Lemeray, who, I mean, he said it himself in the pre-race, 23 times he's raced at the Spa 24 Hours. He's been second on 3 occasions. Two drivers we'd expect to be quick, and two drivers making the most of their machinery. Guillermo Eso, I think, making the most of some of the runoff down at turn 1. Rejoined still ahead of Kenneth Hire, but the two Mercedes throwing some shapes for our race leader.
Yeah, and Skiro is going to be losing a bit of time here. He's got past Hire, the first of those Mercedes. He should get a good run here out of turn 4, and that's job done for the race leader. That's both of the front-running GT4 Mercedes dispatched with and put one lap down. The other problem, though, for those two Mercedes is Daniel Drexel's pace, who's continuing to put in the 152s right now in his number 60 Resume More Than Racing Porsche Cayman, 152.682 to be exact last time around, and he's just gone green again through sector number 1. So Drexel at this stage of the race building that gap, having taken the lead away from Kenneth Hire a short while ago. There in the background is the number 27 CMR Lamborghini Huracan. You can sometimes see this at an early stage of an endurance race like this, Adam, that for these Cup cars, the GT4 cars, they're maybe not fully tuned in yet to, the leaders are coming.
Yeah.
So the benefit for Stefan Lemeray is, well, they know he's coming because they've seen the leader come by. Stefan Lemeray is making quick work of these other class cars. I won't call them backmarkers because they're perfectly running their very own entertaining race. But that gap between himself and Skiro is continuing to come down. It took a second out of Skiro last time around, so it's down now to 6.3 seconds.
But also lapping pretty comparably is Thomas Anderson. He hasn't lost much time to Lemeray over the last couple of laps. The gap is at 4 seconds between Lemeray and Anderson. And of course, we know, roughly speaking, from what we saw last time, that Anderson is likely going to hop out around the hour mark. He'll hand over to Simon Birch, and then we'll see how long it takes Simon to find himself back in the overall lead. It does feel rather a matter of when, not if, for the performances we've seen this year from Simon Birch. Lemeray, I would suggest, is maybe the strongest of the three drivers in the Belgian liveried Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. He's joined by Rodrigue Guillaume, who has raced fairly extensively in endurance competition, was also 4th in last year's Lamborghini Super Trofeo AM category in the world final. So he is a quick driver for sure, a podium finisher during the European 2024 for Lamborghini Super Trofeo season as well. And then you've got Wilfried Cazelbon, who is a regular at CMR, was a 2020 AM class champion in the French GT4 series. It's a strong lineup as a whole, but I think Lemeray is very much a case of putting their best foot first, and we'll see how the performance evolves on that number 27 car.
We will indeed. Coming up to the half-an-hour point in the first hour of this inaugural 6 Hour of Barcelona. Andrew Mather and Adam Weller on commentary duties for you across the course the rest of this morning and the afternoon. Izzy Browning giving us the latest details down there in the pits. New personal best from Josep Pereira, so that number 4 PCR Sport Mercedes AMG. This is the 4th place car in GT4, continuing to get quicker and quicker as things go along. So into the 1 minute 56.5s now for Josep Pereira. He's just gone quicker again through sector number 1. Gap for the leaders actually has gone out the other way now. So Nicolo Skiro, good lap time that time around. 1 minute 44.5 has pulled the lead gap back up to 7 seconds. Battle here between the GT4s for second place in class. Kenneth Hire seems to have refound his pace, and it's now Kenneth Hire doing the more aggressive driving, trying to maybe bridge a mistake out of Guillermo Asso at this stage of the race, but Asso dealing with the pressure well, holding there in second. Another new personal best for the PCR Sport number 4, so good to see one of the gentleman drivers there getting to grips with the circuit, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely right. The PCR Sport team, another Iberian-based outfit, much like NM Racing team, who are regulars in the landscape of Spanish GT racing. Pereira, someone we will see, I think, a couple of times. I don't think he'll only just do one stint. Kenneth High, we do know, is only doing this one particular stint in the car, so he'll want to end it on a high note. We ride on board with the Schnitzelbaum SR Motorsport car, looking a bit twitchy up ahead is Guillermo Eso as the race goes on now. Guillermo is what I'd call a spectacle as a driver. I remember GT4 Win Series last year at Aragon, where he made an appearance and was getting a lot of camera time, let's put it that way. Always in a battle, always entertaining to watch, but I think sometimes maybe takes a bit of life out of the rear axle, the rear tyres a bit early on, and maybe that is why Kenneth Higher is now on a retaliation drive. Later on the brakes, going into the first corner, around the outside goes Kenneth Higher through into second in class, or is he? Because Eso is trying to keep the nose on the inside. No, not quite able to do it, so it will be Kenneth Higher up to second in class, at least for the time being, but I think getting the distinct impression that this battle is going to go on for a while, and it may not just be exclusive to these two drivers, because it's two very strong lineups down at NM Racing Team and SR Motorsport respectively. For now, it's SR with the advantage among the Mercedes GT4s. But of course, Daniel Drexel is taking the opportunity to clear off up the road. He's almost 7 seconds clear of this battle at the moment.
Indeed. Good wise heads there from both Higher and Eso to have that entertaining battle, but also not get too in the way. The number 9 M-Tech competition Porsche 992. That was the Cup 2 leading entry of Gustav Söderberg-Kröll, who's on his way. The gap between the Cup 2s at the moment, I think, is around 20 seconds. Yes, it is. Around 20 seconds. GP Elite, Koen Muniz. We've not talked too much about that car so far. That's the 140. Doing nice things at the moment. Second in that class. Third in Cup 2 at the moment is the Team Steiner Racing Porsche 992, piloted by Anders Steiner. Currently circulating in the 149, the low 149s, the high 148 in comparison to Muniz ahead, similar kind of pace, and then Söderberg-Kröll using all of his Porsche experience, of course, lapping a little bit quicker at the moment in the low 148s, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, Söderberg, he's still very much a young charger. He's got a couple of years under his belt in cars and in Porsches generally. I've been very impressed with how he's kind of landed on his feet. You'll remember, if you were watching the 6 Hours of Portimao last time, that we had the A-Works Motorsport car with Nico Menzel that ultimately won the Cup 2 class. And Gustav Söderberg-Kröll was more than holding himself to account against someone like Nico Menzel, who has driven probably tens of thousands of kilometers, probably close to a full rotation of the Earth that he spent in a Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car over the course of the last 5 or 6 years. And yeah, it's really incredible to see someone like Gustav come down from the Nordic motorsport scene, which is kind of isolated away from what we do down here in Southern Europe, take to these Grand Prix style circuits like Portimao, like the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, and firmly land on his feet, leading the class comfortably at the moment. As you said, 22 seconds clear of the GP Elite team. But circling back to that, GP Elite, what a name to have in the paddock this weekend. One of the strongest teams in Porsche Super Cup, Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland, Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. They get everywhere where you can enter a 992 GT3 Cup car, and a great addition to the field in this Cup 2 class.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on them across the course of the race. Just to go back to the Scandinavian drivers there, I think one of the interview that you had with them earlier on in the week, Adam, was really interesting, particularly like their favourite circuits, ones like Rudskirchen. You know, the elevation changes of Rudskirchen, it's the kind of circuit that if you drive it a lot, you get a bit imaginative. You start to develop those skills of doing things in a maybe unorthodox way and getting a bit inventive. Very important for an endurance race, of course, when you're trying to get past lap traffic and everything that goes on out there. So good pace at the moment from Gustav Söderberg-Kröll. That was a 147.4 last time around. Has got a comfortable gap of 6 seconds back to Animat Lamahattai in the number 33 Star Performance Lamborghini. That's not in the same class, of course. That's another one of the GT3s. Here is your GT3 race leader, Thomas Anderson, in the Razzoon Modern Racing number 14 Porsche 992. What is the pace at the moment for Anderson? In the low 145s, has just gone and set a personal best through sector number 1. So as we get into the second half of this first hour, maybe this is the point at which we start to see this car, which was performing very well 7 days ago in the final round of the 2025 GT Winter Series. So we know it's got form round Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Is this the point at which we start to see the Porsche 992 start to chip away at that advantage that the two Cup cars have got ahead?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Anderson kind of lapping up what might be the final opportunity to race the car this year. Of course, we had Leo Pichler and Simon Birch at the wheel of this car last week. That is going to be the Resoon More Than Racing GT Masters lineup as they move into GT3 racing for the first time. Of course, they've made their first steps here in the GEDLICH Racing 6 hours, as well as the Winter Series itself at Portimao, at Barcelona, at Aragon as well. And we'll see whether Anderson maybe pops into the GT3 car a bit later in the year. He did kind of allude to the fact that it could happen, but I think GT2 is going to be his focus again in 2025. For now, though, the focus, of course, is a strong stint here. He is getting closer in terms of pace. In fact, he was the quickest of the top 3 last time by, so he is closing in on the race leader in second place, but of course he's still got the weapon in the back pocket, the young rocket as they call him down in the garage, that being Simon Birch.
It does indeed. Here is the GP Elite 140. This is Karen Muniz at the wheel of the car, currently 6th overall and 2nd in the Cup 2 category. And the gap at the moment has grown up to 24 seconds since we last checked in with it. So it's good news at the moment for Gustav Söderberg-Crow, but good to see that car beautifully prepared as well. I love the livery on that 140. This is the number 82 car with Alex Ellinger at the wheel. This is the X-Racing Porsche Cayman, the single car in the club category right now. 8 seconds behind those dueling Mercedes AMGs that we were talking about. I was saying dueling. Kenneth Heyer has pulled a 4-second advantage over Guillermo Asler in the last few laps, but this is the car 8 seconds further back. Good advantage for this car in terms of its 12th place overall. It's got 51.5 seconds over the PCR Sport number 4, Josep Pereira, in the 4th of the GT4s. But good to go on board with Ellinger here under the bridge into the hard braking zone of turn number 10. Arguably one of the trickiest corners on the circuit. Gets the steering lock on nicely. They've got to be quite patient on the throttle as you then come uphill through 11 immediately into turn 12. And again, front tyres so important in this part of the circuit. Don't want to run out too wide before you prepare for turn number 13. Quick little flick into the corner there, and immediately then prepare yourself for turn 14. Got to get the exit right off of here for that long run down the pit straight, past the podium, under the shadow of the grandstand, and on their way. Good pace at the moment from Alex Ellinger. That was a new personal best of the race so far, a 1:53.5, Adam.
Look at the difference in size between the Club Sport Spec Cayman versus the big imposing GT3 car, Alfredo Hernandez for BDR by Grupo Prom. Just running around the outside here, using the downforce of the Mercedes to his advantage, but actually not able to quite find the confidence underneath him. Of course, you've got to be careful on the marbles on the outside line. That's going to become more and more of an issue, of course, as the race wears on. These Pirellis do leave some marbles down, as all racing tyres do. And after 6 hours, that's going to be quite the evident issue. I alluded earlier on to the lineup there in this number 28 car that we're riding on board with right now. Alfredo, I know, is intending to kind of kick his feet up and watch his cohorts race for at least the next 4 hours. He might hop back in at the end. But Almery Bonduelle, who of course we've seen before in the GT Winter Series, winning in the GT Winter Series. We've also seen him win the World Final, take the accolade as the kind of Lamborghini Super Trofeo World Champion back in 2023, was the Pro Champion in Super Trofeo Europe last year. We know exactly how quick Almery Bonduelle can be. And then they've got the interesting addition of Michael Durbecker, who is, well, a veteran of everything from NASCAR Mexico to GT World Challenge via Auto GP and many other paths less trodden. Really interesting racing resume on Michael Durbecker. Great, though, to ride on board with Alfredo Hernandez there for the lap of the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. You can see the traffic management going on. You can hear the rumble. I was going to call it a wail, but it is a rumble of that 6.2 litre V8 in the Mercedes-AMG GT3.
Beautiful sound around this beautiful circuit. You just saw Hernandez put a lap there on the number 15 NM Racing Mercedes-AMG. That's one of the GT4 AMGs, of course, and you can see the gap that's grown now between Guillermo Asso there in the NM Racing Mercedes, and it's like, well, where's Kenneth Hyer gone? We saw those two scrapping and dueling for the middle part of this hour. 7.7 seconds is now the advantage for Kenneth Hyer. So whilst we saw Hyer, arguably, Adam, under a little bit of pressure, in fact a lot of pressure at times, he does seem to have done quite a good job at least continuing and maintaining that average speed for the SR Motorsport by Snitchel and the remaining SR Motorsport Mercedes, of course, with the 111 no longer partaking in this race. So again, Kenneth Hyer showing that experience here, Adam, of having that pressure but not panicking, knowing that it's a long race, and all the cliches, of course, with endurance racing, is building a nice gap and managing as well the gap up to Daniel Drexel as well. It's holding it around 10 seconds between first and second in GT4.
I am wondering if there's going to be a measure of chassis envy at the conclusion of this race for the man we were just watching, that being Alfredo Hernandez. He's driving the car that's kind of the new chassis that's been brought in for BDR by Grupa Prom. That is the car driven by that will be driven by the combination of Bonduelle and Durbecker in the GT Open Pro class. I think it's been through a little bit less racing than Alfredo's own car that he will race in the summertime. So he might be thinking, hold on, this one feels fresh as a daisy. I want this one. And he kind of writes the checks down there at BDR by Grupa Prom. So we'll see what happens. But it is great to see all three of them sharing a car for the first time. Of course, Alfredo Hernandez has been a big part of the GT Winter Series in the 2025 season. He missed one round. That was Valencia, if memory serves me well. But otherwise, he was in it for the long haul. He sits third in GT3. The car that sits second in GT3 is this, the Star Performance Lamborghini Huracan GT3 car, which has to put the brakes on a little bit early there to avoid the rear of Josep Pereira in the PCR Sport Mercedes-AMG GT4. Manages to avoid any dramas, though. Continues to press on in fifth overall. Of course, that's another team effectively that we've seen quite a lot this year in the GT Winter Series, as it is Autosport Racing who do much of the nuts and bolts here, along with Star Performance for this car. Hence Milos Pavlovic is of course in the car, as he was for Autosport Racing during the GT Winter Series. But really interesting to see the Thai brand of Star Performance come into European motorsport in recent times. Only one driver can claim to have competed in the Super Turbo Thailand series for compact cars a la the Honda Jazz, and that is Sanporn Yaoyavanil, who did some racing in that several years ago.
Did indeed. But I think it's going to be a trend that you'll see in motorsport, and particularly international motorsport, over the next few years. Obviously, Alex Albon running on a Thai license has really sparked Thai motorsport into life. But from a lot of my work in the karting scene, there's a good number of strong young drivers from Thailand in their growing motorsport scene coming through. Of course, a lot of them have got eyes on the very top of the sport, but sports cars in such a rich vein at this present time in the middle of this golden era, it's definitely going to be a region of the world to look out for.
Thomas Anderson is currently in the refueling bay in the number 14 Resume More Than Racing car. I was about to say that I was wondering how long it would be until we start to see some pit stops. I was thinking maybe about 50 minutes in we'd start to see the first pit stops, but no, it's earlier than that. And as you can see, Simon Birch is already raring to go, warming up down there at the Resume More Than Racing camp. So let's see what happens there as to how long this pit stop is going to be. How much time do they choose to burn in the first of their 5 mandatory pit stops? Another car that I expect to see in quite early is this car, the race leader, Nicolo Schiro, the Ferrari 296 Challenge car. It was referred to me in the GT Winter Series paddock by one of the pros down at AF Corsa that getting to an hour on a tank in a Ferrari 296 Challenge car is a bit of an ask. It involves a little bit of preservation, lift, coast, short shift, etc. So I expect that from necessity that car will be in before the 60-minute mark in the race. We'll see how long it is until our current race leaders make their way to the pits. Here comes the BDR Group of Prom Mercedes. That car is in too. It hasn't gone to the refueling bay. It has, however, arrived in the pits. That looks like Almery Bonduel to me, coming to take the car over. Just getting the first driver, Alfredo Hernandez, out from the seat. And then Bonduel will take over. Oh, goodness me. A bit of a throw there. Needs a slightly, I think it needs a few rounds with an American footballer to work on that throw. But otherwise, a smooth stop here from BDR Group of Prom. Well-oiled machine in terms of doing pit stops in a hurry. They don't need to with this format, of course, where you have to elapse 35 minutes in the pits before 5.5 hours complete. But still, of course, for the teams, they want to make sure they're still drilled in, well ready to go for quick-fire pit stops going into the summer. So you will see it quite a lot. They really rush through the pit stop and then wait.
They do indeed. Here's your car in second place. I've been keeping an eye on this gap between Schiro and Lemeray, and it goes back and forth, most likely as the top two are making their way through the traffic. Now the traffic's going to be more aware now they've got through that first loop of the classes with a bit less pace going off the lead lap. Those in the GT4s particularly know the leaders are coming now and have got into the rhythm of letting those guys through without too much of a lost time. The net gain, really, though, is still very much going in the direction of Stéphane Lemeray, so that the gap is now down to 5.7 seconds. And if we think back to when Lemeray took that second place on the road away from Thomas Anderson, it was around 9.7 seconds. So we'll now make that 4.7 seconds. So Lemeray, on balance, over a, let's say, 5 to 10 lap stint, is looking a touch quicker than Schiro. Having said that, you can see ahead of Lemeray now is a small traffic jam that looks sometimes like the motorways heading out of Circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia on a busy day. This is all traffic that Schiro has just come through. So let's see how quick Lemeray can dispose of these drivers. Oh, a little bit of a touch there between the 27 and the 28. So this is the 28 that's just changed driver, of course, Almery Bonduel. Now at the wheel for that one, and Bonduel not messing about here. Adam, straight through and takes track position away from Lemeray's number 27.
Yeah, not a surprise to see that Almery Bonduel immediately has the bit between his teeth. It's rather in keeping with his efforts at the wheel of a racing car. Interestingly, their pit stop was only 2 minutes in length. Which you have to have a minimum of 90 seconds in the pits in order to count it towards your 35 minutes total pit time that you need. So a 2-minute pit stop, a bit of a rush, let's say, on that occasion, and they did not refuel. Whereas this car, Thomas Anderson and Simon Birch, they have already been to the refueling bay, hence they have currently dropped all the way down to 12th in the order because they're doing a full tank, and and then they're getting Simon Birch into the car. I suspect that with no refueling for Henri Bonduelle, we'll probably see him in the pit lane within the next half hour or so. You are going to struggle to get more than about 75 minutes out of a tank in a GT3 car.
You are indeed. Have we mentioned yet, Adam, the notification that's come up on our screens? No. It's not one really to worry too much about at this stage, because again, we've got 5 hours and 14 minutes of this race to go. But we will have a bit of maths to do, mate, at the end of this one. Plus 5 seconds added in the end of the race is what we're seeing on our screens for 6 times offences of track limits for Team 14. So that is the Resume Northern Racing Porsche 992 that in a moment will get on its way and re-enter back onto the track. But yes, it's a good pace there from Thomas Anderson in that first stint, but a few too many excursions outside of track limits means there will be a 5-second penalty at the end of this race for that team.
Well, only one of us is infamous for having a spreadsheet of doom, Andrew, so your maths is going to be the the defining factor on that. Of course, we will keep tabs of that in all seriousness. Of course, as the race goes on, we had a few track limits penalties to contend with at the end of last year's, of last February's 6-hour Portimao race as well, the inaugural 6-hour Portimao. And we'll see, hopefully, a bit of a cleaner race from here on out for Simon Birch, although I do feel as though Birch is going to be sitting there a little bit annoyed that already they've got to penalty point in regards to the track limits. Now, it goes up in increments effectively. 11 track limits would be another 5-second penalty. Then from there it continues to go up. In fact, it's up in 6s, I think. So we'll see how long it takes for more potential penalties to come up. I think it's 22 offences, and then you get a drive-through. So they do have to be a little bit careful. They have to mind their P's and Q's from this point forward.
Just to note in terms of the combined pit time, for those of you new to this form of racing, the total amount of time that Resume Northern Racing have done with that first mandatory stop, 6 minutes and 18 seconds. So a good chunk of time there just to give the once-over on the car and take a good chunk of that 35 minutes that they have to do. It's quite simply measured from the timing loop on the entry to pit lane to the timing loop on pit exit. So you've got to do 35 minutes between those two lines across the course of not the full 6 hours. They've got to have that done by 5 hours and 30 minutes through the race. Any time left over that a team hasn't done at the end of that period of the race will then result in a stop-go penalty to make up the difference in terms of a time left over. I'm sure all of the teams are going to have their calculations right. They've got plenty of data to show them how long they've been in the pits here for the 6 hours of Barcelona. Good conditions continuing. It's warming up a little bit out there as we get towards noon. It's 11:30 local time here. 5 hours and 10 minutes to go.
Good to see some fans there in the stands for the 6 hours of Barcelona. Of course, typically we try and keep the access to this event as open as possible, either free attendance for most of the GEDLICH Racing Win Series season or a marginal cost here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia to come in. I believe it was €12 for a ticket for this event, and it is great to have fans taking the opportunity to see the 6 hours of Barcelona up close and personal, as well as, of course, the season opener for TCR Spain, who join us on the support bill for this weekend. Just so we're on the same page in regards to the track limit situation, that 5-second penalty can be added to. Further offences will take it up as far as 20 seconds if there were to be 10 track limits offences. However, if they get to 11 offences down at the number 14 Resume crew, that will then become a drive-through penalty. So 11 offences means a drive-through penalty, and that also means that those 5-second penalties are wiped, they're gone, the drive-through eradicates that, and then it goes on from there. 6 more offences, another drive-through, a further 6, another drive-through, and then say if they have a drive-through penalty, 11 offences, and then 2 additional track limits warnings before the end of the race, then they'll get a 10-second penalty at the end. So it's a good way to manage it and make sure that we don't have a bunch of 2-minute penalties to serve at the end of this race. It would get a little bit farcical. Anything but farcical, though, is the pace of that Porsche. Simon Birch, a 1 minute 42.706 last time by. Rather as anticipated, Simon has been belted in, and he's immediately started flying.
Yes, indeed. And that, at the moment, is 2 to 3, in some places 4 seconds quicker than what the leaders are doing. Blumahad tied there in the now 3rd place overall, number 33 Star Performance Lamborghini. This is now your GT3 class leader, but of course we are in the middle of a pit stop phase. Should note as well that Amaury Bonduelle has come in, as through there goes the number 9 of Gustav Söderberg. That's the car in 4th place overall, currently leading in Cup 2. But just to come back to number 28, this is the BDR competition Mercedes AMG that's already had its driver change. It's now had its 2nd visit to the pits, Adam, for some fuel.
Yes, so that's interesting. A split between the driver stop and the fuel stop. We didn't see anyone doing that, I don't think, in last year's, in February's 6 hours of Portimao. We'll have to see if that consistently is the approach now from BDR by Grupo Prom. Amaury Bonduelle comes out then about 1 minute and 25 seconds behind Simon Birch. In fact, it's almost a full lap, as we can see, because here is Simon Birch coming through our shot again. Fastest lap of the race, 1:42.392 last time by. And well, frankly, you can see the difference, can't you? We've done some onboards with some of the GT4s and the Cup cars, but here's what it looks like with a GT3 being driven at full tilt by a determined teenage Dane who wants to make his mark on international motorsport.
He definitely made his mark here 1 week ago with some great pace along the way to some strong results in the final round of the 2025 GT Winter Series. Change of leader. This is because Nicolo Scuro, after a very good first stint in this race, Adam, is in the pits and also has gone to the fuel service area.
Okay, so the Ferrari Challenge 296 is in the fueling area for now. Of course, they can also kind of pull up and burn time in the refueling area. There is an assigned spot where they can stop and wait things out. They don't have to visit the garage during a refueling stop, and that's exactly what Amaury Bonduelle did just a few moments ago. Speaking of Amaury Bonduelle, he is setting a distinctly similar pace to Simon Birch at the moment. Simon Birch in the 42.3s, so is Amaury Bonduelle. He steals away the fastest lap, but for how long? Because across the line comes Simon Birch, a 1:42.369. It feels a bit like we're talking about a qualification session there. Lap time exchanges ongoing, but what a joy to see 2 of these GT3 cars being taken up in a game of one-upsmanship by 2 of the fastest drivers in the paddock.
Absolutely, and I think for Simon Birch, comparing the lap times there for the number 14 Razoon Porsche versus those lap times, still good lap times being set by those front-running Cup cars that we've been enjoying for the first part of this race. I think you're going to see, assuming that the CMR Lamborghini and the Rosso Corsa Racing Ferrari Challenge spend around the same total pit time in there of around 6.5 minutes. I reckon you are going to see Simon Birch and Razoon More Than Racing take the lead of this race after these pit stops are completed. There, Fontana waiting in the pits for to take over the Rosso Corsa Racing number 80, and well, in a way we've not seen too much of the number 80 Ferrari Challenge at 296, but you've got to tip your hat to Nicolo Scuro, all off the start, that mega run down to turn 1, and he's not put a foot wrong since.
No, absolutely. Second row of the grids, you had a feeling it was going to happen with the Ferrari 296 Challenge car, which again has something in the region of 140 brake horsepower more than a GT3 once the GT3 is somewhat nerfed by balance of performance. And of course it has less downforce, so it's more slippery in a straight line for good measure. However, quite the performance that Scuro has put forward, I think surprised everyone, possibly including himself. And Angelo Fontana is now firmly going to be given the right to beat that card, I think, by his teammate. Benz Valens, of course, the third driver in that car. We alluded a little bit to the fact that he's the current Ferrari Challenge World Champion, having won the Pirelli, Trofeo Pirelli World Final at Finale Mondiale. Kenneth Heyer is out of the number 11 car, and unfortunately, are we seeing that car go into the garage? It's been put up on its jacks, but it does look like second driver is getting in. Okay, so thankfully, the woes not continuing for the time being on that car. I was a little bit concerned that something might be amiss there. Kenneth Heyer will now belt up our second driver. Didn't quite catch whose helmet that was, or rather, more accurately, I saw the helmet, but I'm not sure who it belongs to. We will see as the car comes back out on the timing loop quite who has taken over for the second phase of the race in the car that was running second in the GT4 class.
We will indeed. Just keeping an eye on the number 80's fuel and first service. They're still in the pits, of course. Again, just using some of their mandatory minimum combined pit stop time across the course of this race. They've been in the pits for around 4 minutes and 15 seconds. There is the service ongoing. Some new, fresh Pirelli tyres going on that one. It is going to be Angelo Fontana getting in here for the former race leading car. The race lead has been taken over now by Animat Lomahattai because the number 27 Stefan Lemeray piloted CMR Lamborghini is also in the pits now. Has been in the pits for about a minute. Is also taking fuel, so all looking pretty standard at the moment for Team CMR. Here is your car, currently 9th overall, but I still reckon once this first round of pit stops has been completed, Adam, that is now effectively your race leader. Simon Birch has been banging in 142, 142. It's just dipped a bit there to a 143.6, I think, as he dealt with some traffic. But this has been a very good start to the stint for Simon Birch. But as we've come to expect, he has been in very good form so far in 2025.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think absolutely right on 2 counts as well, because I do think that, yeah, by the time we get the CMR car back out of onto the circuit, once we see the Rosso Corsa Racing Ferrari Challenge car back out onto the circuit, I suspect they will both fall behind, so long as their pit stops aren't shorter. The Simon Birch Razoon Porsche, however, as I said that, famous last words, out comes the Rosso Corsa Racing Ferrari. It will begin its 30th lap of the race now. 31st lap of the race now, with its new driver Angelo Fontana at the helm. The Porsche 992 GT3R is still behind, so this is effectively now on screen the 2 cars in first and second place.
But crucially, 6 minutes and 2 seconds was the pit time for Angelo Fontana and Rosso Corsa Racing. Simon Birch and Razoon's Porsche 6 minutes 18. So in terms of using up that 35 minutes of combined time, you know, once you take that into account, Simon Birch will be in the lead. He's not going to care about that too much at the moment because he's on the charge and he wants to take this position on track and continue getting up the road. Oh, nearly got caught in 2 minds there, did Simon Birch. He's to the outside now, looking for a way out of turn 5, nice and clean. But here's where the power of the Ferrari comes to the fore, side by side through turn 7. Sweetly done, round the outside by Simon Birch. Big move there through and into what right now is 8th place overall. But again, once all of these pit stops cycle through, assuming every team does 6.5 minutes in the pits, you're going to see that number 14 Razoon Porsche in the lead of this race.
So Gustav Söderberg-Krö, therefore, is now your race leader by virtue of having not made a pit stop just yet. Kern Munich is second, so it is currently Cup 2 cars first and second overall. Both cars are yet to make a pit stop. Of course, our long-time overall leader was that Rosso Corsa Racing Ferrari, and it was a brilliant first stint from Nicolo Schiro that got us there. We are now going to head down to the pits because I think Izzy has managed to catch up with Nicolo.
I have indeed, and just as you said, Adam, a absolutely fantastic first stint, Nicolo. Wow, first of all, I mean, when you got out of the car, everyone congratulating you. That was a really, really fantastic first stint. Just take us through it.
Yeah, it was a fun one. I mean, first hour out of 6, so it means basically nothing. We struggle a little bit with fuel consumption and tire drag. I guess it's the same for everyone. It will be difficult to be in the same lap of the GT3 for the end of the race, but we will try it all and then we see what it brings.
Yeah, and I imagine you'll be back in the car later. Do you think that that is going to be a real struggle later on then?
I mean, the car is fast. It's not so bad driving it to the end, but we try fighting for the overall. But again, we have a cup car. We try to fight with the GT3, so of course a different class, but we do our best. We'll see how we get to the half of the race, and then we will make some prediction. It's difficult to say now.
Yeah, of course, anything can happen over the next few hours, as we'll say many, many times on our broadcast. Angelo's just got in. You're going to have a nice drink, sit down and recover and watch now.
Yeah, exactly. I watch my teammate, and I'm sure they will do their best, and they will do very well, and just have a drink and lunch maybe, and then back in the car.
All right, best of luck, and have fun out there when you get back in the car later.
Thank you. Ciao.
I'm sure they'll buy you lunch, Nicolo. It was a good first stint. So then, the Rosso Corsa car continues on in what will be a net second overall by the looks of it, eventually. Now, the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo of Wilfried Casalbon, where is that? It has come out on an outlap at the moment, so we'll have to see where that car is relative to Simon Birch. I think it's ahead, actually, of Birch. So Casalbon currently actually our lead among those that have pitted for a long time at the front.
But has had a much shorter pit stop time,
Yes.
only 5 minutes and 24 seconds, Adam.
Yeah, exactly right. We're going to see a lot of this during the race, the different approaches to burning away this pit stop handicap time. So this car should be, once everyone has made their first pit stops, our race leader. But then, of course, we don't know what Soderberg, Crow, or indeed Kern Munich will do in terms of their pit stops, quite how long they will be. So then the number 27 is continuing on around turn 14, and another lap in the books for the Lamborghini, and I think quite a patriotic livery on that car. Well-prepared machine.
Yeah, very well-prepared machine, and looking really good right now. And the pace for Angelo Fontana in the early stage of his stint looking pretty good. 1 minute 45s, Adam.
So then the race is just over an hour old. The first hour of the 6 Hour of Barcelona is in the books. Off the line, it was Thomas Anderson with the early lead, of course, for Resume More Than Racing from pole position. But that rocket ship of a Ferrari 296 Challenge blasted past the first two rows of the grid to lead before turn 1. Nicolo Schiro with the race lead from the first corner, and he would continue to hold that race lead throughout the first hour of the race. Some great interclass battling going on elsewhere. Stéphane Lemeray getting into it with the Cup 2 cars and the GT3 cars. Unfortunately, the 111 SR Motorsport Mercedes has been withdrawn from the race after a technical issue in the first couple of laps. Stéphane Lemeray getting past the GT3 Lamborghini in the Super Trofeo car. That was him moving up to third overall, and he'd soon hunt down Thomas Anderson for second as as well. The GT4 battle was getting compelling while the 111 car was wheeled into the pit. The 11 car was holding the lead. Kenneth Hire, the GT4 class leader with Daniel Drexel and Guillermo Eso really challenging him. Gustav Soderberg-Krug was doing a great job in a Cup 2 Porsche 992 GT3 Cup of fighting with the GT3s, also within the overall top 5. This was the moment where Daniel Drexel started to sense an opportunity. He was looking any which way he could to try and move into the GT4 class lead, but Kenneth Hire was making his car very wide. Thomas Anderson, ditto in the, well, it is, in fact, a very wide Porsche, but it wasn't wide enough to keep Stéphane Lemeray from really nailing the braking into the first corner. That was how Lemeray moved into second overall. Kenneth Hire was heading towards the first turn, and Drexel would do much the same thing, albeit on the inside line, diving to the front of the GT4 class. Hire did not have a response immediately, and soon the Porsche would disappear up the road. Guillermo Eso would get through into second position as well. He did run a little bit wide a couple of laps later, though, and Kenneth Hire would soon be back on the attack as the overall race leader went past this battle for what was second at this point in the GT4 class. He would see that the gap was closing. Kenneth Hire would see the same thing. A couple of laps later, around the outside at turn 1, Hire reclaimed second, and Hire's hierarchy in the GT4 Mercedes was solidified once again. The BDR by Grupper Prom cars car was one of the first into the pits. The driver change going on for Amaury Bonduel, taking the car over. Of course, we also saw Thomas Anderson and Simon Birch into the pits early as well. They visited the refueling bay. Simon Birch also seemed to be a little bit unsure on whether he was getting sent out or not yet. Of course, this discussion with a mechanic does burn away some of that 35 minutes that they have to serve in the pits over the course of the first 5.5 hours of the race. Gustav Soderberg-Krug there allowing the Anouat Lomatai-driven Lamborghini through in what was a rather gentlemanly manoeuvre. Meanwhile, Simon Birch, once he had taken over the number 14, it started unlapping itself against the cars that were yet to make a pit stop. So then, after the first hour of the motor race, in the race lead, yet to make a stop, is Gustav Soderberg-Krug. He leads by 52 seconds as it stands over Kern Munich. In second place at the moment, that GP Elite car. Wilfried Casalbon is in third place in the CMR machine, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. That car has made a pit stop, as has Simon Birch behind in fourth overall, the first of the GT3s. Milos Pavlovic is in fifth position, also a GT3 car. Angelo Fontana, of course, in the Cup 1 Ferrari that was the overall race leader for much of the first hour, currently in sixth overall. Daniel Drexel is your GT4 leader as it stands. The rest of the overall standings for now, although it is ever evolving, is Bonduel in 8th place, Guillermo Eso in 9th place, Mats Kimby in P10, Peter Brunner for X Racing in 11th overall, Vincente Dassi in 12th position, and then the SR Motorsport Mercedes running towards the rear of the field, currently actually being refueled, and I believe Kenneth Hire is not in the car anymore. We did see the driver change, but the driver IDs maybe were not swapped around. They'll have to sort that one out. The other SR car, unfortunately, already withdrawn from the race. So the Cup 2 cars and the GT4s are running a little bit deeper into this race, which is why at the moment it looks like we have some interlopers from those two classes up ahead of or around the GT3s and the Cup 1s and the Cup 4s. That's not necessarily a true reflection of where things stand at the moment, but it is interesting to note that those cars look like they can go further into the stint, albeit we do know that the GT3 cars can go a little bit further than they have done so far. We're at the 70-minute mark in the race now, and we know that in theory a GT3 car could go about that far, but now the GT4 start to come in. Guillermo Eso is the first to do so. Of course, we have actually had the SR Motorsport car in as well. This is their second visit to the pits. They've refueled, and what happens next for the SR Motorsport car. Looks like they're working on something there, Andrew. Your engineering background might come in handy.
Yeah, I think they're just taking the time to check that you've just done a full load of fuel and checking that everything's still tight in there.
Jamo Hartling, one of the mechanics working on the car, incidentally. A lot of the drivers down at SR Motorsport also get involved in the mechanicking as well. Joel Nesh has been in the paddock all season long. Last year's vice champion of the GT4 Win Series. This is his first time getting to drive all season, and great to see him back at the helm. But yeah, for now we see Jamo Hartling involved in some adjustments going on down there at SR Motorsport. I understand it is David Telenius that is at the wheel of that car right now, so he's the second driver at the helm. Of course, a total of 5 drivers expected in that car over the course of today's race.
Indeed. So yeah, I think it's just all around the fuel filler. Maybe they just had a bit of a moment where it got overfilled and they're just taking the precautionary time. It all eats into the minimum 35 minutes of combined pit time that they've got to do anyway. Why risk it? Why? Nobody likes to see problems with fuel-related things, so why stuff there from the SR Motorsport crew? Bit of an update on what we've been seeing going on out there as the number 27 CMR Lamborghini goes through. So yes and no to the Simon Birch. Well, we're going to see it potentially change in a few moments' time. Simon Birch has continued to lap very quickly. His best is a 141.9. He's consistently in and around the 142s. You can see the gaps come down now to less than 3 seconds. And you also consider as well that, again, the Casalban CMR car only did 5 minutes and 24 seconds in between the pit lane timing loops on that first round of stops. So this is looking pretty good for Simon Birch. Let's see if he has a go into turn number 10. I think he's just going to hold fire for now. We'll come back to the rest of the situation in a few moments' time, because here comes Birch. He's taking that tighter line through 10, and he's going to take 3rd place overall on the road away from Casalban once we see the pair of Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars come in for their mandatory service. That is effectively for the race lead now. Simon Birch has also, with combination with the work done by Thomas Anderson, got a really good gap to the next GT3 as well. It's Milos Pavlovic at the wheel of the Star Performance Lamborghini 33s. We had another sight there of the number 11 continuing to have some work done on it now in the garage. That doesn't look particularly good for the second of those SR Motorsports Mercedes AMGs to we saw the 111 in there in the very early stages of this race. I hope that's not a similar problem or another problem that's going to take the other of the SR Motorsport Mercedes out of this race. But just to complete the point on the GT3s, Pavlovic setting similar pace, similar lap times to Birch in those low 43s, mid 42s, but is now behind the Birch Porsche. And you take into consideration as well that of all the cars that have been to pit lane so far in this one, Adam, that Star Performance number 33 Lamborghini has served the least amount of time in the pits. 5 minutes and 7 seconds as the number 27 gets held up there by one of the Porsches. This is, yes, I say, yeah, there's 4 3/4 hours to go, but right now, I think if you'd offered this to Resume More Than Racing, Thomas Anderson, Simon Birch, they would have snapped your hand off, because they've got a healthy lead, considering we've only been racing for 1 hour and 15.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think equally CMR would absolutely take a net second overall at this stage of the race as well. Of course, not quite a true reflection with the pit stop being shorter, but being up there in amongst the overall contention for a podium in general is exactly what CMR want. Of course, with the way the teams serve their pit stops individually, it is a matter really of just seeing. We won't really know until about 2 or 3 stops into the race what to expect from each pit stop. If we keep seeing slightly shorter stops from CMR, then that becomes the pattern. If we keep seeing the longer stops, the more considered stops, let's call them, from Resume More Than Racing, then we know that to be the pattern as well. Of course, 5 mandatory stops 35 minutes of pit stop to be done before the 5.5 hour mark in the race, and the pit stops can't be any shorter than 90 seconds if you want them to count towards the 35 minutes. So realistically, short of doing 7 or 8 minutes worth of stops each time, you do have to do really more than 5 to serve the stop, unless you do a supremely long stop at one point, which we have seen before. I think we may have had a 10-minute stop or two towards the end of the race earlier on at the Portimao event in February. Meanwhile, in the GT4 category, of course, the early lead has gone to Resume More Than Racing. They continue to lead now with Denny Berndt at the wheel, but it was Daniel Drexel who got them there in the first phase of the race.
Indeed it was, and he, with a very large bottle of water, joins me now, Daniel, into the lead of the GT4s in that stint. Fantastic way to start the race, and you must be very happy with how that stint went.
Yeah, it was good. It took me a bit too long. I had 2-3 chances before, but I took the safe side. It's a long race. It was just at the end, the tires were really, really tough. Rear left was pressure high, temperature high. I was struggling, and just keep it in, giving the car to Danny, and he hopefully makes the gap big enough.
Yeah, look, very, very tricky with the tyres. You mentioned the rear lefts, a lot of long right-handers around here, so I'm sure that Denny will feel the same as well.
Yeah, he should have it easier because I started with a higher pressure to get the tire there directly to start. He can go a bit lower, so for him it should be a bit better than for me, but it will be tough. It's a long stint.
Yeah, great insight as well. I have to touch on the massive bottle of water. How physical is it out there right now? Because it's actually quite warm today.
Yeah, it's okay. I had tougher races, but I also had easier races, to say it like that. It's the first bottle of water I found, and I didn't want to. But yeah, water is water, and yeah, it's okay. It's tough. The track is, on this track you have the long straight, so you can rest a bit. It's not like, for example, Portimao, where it's tuck. Yeah. But yeah, it's a long stint. In ADAC usually you do a half an hour or something, and here 1 hour 15, I think. It's long.
Well, a long way to go still in the race, but things are looking good right now. We'll let you finish that bottle of water. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
A veteran of the 24-hour series as well is Daniel Drexel. So yes, the 75-minute stint is a bit longer than what he'd normally do in that car in GT4 Germany, but he is made of stern stuff as well. Plenty of experience in endurance competition. Denny Berndt then leading the way in the GT4 category. Last pit stop for them was 6 minutes and 34 seconds in length. Jonathan Curry is now second in class for NM Racing Team. Of course, that was the car that Guillermo Eso was driving previously, but Eso's pit stop was, well, the better part of a minute shorter in handing over to Jonathan Curry. Speaking of handing over, the number 9 car is going to be piloted by, that looks like Matthias Estrand to me, taking the car over. So second driver being installed into the car that was briefly the overall race leader during the pit cycle. Gustav Söderberg though continues to showcase himself, the quick Dane, having a great first stint to the race. He now hands over to Estrand, who comes from a slightly different background. Road car track days is where he did some of his early on-track mileage, but has been racing in the GT Winter Series previously, as well as the Porsche Sprint Challenge Scandinavia, and of course in the 6-hour Portimao that we saw a few months ago now, or just over a month ago now. In fact, I think that was only his 3rd or 4th time racing, so he's only done a little bit of racing competition in reality, but Estrand has some quite impressive onboards actually in his road-going Porsche GT3 RS around some of these circuits down in Southern Europe, so we know he's quick. He's just fairly new to wheel-to-wheel situations.
Absolutely. We'll see how he gets on in the next phase of this race. We're having a look here at the number 27 of Wilfried Casalban in the lead in, well, of course, the lead of Cup 4, because it's the only Cup 4 entry in this race. Interested to see. They will retake 3rd on the road. Simon Birch is now back officially in the lead of this race. Star Performance is number 33.
moves up to second. So in fact, yeah, that is your gap. 2.5 seconds between second and third places. Looks similar, of course, both Lamborghini Huracans, but the 33 is the GT3 variant. The number 27 in the colours of Belgium there for CMR is the Super Trofeo variant. Last time around for Pavlovich, 1 minute 44.1. Understandable because he had a bit of traffic to deal with on that last lap. So Pavlovich, his best at the moment is a 142.7 for Kazalban of 147.1. So it does look like that gap is going to continue to grow. The GT3s now through into the second hour of this race. Obviously with some of their faster drivers as well now on board, starting to take the charge in this one as to the box. This is the 140 of Karen Muniz, who's going to be getting out for GP Elite, and a tidy stint for Muniz and GP Elite in here at Barcelona.
Yeah, absolutely right. So these two, the father-son combination, are of course regulars in endurance racing. They did do Porsche Sprint Challenge Benelux for GP Elite initially, but have moved into endurance competitions in more recent times. So Cohen will get out of the car, has gotten out of the car, handing over to his father Peter for the second phase of the race. Also back in, Simon Birch. I think they might be trying to burn some time early. Another visit to the pits, not to the fuel bay this time, of course, because they only refueled a little less than 40 minutes ago. But Simon Birch taking a pause and adjusting some pressures.
Yeah, just adjusting some pressures. Simon may have radioed into the team to say, I can start to feel these tyres maybe going off a little bit. Let's take the pressures down. Let's eat into some more of that minimum combined pit time. So he will relinquish the lead, of course, back to the number 33 Star Performance Lamborghini Huracan, currently piloted by Milos Pavlovich. But as I say, this is continuing to use up time that they would need to serve in the pits anyway. Also in the pits right now, well, still the number 140. Going to be interested to see where they come out relative to the number 9 MTech competition now with Matthias Strand at the wheel. 6 minutes and 18 seconds is the total amount of time that MTech took out of their 35 minutes with that stop. It's not quite fully cycled through on timing yet how close Matt can be in the number 45 Team Steiner Racing Porsche 992. That's the car in third place at the moment in Cup 2. So they did do a slightly shorter pit stop on that occasion through that first loop. 5 minutes and 58 seconds for Team Steiner Racing. But here is your new race leader, Milos Pavlovich. 5.7 seconds now, 7.3 seconds ahead of, in fact, no, still 5.7. It was 7.2 to Simon Birch, but of course Birch is in the pit lane. So 5.5 seconds there or thereabouts. Back to Willy Casballon there in the CMR. Number 27, there is your new top two, Adam.
Yeah, so Lamborghini 1-2 at the moment. I'm under the impression that we're going to see quite a bit of Milos Pavlovich in this race. From what I understand, the plan is probably going to be another driver, then Milos, then another driver, then Milos. He's going to be in the car pretty much on the alternate hours from what I hear. Milos Pavlovich, of course, we've seen plenty of what he can do in the GT Win Series, along with Alessio Ruffini in that GT Win Series, where, of course, they did secure the Cup 4 championship this year. So they've done a great job already this season down at Autosport Racing, now collaborating with Star Performance for this weekend. Pavlovich has run a GT3 car quite extensively in Italian GTs, where he is the 2022 Endurance Pro-Am champion in that category, and has made a bit of a habit of driving Lamborghinis very quickly for over a decade. Back in 2014, he was the pro champion in Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe, and has rather become a Lambo specialist ever since then. So Pavlovich leading the way for now, extending that lead, as you would expect, quite frankly, over the Super Trofeo car in second place right now, that being Wilfried Casalbon in the CMR car. But that CMR machine, I think, is going to be a factor in that overall podium battle all day long, because it's a strong lineup, it's a consistent lineup, and it's a team that knows very well what they're doing. Meanwhile, down at GP Elite, Koen Munich is fresh out of the car, and he's with Izzy now.
He is indeed fresh out of the car and straight into an interview with me, which is always what the drivers want to do when they get straight out of a car. Koen, we were speaking earlier in the weekend and you said what was it going to be important was to keep consistent over the stints.
Yeah.
A solid first stint from you. How satisfied are you with how that went?
Yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with the first stint. That we have a good start, good solid pace. That was the plan and it worked.
Executing the plan perfectly for now then. Obviously a very special story, which is that you are a father-son duo. Your father's just gone back out on track. Do you get a bit nervous watching his stints, or is it just relaxed in the garage?
No, it's relaxing. He will do the same as me. We won't drive any track limits and have a solid pace. He does the same, so not nervous.
Yeah, really important to keep it clean, particularly with the track limits over the next few hours.
Yeah, I thought I'd drive none, so that's good. When you have track limits, it takes a lot of time, so that we don't take any risk with that.
Absolutely, and we were just speaking before we came on air. Obviously, you guys are running the open exhaust in the car, which just about blew my eardrum out as your father left the pits. But how cool is that?
And that's crazy. It's ridiculous loud. It's such a nice sound. It's really nice.
Well, very cool to have you guys here, and go and enjoy watching your father stint, and we'll see you back out in the car later. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Yes, it's a conversation I've had with a great many trackside observers. Whispers of, I think that Porsche Cup car's running the Super Cup exhaust. And yes, exactly, that is what we're running on the GP Elite car this weekend, by the sounds of it. The, as you said, as Andrew alluded to earlier on, rather fetching livery on this car. The kind of mix of mosaic and classic racing colours going on there. Simon Birch is on the back of Casalbon. That's not for position, but it did look like Birch was getting right up into the rear of the Lamborghini, flashing the headlights all the while. I don't know if Casalbon is quite aware that this is not a fight for position, because of course Simon Birch has made an additional pit stop since we last saw these two together on the circuit. Birch does now dispatch the number 27, which will put him back onto the same lap as that car. Again, the strategy down at Resume More Than Racing right now appears to be bleed that pit stop time away. 8 minutes and 34 seconds of 35 total has been served right now. Meanwhile, on its outlap is the number 11 SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum Mercedes. It's still listed as Kenneth Heyer at the wheel, but I don't think that will be the case. And what is interesting about that, for my money, is the fact that they have served 28 minutes and 34 seconds of their total pit time. Yes, they've been tweaking and twiddling with the car, but from this point onwards, plain sailing. They can do quick sprint pit stops and be okay. Of course, they've had a bit too much time in the garage. You can get away with maybe 10 or 15 minutes, so they have ended up losing time. But that spectre that's on everyone else's shoulder of right, how are we getting these 35 minutes in? For SR, I suppose, at least as a consolation, that's no longer a concern.
Yeah, and time will tell whether there is still a way back in for the number 11. But you know, to serve the rest of their mandatory stops, you know, the different combinations. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about the 35 minutes, but they've also got to do the 5 minimum, at least 90-second visits to count towards that tally as well. That you're right, they're not with the numbers that they've got left to go. They're going to pretty much be doing 90 seconds, 2 minutes at tops of the remaining mandatory visits, and they'll be there pretty much to the 35 minutes. So I wouldn't fully count this car out. I think my biggest concern for it at the moment is everything okay? in there. We saw a bit of work being put in. Oh, and it's now coming back in again. We saw the work going on around the rear of the car and looking at the fuel filler in particular, but yeah, I just get the sense that there may be something a bit more electronic perhaps. Is it going to come in for some fuel? Yes. So Kenneth High goes in again for some more fuel service. Won't be too long though, because it's not done that many full racing laps since it was last here.
I think it'll be David Tillinius in the car now,
so yes,
as it
is,
was prior to the car coming in again with an issue. Let's hope that now the car is a-okay. We'll have to wait and see on that front. Meanwhile, we haven't seen the Rosso Corsa car for a little while. Still running third overall at the moment with Angelo Fontana at the helm, the Venezuelan racer who's taken the car over for the time being. As you can see, his name emblazoned on the dashboard. This is his regular steed, as it were. He's a regular in Ferrari Challenge Europe, and has also done a little bit of Porsche racing here and there, but has largely stayed true to the Italian brand. And a rather fetching livery on that thing as well. I think a little bit of a unique tricolor tribute on that machine. Meanwhile, the SR Motorsport team have had their fair share of trials and tribulations so far. Izzy has an update for now on the 11 car.
They have indeed, Adam. They're unfortunately having a very tricky start to this race, running into trouble with both cars. Of course, the number 11 back out now, but I did ask what the issue was, and they said the issue was getting the fuel into the tank. There was something covering the valve, so they couldn't get the valve open to put fuel in. So the driver went into the fuel station and tried to get the fuel in, and they couldn't get the fuel into the car, so hence why you saw it come back into the pit lane. The team rectified the issue, and now it will have to go back and fuel once again. So they hope that that is the end of their issues for today. We'll have to wait and see, but a very, very tricky start to the day for the SR team.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Great work down there in the pits. So that now makes sense as to why they were looking down the fuel filler. They weren't looking at the filler itself. They were looking just deeper down into the close-off valve. And that also makes sense as to why the number 11 has now come back in for some fuel. It never got any in the first place. So for David Tillinius, a very, very experienced runner, as amongst his many things that he's done, he's raced at the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring for very much the best part of the last decade. So he's knows the operations of the team and this kind of machinery. As I say, with the combined minimum pit time, they're not completely out of it, but yeah, that I knew there was going to be something. It's like there's something not quite right here, and indeed, valve. It could still have been an electronic problem of just not getting the valve open. Good work from SR Motorsport to get that repaired. That won't have been an easy one to fix, and you've got to be quite careful with it as well because it's fuel system.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. Of course, the time that was spent on that, I think, is a bit too long to really kind of solve with simply quick pit stops alone, because of course the fuel stops have to take a minimum amount of time as well.
Yeah,
so
true.
Unfortunately, they spent a little bit too long rectifying that problem. I think you can maybe get away with about a 10-minute problem. An Audi R8 gearbox swap about 25 years ago at Le Mans, that would be okay, but anything more than a fairly minor adjustment is going to be a bridge too far to achieve without losing a significant amount of time. But it is good, I suppose, for the teams that they do have that amount of wiggle room, that cushion there, where you can kind of maybe drop 10 minutes early doors, solve a problem, and still be a factor later on in the race. We saw that happen, of course, for NM Racing team last time in the 6 hour at the Portimao 6 hour race. They had a couple of issues in the early stages, a puncture and a little bit of an additional problem from there as well, and yet still they very nearly won the GT4 class. They'll be looking to go one better this time. SR Motorsport, though, have a very difficult pathway to any chance of a victory in the GT4 class now, as they return to the circuit in amongst the Cup cars. I think Mats Kimby there wanted to stay well out of trouble, and Matthias Estrand goes flying past 2 cars in 2 corners.
Yeah, good stuff there from Matthias Estrand to keep the pace up. 1 minute 49. My goodness me, that's some consistent lap time. Oh, in fact, no, 1:45.575 is their best. I was reading my 5s and my 9s wrong there. But they have taken the race lead in Cup 2. That all happened through the pit stop window that for the Cup 2 cars finished around 12 minutes ago. Here comes the Rosso Corsa Ferrari, continuing to make its way through the traffic. 1 minute 47s at the moment for Angelo Fontana in his regular steed. It's about 30 seconds behind the next car up the road. That's the Wilfried Casalban CMR Lamborghini. That's, of course, the gap between second and third in the overall standings. Both of those cars leading their respective classes, Cup 1 and Cup 4.
Yep, the Cup 1 Ferrari, the 296 Challenge car, which of course was introduced last year at the start of the season for Ferrari Challenge Europe and Ferrari Challenge North America. It's now making its debut this season in Japan and in the UK. Had a couple of Ferrari Challenge UK familiar faces, one returning, one a regular, doing some testing in a challenge car over the week here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. It's been a full and very busy time for GEDLICH Racing over the course of the last 10 days or so here. Of course, Thursday, the 6th of March, was the start of the GT Winter Series, GT4 Prototype and Formula Wind Series season finale, the last Winter Series weekend of the year. Then, once that was over on Sunday the 9th, the 10th and 11th was the Endless Summer program, the track day facilitation for enthusiast drivers in race and road cars alike. And then from the 12th through the 13th, and indeed up till the 15th, we had race test sessions for professional teams looking to get some extra mileage in before the start of their summer campaigns. And we saw some pretty big teams out on the circuit getting some mileage in, as well as teams preparing for this, the 6 Hours of Barcelona, including, actually, I must say, the car currently leading the race, Milos Pavlovic and the Star Performance crew. They've been here since Monday. At the very least, I saw them doing a lot of miles on Tuesday. And unfortunately, the number 4 car, Vicente Dazzi, is at the final corner with some telltale rear suspension or rear bodywork damage. I have to think that didn't happen on its own.
No, that's hit something or someone, or it's been hit by something or someone out there. Now, I don't think that's fully in the gravel. I think the front wheels are at least on hard-standing painted curb, and the rear left might well be as well. Vicente, I'm sure, is just taking his moments, waiting, getting instructions from the team. Hopefully, well, obviously we can't see what the damage is like, if there is any damage at all, on the far side. The rear left looks to be at least a little bit beached. This is a replay of what happened, and it's the Simon Birch Porsche that's going to get a little bit close, and you can hear the tyre squeal. Well, we didn't see the images of the Simon Birch Porsche into the back of the number 4, but I think we heard the result of that. So that is going to be our first safety car of the race, Adam.
The first safety car to ever be deployed during a 6-hour GEDLICH Racing race. We didn't have one at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimao. The 6 Hour of Barcelona, though, does indeed have its first safety car period, and unfortunately that is to rescue the number 4 PCR car. The right side of the car looks firmly beached, and yes, as you said, the bodywork has been rather ripped apart by that contact with the Resume Racing Porsche. So safety car deployed. Simon Birch getting into it a little bit there. I think maybe got slightly wrong-footed by the GT4 car's speed into turn 14. No intent there, of course. Amaury Bonduel is into the pits for some refueling, but his pit stop time as it stands won't count towards the 35 minutes. So that is important to note. Now, the total pit time, it will go on to the timing screen. If you're watching the live timing, it will go down as part of the total pit time, but we'll have to keep a note on that pit stop time for this one, because it won't count towards the actual 35 minutes that they have to serve, since we are under safety car. Saying that, though, I think he was in the pits before the safety car came out, so actually no, the number 28 crew have done quite well here. They've come in for a fuel stop, and they've done it at a time where the rest of the field is now being isolated by safety car, but they came in before the safety car started.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weller. You've just answered my next question as to whether we got in or not, because of course you can do emergency service under this stage. If you were one of these cars and you needed to come in now, none of them are. Because none of them are particularly close to the end of a stint time on fuel. You can put 30 litres in. You've got to spend a minimum of 2 minutes in the fuel area, and then you've got to do a drive-through after the restart. So we'll have a look at a replay. I think this is going to be an onboard of the contact between those two cars with 4 hours and 19 minutes to go. So yes, this is on board with Simon Birch. Oh, that's quite a hit.
Yes,
that is quite a hit. And yeah, I think Simon Birch just got caught out there by the level that the number 4 Vincenzi Darzi Mercedes for PCR Sports was taking turn 14.
And yeah, that's not going to go uninvestigated, to say the least. That collision, that was a heftier hit than I thought it might have been. The entire rear of the PCR Sport Mercedes AMG ended up in the sky there, and that must have been a wild ride for Vicente Darcy. Next question, of course, is whether that car can roll again and whether we'll see it back out in the race. That was a sizable hit for the rear of the car to take. I think more than likely some of the suspension will be a little bit knocked out of whack by that one. It does seem as though the Simon Birch car has continued on and doesn't appear to be ailing too much. Of course, in the old days of Porsche racing, that level of contact with the front would be an instant radiator failure. The radiator would puncture, but they have started to move the radiators further and further back, put more and more bodywork between the radiator and the rest of the world on the Porsches because of that issue. And it does appear that Simon Birch has gotten away with that, but I dare suggest he was very fortunate to do so, because that is still a factor with the Porsches in particular, that front-end contact, major front-end contact like that would usually result in the radiator busting open. Yeah. This time he's gotten lucky.
I think, as you can see, obviously there's a few war wounds and scars on the driver's side, on the just on the lip above the cowling there. I think Simon Birch, yeah, he has been lucky. He's almost shuffled the number 4 up the nose of the Razoon Porsche number 14 there. I'd be interested for Izzy and Joe Sassoon on remote roaming camera duties again. When that car next comes into the pits, whether we can get a close-up to really look in around the front end of the number 14 as to if there is any damage. And of course we can't see if there's anything under that front red lip of the Razoon Porsche, but it looks okay under safety car conditions. The BDR competition car, I think, is still in pit lane. Yes, it is, and has been in there for 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Now, the big question I'm gonna next throw at you, Mr. Wells. Yeah. Obviously, it's been in, and we're pretty sure it was in before the start of the safety car window for fuel. It's now out of the fuel region and into the main pit area, but would this time count towards their total pit stop time? Because after the initial fuel service, this time has all still been on the safety car. I'll leave you with that one.
Yeah, that's that's a tricky one. It was in the fueling area. It wasn't, as I understand it, in what we define as the pit lane.
Yeah.
So, answers on a postcard on that one, quite frankly. I know they can't come into the pits during a safety car and count it, but what if you're already in the fueling bay first? It's not strictly defined in the regulations. I have been reading that that passage anyway. I think it is going to be a matter of me disturbing some higher-ups and finding the answer for you.
I'll leave you to do that one. The Vincenzi Darzi number 4 PCR Sport car, as at least on our timing screen showing, is back in the pits, and the safety car is going to be in this lap. So over to Milos Pavlovic to get some heat into the tyres of the number 33 Star Performance Lamborghini. Second on the road is one of the GT4s. It's going to be the number 15 NM Racing Mercedes that's next up. So the next car in terms of race order is there. The Belgian colours of the number 27 CMR Wilfred Casalban Super Trofeo Lamborghini Huracan. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars between himself and the race leader, albeit one of them is a very, very quick Razzoon Porsche, number 14 in the hands of Simon Birch. Lovely restart from Milos Pavlovic. He's gone on the exit of turn number 12 and is going to steal a march. This is quite a smart thing to do off of this restart, because no one can overtake until they get to the safety car line, of course. So he's used the fact that a couple of the GT4s have been in between himself and the next closest Cup or GT3 runner, and has already got, Adam, a 6.8 second lead as we go back to green.
And your battle for second place is side by side. Fontana and Casalban side by side going into the first corner. They got Peter Munich just ahead of them in the GP Elite car a couple of laps further down. But they are fighting for second and third overall in amongst all of the traffic. And it's Casalban that leads Fontana at the moment. Confirmation, meanwhile. We'll get to that in a second, as Casalban and Munich nearly made contact there. I think they might have touched just an iota, but as they go through this scrum of GT4, Cup 2, etc. traffic, it is now Casalban with a clearly defined advantage over Angelo Fontana. They both just about made it through there, but it was a bit tight for a while.
Yeah, it was indeed, and down into turn 5. That was good stopping by Fontana. As down the inside, that's Denny Burns, who's had some really good pace in the early part of his stint, and may well have got a full lap ahead of, well, in fact, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to get up the road to put a full lap, and has now put a full lap on Jonathan Curry in the NM Racing Mercedes, Adam.
Equally, Strand is now a lap clear of Peter Munich as well, having just gotten past the 140 car on track. So a lot of the battles have been extended in favour of the leader because of how that safety car happened to fall. In the GT3 class there, you can see the now Michael Durbecker driven BDR competition by Grupa Prom Mercedes. This car will be just going past Munich to unlap itself, by my understanding. So they've done a lot of time in the pits. And incidentally, as I was going to say just before that contact down towards turn 4, the refueling and the pit lane are treated as separate entities, which is what I thought was the case. But Stefan Lerner from GEDLICH Racing confirming to me, no, that does not count. BDR Grupa Prom came into the pits and it did not count towards their 35 minutes overall handicap for the pit stops, because it was done under safety car conditions. So that last 5 minutes or so that they spent in the pits is not going to count to anything.
Yeah, it's 5 minutes and 35, so take that off of the 12 minutes that they've been measured as in pit lane, but that, as you say, Adam, will not count. There is the number 27 CMR Lamborghini, Wilfred Casalban, 12.2 seconds now, the deficit to Pavlovic. So Pavlovic has really taken this by the scruff of the neck. He's got that GT3 Lamborghini Huracan singing right now, and meanwhile Casalban will continue to just glance in the rear view mirror at the number 80 Rosso Corsa Racing Ferrari Challenge, Angelo Fontana seems to have been rejuvenated by that safety car period, has pulled that gap down to 1.2 seconds. Here we are on board with Fontana through turn 13, through turn 14. This is where the Cup cars don't quite have the aerodynamic balance. They've got to rely on mechanical grip alone, because Albon was a little bit wide there through turn number 14, and now can Fontana get into the slipstream and close enough for a go on the brakes into turn 1? Don't think so. Not on this occasion. But this is a good scrap between the two front-running Cup cars. The Lamborghini, of course, in Cup 4. The Ferrari in Cup 1. 0.5 seconds was the measure that time around. Through turn 3 go Albon and Fontana. We've seen Fontana, Adam, be pretty good on the brakes into turn 5.
Very true, yes. So a good scrap here between two drivers that should be relatively on pace, two cars that we know to be relatively on pace, and this is for second overall. Milos Pavlovic is again streaking away at the front, of course, in the number 33 Star Performance Lamborghini Huracan GT3 car. So this is your scrap for second and third overall. The Cup 4 and Cup 1 classes both populated by just the one car, so I think they have their eyes firmly planted on each other as well as the overall podium during this race today. And for now, Albon is with the upper hand, but how much time was it at the start of the lap? Half a second. It's definitely not half a second now. I think Angelo Fontana may well be making a move in short order if he can get turn 13 and 14 right, of course. We know the 296 is quick on the straight, but he's not going to need to wait that long, because Albon drifts wide there at 11 into 12. Too late on the brakes, and then, of course, not releasing the brakes, so he just went straight on, and that can second overall to Angelo Fontana for the time being.
Yeah, but Fontana won't get an easier overtake than that across the course of this race. Not a surprise to see this message on our screens in the box, Adam. Contact between cars 4 and 14 under investigation by the race officials. That is, of course, the PCR Sport Mercedes that we saw around, and the number 14 Simon Birch piloted Razzoon Porsche, which is now in the pits for some fuel. Has been in for a couple of minutes, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to be exact at this point. So don't worry, fans of the Razzoon Porsche. This is again that team, I think, just using up some of their pit stop time, their combined pit stop time, which before this one sat at 8 minutes and 34 seconds, which is the greatest time of anyone who hasn't had a problem, or be the number 28 BDR competition car that we're pretty certain of, at least in this commentary box, of its 12 minutes that it's served in the pit so far, that a good 4.5 minutes, possibly more of that, is going to be subbed off, because that was done under safety car conditions, just in case we have a similar situation later on as well, folks, as well. It's those same safety car refueling rules of 30 litres max and a 2-minute stop minimum, and then a drive-through. I don't think we're necessarily going to see that go all the way through, because, I say, the number 28 was in before the safety car was deployed. But it's the same situation if we have a code 60 or a full course yellow. Hopefully we don't see that between now and the end of this race and keep this one green. Out of the final corner, Rosso Corsa Racing, the number 80 Ferrari, piloted by Angelo Fontana. 1 minute 46 on the nose last time around, so that was 1.1 seconds quicker than the 27 CMR Lamborghini. So the gap between those two, second and third overall, now up to 2.2 seconds. There's more pit activity to report in on. Simon Birch is out of the fuel refueling area and now heads to the Razzoon garage. Is going to get a new set of tyres, and now we get to see what the extent of any damage on the front end of the number 14 is. You can see a few battle scars from where it had an unscheduled meeting with the number 4 Mercedes. The crucial thing is I'm looking at the more lower deck. Not really much damage, if any damage at all, on the front splitter. That's always a key part of the front end of these Porsches. Maybe a little bit of scarring on the grills there, but nothing too dramatic. It does, though, look like Razun More Than Racing are at least preparing, and yes, going for a service of the front bumper. Maybe an opportunity as well just to check over any of the radiator systems just behind. I mean, at first look, that looks okay. That looks okay. A couple of the inspection holes just being looked at there. Prompt work by Razun More Than Racing. And again, this isn't too dramatic. This will all eat into the team's minimum 35 minutes of combined pit stop time that they've got to serve across the course of this race. This is always a good sign of some endurance racing and the things that can happen out there. The gaffer tape is out. The engineering flowchart is being used by the team, taking no precautions, it would seem, at this stage, Adam.
No, absolutely. Better to be safe than sorry at this relatively early juncture in the race. And look at that, they're even trying to make sure that it relatively lines with the wrap. Well, actually, no, not quite. The livery designer will be sending his notes. But keeping everything in place, Simon Birch will continue on. We suspect he'll probably be in the car for another hour or so. That was how they did it last time. Effectively 1 hour for Anderson, 2 hours for Birch. 1 hour for Anderson, 2 hours for Birch is how they did it at the 6 Hours of Portimao. Of course, they were in relatively early this time. I think it was about 45 minutes into the race that we saw Anderson hop out of the car after taking the start. So we'll see how it goes from here, but a slightly different look to the Razun More Than Racing Porsche as it comes back out onto the circuit, and of course that investigation still looming large over their race as well.
It is indeed. It does knock their combined time in the pits up to just short, less than a second short of 15 minutes. So when we were talking about, you know, a 10-minute unscheduled delay in the pits being all right, though, they're well within inside that. Of course, they re-emerge. I think on our screen being scored in 9th place, but again they've served best part of 10 minutes more in the pits than all of their competitors ahead of them, particularly those in the top 5. 4 hours of this race to go, or just over that, and plenty has happened in the first 2 hours of the inaugural 6 Hours of Barcelona. The first 6 Hours of Barcelona run, of course, by GEDLICH Racing as part of the Winter Series. More pit activity, Adam. The number 27 Lamborghini is in for CMR. Wilfred Casalbon, a tricky stint in a way, especially that safety car disrupting things, but it's been another tidy one for that new car.
Of course, the Super Trofeo Spec Lamborghini, to my knowledge, has the same size fuel tank as the GT3. However, of course, more power going on there. So given it has about a 90 horsepower leg up on the GT3 car, one has to assume it's also drinking a bit more. So we'll see that CMR car in, I reckon, a little more than the Star Performance brand mate, the Huracan GT3 Evo 2, that continues to lead the way for Milos Pavlovic. A bit of a blow, really, for Star Performance, in a sense. I think that that safety car came out while Milos was at the wheel, because Pavlovic is going to be the man with respect to the other three drivers in that car. It is going to be Milos that elevates that car further than the others. I think all of them would agree with that as well, to be honest. We'll have to see what the next driver can do. I suspect it might be Sampon Yauyavanin that comes into the car next. We'll have to see on that front. It'll be either him or Sandro Muir, I'm sure, the Croatian, who also hasn't had a go in the race just yet. But the fact that he was building a gap and then lost it to the safety car and is now building again, and that is a little bit of a kneecap to Star Performance's race.
Yeah, frustration. There's nothing really they can do about it. And I think let's head down once again to another pit report from Izzy Browning.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back down to the pit lane. We are outside the PCR Sport garage. And as you will already know from having seen it out on track, empty garage because they have sent that number 4 back out. I did ask the team what the extent of the damage was. They said, you know, rear bumper, exhaust and diffuser all picking up damage with that collision with the number 14 of Simon Birch. But they've sent the car back out and they've said, you know, not ideal, but we will see what we can do. They're back in this race for now.
Yep, there is the PCR Sport car coming across the line side by side with the GT4 leading Denny Burnt, and fully committed on the brakes there was Denny, too committed almost there, drifted wide into the first corner, but good to see the number 4 is still out there, and good to hear indeed from Izzy that the car should be relatively okay. We'll just keep our ears open for a slightly duff Mercedes AMG GT4 exhaust note with the exhaust damage to that car. Of course, 4-litre turbo-powered machine, unlike the GT3 version, which is a 6.2 naturally aspirated V8, but it might be handling a little bit differently now. A big hit to the suspension may have slightly affected the alignment. It does look like it's got quite a lot of camber, specifically on the well, both wheels actually, but I thought it looked like it might be slightly more towed in on the left rear. Either way, it's going to be handling differently because, as Izzy alluded to, that diffuser is effectively gone.
Yeah, indeed, they're not going to be able to get as good rear balance as they did before. They have had a driver change as well. John Asparuia has got into the number 4, so that's a bit of a task as well. You've not been in the race yet, you've not had any time to really get into it, and you've instantly got to have a wounded car.
Yeah, no, not easy at all. So then, we are over the 2-hour mark in the 6 hours of Barcelona here from GEDLICH Racing, and we are now going to have a quick look at the highlights of the second hour. So as the second hour started, we're in the midst of the pit window, and Simon Birch taking the car over, getting himself around Angelo Fontana for what was basically a net race lead at that point. One of the cars that's been in quite a lot is the gold Mercedes BDR Grupa Proms Almery Bonduel now at the wheel. Almery, who is a big part of running that team behind the scenes. Also, I think they're playing the long game. They currently sit 6th overall, with Michael Durbecker now at the wheel. The Star Performance Lamborghini moved into the lead with a fairly short, svelte pit stop. 5 minutes and 7 seconds only, their first pit stop. And that led Milos Pavlovic to take the car over as the leader. Ahmad Lomatai started the car and handed it over. Another team that's gone for a fairly, well, not short first pit stop, but the most of their competition has fallen by the wayside. That is Denny Burnt in the number 60 Razzoon More Than Racing Porsche. And this is the primary protagonist to that car that unfortunately has struggled throughout the second hour. The SR Motorsport Mercedes with a refueling issue, and that car is now away off the field in 13th and last of the cars still running. Star Performance have had it relatively easy during this second hour. However, that didn't help from Simon Birch. Birch tagging the number 4 PCR Sport Mercedes into a spin about 20 minutes ago now. That caused a safety car period, and that of course meant that Milos Pavlovic's work at the front of the field was eradicated. He was nicely building an advantage for his team during the second hour, as the safety car has removed itself from the circuit. We're now back under green flag conditions, and some of the last action we saw in that second hour came as the Wilfried Casalbon CMR Lamborghini unsettled itself and allowed in second overall Angelo Fontana once again for Rosso Corsa. Fontana, who found himself stuck behind the X-Racing Porsche a little bit ago. A rather wonderful retro livery on that X-Racing machine. They are currently just outside the top 10. The top 10 is led by Milos Pavlovic, 3 laps clear, although I think that is a little bit of a trick of the timing screen for now. A little over 2 laps clear of Rosso Corsa Racing and Angelo Fontana. Peter Muniz leads the Cup 2 class and is also currently third overall, albeit I think with one of the shorter stops among those in the Cup 2 class so far. Michael Durbecker sits fourth overall and is actually second in GT3, of course, at this stage. Wilfried Casalbon is fifth position for CMR in the Super Trofeo Spec Lamborghini. Simon Birch running sixth position, having spent a little bit more time than intended in the pits after that collision with the PCR machine. Denny Berndt is into the GT4 lead at the moment, also for Rezoon. Matthias Estrand, 8th position for the NTEC competition car that was started, of course, by early race leader in class, Gustav Söderberg-Crow. Jonathan Curry is 9th place. Mats Kimby rounds out the overall top 10 at this juncture. Beat Gans in 11th overall. He leads the club class, the only car in the club class, that X-Racing Porsche Cayman 981. John Aspura signs, or as I should say, Jace Gleichberg at the wheel of that car. David Thelinius in 13th, and unfortunately we're not going to see that 111 car again by the sounds of it, the SR Motorsport by Schnitzlaum car. So 13 running, 13 on track or in the pits at the moment that are still a factor in the 6 Hours of Barcelona. We enter the third hour already in this 6 Hour of Barcelona then, with Pavlovic currently in the fueling area. So our race leader is currently taking on fuel, and I suspect that the cockpit of the 33 will soon be taking in a new driver.
Indeed, quite a few pit visitors at this point of the race, and some of them have gone a little bit longer than they did before, as this is one of the drivers, one of the teams that have been in recently. Rodrigue Rion is now into the number 27 CMR Lamborghini, so tally their total pit stop time up to 13 minutes and 8 seconds. The one I do want to pull a bit of attention to is the number 80 Rosso Corsa Racing. So the reason why on our little graphic there that we saw them as 3 laps down is because they'd literally just come into the pits and done their fuel stop. First time around, 53 minutes from race start to the first visit to the fuel bay. That second visit to the fuel bay was more around 120 minutes. So that second stint, yes, a good chunk of it was under safety car as well, we shouldn't forget. But that was Rosso Corsa Racing going a bit longer with their fuel stint that second time around. So we'll keep an eye on that, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was Sandro Moore coming in for the next stint in that Star Performance car, thanks to Izzy, who I think is nearby that garage at the moment, confirming that it is Sandro ready to get in next. So Sampo and Yao Yavanin is just waiting for his moment to hop behind the wheel of the car. We'll see quite when he decides to take the helm for Star Performance, which is really his baby first and foremost. So the race settling firmly into this pattern at the moment. Of course, it's a pattern which for most of the time here we don't see an order that really reflects what's going on in the race, do we? Because everyone's got this different approach to when they refuel, if they refuel and perform driver changes and pit stops independently of the refueling, or whether they do it in one big lump of time. But it is all really about getting to that 35 minutes. And I mean, the ideal scenario for all the team managers is that they see 35 minutes and, I don't know, 2 seconds, 2/10 at the end of the pits window, which effectively closes for the final half hour of the race. You can still visit the pits in the final half hour if you need to, but you need to have 35 minutes of total pit time on the clock at the end of this race. So for now, it is a little bit of I guess, an interim period where we're waiting to see where everyone ends up in the final half hour to an extent. But we can still see the battles going on the timing screen, if not always on the circuit. But right now there is a battle on the circuit because Simon Birch is closing in on Michael Durbecker. Now, Durbecker is by no means a slouch. He is going to give way, by the looks of it, to the Porsche. I think that was firmly just allowing him through. But of course, Durbecker is actually ahead of the resume Porsche at the moment. Durbecker running third and second among the GT3s, but still I think saw Simon Birch homing in the mirror, maybe homing in the mirror with some tape on the car as well, and thinking, okay, I'm just going to let you go.
That does put Simon Birch back onto the same relative lap as Durbecker. So we'll see if Birch can pull that time back. Now again, we should note that there's a difference in terms of combined pit time here. 15 minutes to the nearest second, or rounded up to the nearest second as the race leader, is heading to the garages for some service and perhaps a driver change. We'll wait and see on that one whether Pavlovich stays at the wheel. But yeah, in short, the VDR competition car has spent 12 minutes in the pits so far. The Resume Porsche has spent 15 minutes in the pits, and as we know, lap times, a single lap is much less than 3 minutes at the moment. So effectively, once you take that pit stop time into account, the Birch Resume Porsche is to some degree ahead of the Durbecker VDR Mercedes. Here's a good scrap out on track, not full position, but this is the Peter Munich number 4140, leader at the moment in Cup 2, and directly behind it is the Rodrigue Guillon piloted Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. This is the CMR car that's currently in 6th place. Of course, one of these cars, the CMR car, has done 2 normal stops, shall we say, so far. The 140 has only done the 1 visit to pit lane.
Absolutely. So the 140 car running in what is now going to be the race lead for a little while. I think GP Elite are going to end up serving quite a hefty chunk of time later on in the race with the way things are shaping up. At the moment, the number 4 again, PCR Sport, have had a big impact this time, not with a Porsche but with a wall, and unfortunately that's a more significant impact than we saw earlier on. That is Jace Gleichberg, as he goes by during his racing situations, that has had the incident there. And the safety car, unsurprisingly, has been scrambled. And unfortunately, I don't think PCR is sending that car back out again.
No, I say it's the far side relative to our camera. I think I'm right in saying this is turn 7, turn 8. And I just wonder, obviously we've not seen a replay yet, whether he's clipped the sausage curb on driver's right, and that's then speared the number 4 to driver's left. And into the wall, but the bonnet's completely deranged on that Mercedes. The front splitter is at a completely perpendicular angle to what it should be, and I would be particularly concerned about the front left corner, far side from our camera angle here. Judged by how much damage we can see, I reckon the front left is completely hanging off the car at the moment, Adam.
Yeah, no, this is something that's going to be very hard to come back from, unfortunately, for PCR. The number 4 car not looking particularly first-hand at this stage. Now, I understand that happened all on his own, so that is just an error, and we get a little bit of a look at what the car looks like from the other side. It's a bit far away from our camera down at turn 9, but it just furthers the point that the front end of that car in general is very damaged indeed, down at 7 and 8, and is going to head back on a flatbed. Unfortunately, our second safety car of the race is out there on the circuit, and as the safety car starts to pick up some of the cars out on track, let's head down to the pits where Milos Pavlovich is with Izzy.
Yes, he is, having just jumped out of the car. Of course, had to deal with the safety car, the first safety car. Now we've, of course, got another safety car out on the track. Milos, I know, not ideal for you when that safety car came out. You just said a little bit frustrating, really, wasn't it?
Well, yes, a little bit frustrating, but in the end we tried to look at a bigger picture. And in the end of the day, we had a clean stint, everything went well. Now it's in Sandro's hands. Let's hope he has a clean stint, and then, you know, circumstances, we cannot control that. So it is what it is.
Yeah, definitely. Circumstances out of your control. As you say, Sandro's now in the car. What do you think he's going to be able to do in this stint now?
Well, it's going to be very hard for Sandro. He hasn't driven basically 0 laps in dry conditions, and he hasn't driven since Monza last year, which was in October. So I think it's going to be hard, but if he can keep it on the track and be safe and do, you know, just constant laps, I would be very happy.
Okay, well, great insight to hear that he hasn't driven in a while. And of course, as you mentioned, it was raining earlier in the weekend. So great insight. Thank you for speaking to me. I'll let you go and enjoy the rest of the race, and I'm sure we will see you later. But we are now under safety car once again.
Yeah, safety car conditions once more as we ride on board with the Star Performance Lamborghini Huracan GT3 car. Should be the last year of mainline competition for the Huracan GT3 among the top Lambo teams, although it will likely live on in some of the more privateer hands for a couple of years thereafter. Either way, for Star Performance, yeah, not great that first safety car came out while Milos was trying to build them a nice cushion. And now got a second subsequent safety car to deal with, and I think that safety car did successfully pick up Peter Muniz from what I saw. I think Muniz has been picked up as the race leader, rather ironically, since it is really only a pit cycle lead that he can claim. But all the same, that is the situation. Now I can see there that we have a situation at the moment where I think the 45 Steiner racing car was almost trying to let the Simon Birch car through. They can't do that though under safety car. Speaking of the safety car, which is trying to find the race leader at the moment, I thought they'd found him first time, but not quite. Either way, we can now look at why the safety car is out there. Don't think we quite caught the actual impact, but we can take a listen here if we fall silent to the to what happened to the number 4 car. So just approaching here turn 7 and 8, and take a listen as he turns in. Ooh, and I think I could even hear camera op Emma reacting to that as well. A big hit. And it does look as though, Andrew, looking at those tyre marks, that it was the sausage curb that caught out Jace Gleichberg.
Yeah, just those black lines laid that look pretty fresh to me, Adam, indicates, at least just from visually looking at it and seeing where the car ended up, that, yeah, I think a bit too much speed through turn 7. It's very easy to wash out. I know a lot of us have done it many a time in a sim. And yeah, you just get on that sausage curb on driver's right, light the rears up, and you're heading straight to the scene of the accident on driver's left on the exit of turn number 8. A real shame for PCR Sport. Really tough race for them. It's not officially done, of course, but yeah, I don't see that car coming out again here today. There's probably one team that won't be overjoyed with the situation, but it is a bit of good news for them. The SR Motorsport by Snitschlam number 11 will now be back onto the podium in a few laps in class.
Yeah.
Once it catches up. The recovery efforts continuing for the number 4. That long shot that we had from turn 9, though, as I say, testament to the Mercedes engineering side of things, that actually the front left didn't look as damaged as I thought it was going to be. So everything's been kept relatively safe there. The safety crews here at the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya, going to work. It will be on the bright yellow RACC flatbed in a few moments' time. But at least for now, we continue under safety car conditions. Race leader is the GP Elite 140 for Peter Muniz, which has not served its second pit stop yet, and last was in the pits 55 minutes ago. I don't think there'll be any concerns on fuel, of course, because we know this Porsche 992 Cup car can go pretty long. But they shouldn't lose the lead of Cup 2. They've actually got 4 laps at the moment on the MTech competition number 9, now being piloted by Thomas Carlson. But yeah, this will be having GP Elite scratching their brains a little bit of how they manage now the rest of the race in terms of pit stop time. They are one of 3 teams that I can see, Adam, are still in the single digits in terms of minutes spent in the pits. The other two being the Resume More Than Racing Denny Burnt number 60. That's the leading GT4 Porsche Cayman. That hasn't been in for a second stop yet and hasn't visited the pits for some 65 minutes or so. And the other one that I would expect to see in the pits pretty quickly once we get back to green is the NM Racing number 15 Mercedes, currently piloted by Jonathan Curry. That's the second place car in GT4. 8th overall, similarly 67, 68 minutes since we last saw that, taking some service.
So one driver or one team that I think is rather lost out here is the Rosso Corsa squad, because they're their 4th overall and now a lap down. And of course, not only will they be a lap down on the leading Munich car, but also Sandro Moore, and they'll be effectively a lap down on the car ahead, Durbecker, in the BDR Group Prom Mercedes. You can see the gold Mercedes in the safety car queue, about 4 cars back from the Rosso Corsa Ferrari. So while the gap was measured in seconds previously, it's now effectively going to be a full lap that the Rosso Corsa Ferrari has lost, courtesy of this safety car period. That is quite a blow for the team. They've got Bence Valent at the wheel for the first time now, so we have had a personnel change there. The Hungarian racer taking over, but yeah, quite the loss in time for Rosso Corsa, and that is going to maybe make it harder from here to try and be the overall winners in this race, even with that really solid driver lineup that they have in the number 80. But all the same, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how Valent performs once we do get back under green flag. He's no doubt going to be making his way through those cars ahead of him in fairly short order. He's a jolly quick driver in the, as I said, the Trofeo Pirelli element of Ferrari Challenge Europe. That is effectively the fast grid. That's where the pros go. That's where Dorian Pain was racing. That's where Adrian Sutil was racing a few years ago. GT Winter Series alumnus Tom Fleming, he won the same accolade, the Trofeo Pirelli World Final in 2023. And of course in 2024 that honour went to Bence Valent. Let's see how Bence does. If anyone's going to gain some of that time back, it'll be him.
I was going to say, you've pretty much made the point I was going to make. That actually, I think Bence is a very good driver to have in the car at this stage, when the instruction from the team will be, Bence, go. Just go hard, go safe, of course. We don't need any further incidents, but expect to see that number 80 Rosso Corsa Racing Ferrari to start setting some pretty quick lap times once we do go back to green. You're just joining us for coverage of the 6 Hours of Barcelona. Andrew Mather and Adam Weller in the commentary box for you this afternoon. 3 hours and 38 minutes remaining in this one, the inaugural 6 Hours of Barcelona, part of the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. The cause of the safety car, the unfortunate demise of the number 4 PCR Sport Mercedes that's had an incident just coming out of turn number 7. I think there's some work going on as well to some of the tyre wraps, the barriers. Oh, as the number 11's back in the pits. This is the SR Motorsport Mercedes that just seems to be befitting of problems and problems and problems. This is an unscheduled pit stop. This is the one that, of course, had the fuel filler valve issue earlier on in the race. I'm not quite sure what the problem is on this occasion, Adam, but either way, under one of these safety car periods where the pit lane is effectively closed for normal service, in the pits is the last place you want to be.
No, exactly right. That is suboptimal, to say the absolute least of it. So the number 11 car makes his way back out there. Cedric Fuchs, I think, is now going to be most alarmed at what's going on with that car. SR Motorsport have not had a good time at all, have they, today, unfortunately. This hasn't gone their way so far. The car is now back out of the pits, but let's hope it's nothing more sinister.
So safety car continuing round, as we saw, work continuing to ensure that the region in around turns 7 and 8 are safe, are good to go back to racing. Just a note as well that we haven't had any further notes on our timer screens regards the investigation between cars 4 and 14. This was the prior incident involving the car number 4 at this corner here, turn 14. Now, to be fair to the race officials, they've had plenty to be dealing with in the last hour or so, but we will update you on any more news as and when we receive it here in the box for the car 14 in particular. That is still a bit of a cloud overhanging Simon Birch, and Razun Morgan Racing currently scored as in 5th place. On board with one of the Lamborghinis briefly there. 3 hours and 36 minutes of this one to go. Peter Munich and GP Elite continue to lead this race. Sandro Mur now strapped into the Star Performance Autosport Racing at number 33 Lamborghini, second overall and leading in the GT3 category. They will have relatively close attentions though from the number 28 BDR competition car. That's currently got Michael Durbacher at the wheel. That's the bright gold Mercedes, and it's a little bit further back in the train, as we'll see it. I think it's towards the back of the train at the moment. Keep an eye on that car to be coming through the field. There it is at the top of your screens, just behind the NM Racing number 15. That's the GT4 Mercedes. But that's your 1, 2, 3. Safety car is in this lap. Rosso Corsa Racing, Brente Valent at the moment leading that one around in 4th place overall. It's the single Cup 1 car, of course, so it'll be the winner in that one. Can it chase down Peter Munich and take the lead back amongst the Cup categories? It is ahead, though, of the car that it's been fighting against for a lot of this race, the CMR Lamborghini. That's the Cup 4 entry, the number 27 in the Belgian flag colours. That's behind at the moment the Rosso Corsa Ferrari, and it's got Simon Birch and the Razun Porsche in between it. So 4th for the Rosso Corsa, 5th for Razun, and 6th for CMR. They are all on the same lap. GT4, very quick rundown before we go back to green. Denny Burnt leading in that one, a lap ahead of Jonathan Curry. So that's the Razun Porsche Cayman GT4, a lap clear of the NM Racing Mercedes. 3rd still running but wounded, it would seem, in the SR Motorsport Cedric Fuchs car as the safety car pulls in, Adam, and we go back to green.
Back to green, and Peter Munich, I suspect, will do maybe 1 lap and then immediately come into the pits, I would suspect, because he definitely owes us a stop at this point. Meanwhile, Bence Valent is on the move, rather as we expected. There goes the number 80 car straight past the 2 Porsches. Maybe have a bit more trouble now with Sandro Mur, of course, in the GT3 spec Lamborghini. Or maybe I'm speaking too soon, because Valent is driving like a man possessed through the first 3 corners of the lap. So powering on, powering through. And off he goes. The number 80 car running just behind Peter Munich at the moment. Of course, a lap down. And running nicely in that Rosso Corsa car. Of course, I suspect we'll see the driver that started, Nicolò, back at the wheel for the next stint of the race as he goes past the 140 car. Now let's see if our de facto race leader continues on, because if he does continue on, he's got Sandro Mur right behind him, and that's for effectively the race lead. 1st and 2nd place are 2nd and 3rd in shot at the moment. Simon Birch is also there, still a lap down, but actually the Razun car, of course, has profited from this safety car period, because what was an almost 2-lap deficit is now effectively just 1. And well, to be honest, I'm not sure Simon Birch is going to be off the lead lap for terribly long with this proximity to Mur and indeed to Munich. He's going to have to be a little bit careful here through this section, because I think Munich is going to be into the pit. He is. That leaves the inside beckoning just briefly against Sandro Mur, but I think Simon learning some lessons from earlier on in that collision down at turn 14. And so the leading car is Sandro Mur. He's the race leader. He's got a car desperately trying to unlap itself, the GT3 Porsche of Simon Birch. And Birch to be fair, he's being careful now, and I think that might be because he's got a notification, as we have, that he has a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. As he goes past the Lamborghini to unlap itself, go back onto the lead lap, the Resume More Than Racing Porsche now has to come in for a drive-through penalty. That is for the collision with the number 4 PCR Sport Mercedes earlier on. That is not the collision that saw that car into the wall at turn 7 and 8. There was no collision there. That was just an error. But of course, we saw at turn 14 in the previous hour a big hit to the rear of the number 4 car from the number 14.
So I don't think it's going to make too much difference either way, but it'll be interesting to see whether or how Resume play the next couple of laps. Do they bring Simon straight in for that drive-through? He'll slip behind all of the other runners, but at least he'll have a little bit of clear air ahead of him, and then have to re-overtake everyone that he's got current track position over. Or do they maybe leave it a lap or so, try and edge out that gap, allow a bit more field spread in the mid-pack there to make the job of re-overtaking everybody out on track that little bit easier, because he's going to have to do it either way once this drive-through penalty is served out of turn 13. Do we see the number 14 stay right? Not clear from that angle. Peter Muniz is still in the fuel bay, and yes, in. I think that's the right decision. I think we knew it was coming. For the number 14 and Resume More Than Racing this drive-through. Get it done, get it served, get back out on track as quickly as possible, and have it clear what the job entails. Now, of course, this time ticking through the timing beams won't count towards their 35 minimum combined lap time, so it'll tick over a little bit. Well, it ticks over by another 28 seconds, so we'll scrub that off the total pit time for that car. But they're back out on circuit, and it looks like they've got a decent bit of track position there, Adam, to set some fast times.
Meanwhile, there is a battle for the lead going on. Sandro Moore for Star Performance. The blue number 33 Lamborghini is there. And then 2 cars back in second overall right now is Michael Durbecker. Now, there is 90 seconds worth of pit stop that has been served by the AMG that has not been served by the Lamborghini. Incidentally, I had confirmation that the Lamborghini's pit stop would count after all towards the overall 35-minute pit stop allocation. We were unsure about that early on. Stefan has since clarified that. Stefan Lerner from the GEDLICH Racing Wind Series team. That is indeed going to be counted. So it does have 90 seconds in its arsenal of time served, but it is also now closing in for the overall race lead, regardless of having spent more time in the pits. And of course, also of interest is the fact that Rodrigue Guillon is right there behind Sandro Moore at the moment. So Sandro is watching the second place car in the race close in, and between him and the second place car is the fourth place car, which is going hunting.
And we know he's pretty quick in a straight line. Would not be surprised to see the number 27 Super Trofeo Lamborghini breeze past the GT3 in the second half of the straight. And here comes Guillon down the inside. Goes back onto the lead lap, but gets a little bit too deep into turn 1. That's where the GT3 then starts to come back with a bit more corner speed. Guillon was off the racing line as well there, which has rubbered in nicely across the course of this afternoon so far. That's good news for Durbecker, because Durbecker's right there in the bright gold Mercedes. This is for the lead of the race on the road between the number 33 Lamborghini of Star Performance and Michael Durbecker, who's come alive, it would seem, in the last hour or so. The GT3 is now having the problem of being a bit quicker through this part of the course. This is where the Super Trofeo spec car isn't quite as quick as the GT3s. The GT3s can use their aero balance and aero grip a bit more than the Cup 4 car. Now the CMR number 27 Lamborghini will look to stretch its legs out of turn number 9, down the infield straight towards turn number 10. Durbecker's looking for a move potentially for the race lead on Sandro Moore into turn number 10. That is lovely stuff from the Mercedes, which, as the temperatures have started to rise a bit here Adam, it's not the first time that we've said this over the last couple of weeks. This platform with the Mercedes-AMG, whether GT3 or GT4, it likes it when the temperatures are a little bit higher to get its tyres working.
Yeah, no, that is true, and that is what we're seeing at the moment. Michael Durbecker then through into the lead of the race, the Mexican racer who was born in Germany to a German dad and a Mexican mother. He's looking to race in the NASCAR Xfinity Series when they head to Mexico later this year, although some of the prices he told me are slightly eye-watering, but he's hoping to get a good seat and be a challenger there, just looking for the right sponsors to potentially help him out on that front. But now in the Barcelona 6 hours, he is leading the way, half a second clear of Sandro Mur. Of course, I think rather as anticipated, BDR Grupaprom looking to become quite the factor in this race. I've had the suspicion coming into this event all week long that by no means were Resume More Than Racing going to have this all their own way. With the combination of Durbecker, Bonjuel and Hernandez, there's a lot of consistency and pace there at BDR Grupaprom. At Star Performance, you've got, of course, Milos Pavlovic, who is incredibly fast. Then you've got 3 drivers with plenty of GT experience in the form of Sandro Mur, who's at the wheel at the moment, Samporn, Yao Yavanil, and then of course the third driver who I think Samporn really rates as a young star from Thailand, and that is Aniwat Lomadtai. Now we watch on as Simon Birch recovers, I guess in quotation marks, from the drive-through penalty. And again, really a testament to Simon's pace is the fact that that drive-through penalty is already effectively scraped away from the record. Apologies. He is now closing in on the Star Performance car that he was effectively just behind prior to serving the pit stop, the drive-through penalty. And that, 20-second odd trundle through the pits, it's already gone. Simon Birch is back in the zone, back on the pace, and is now nearly back on the lead lap as he drag races with the Lamborghini down to the first corner. He unlaps himself on second place, and of course I'm sure the team will be eager for him to get back into the lead or get back into the lead lap, of course, so that if there is another safety car, he can just go back around and join the back of the queue.
Yeah, absolutely. Into the pits, now out of the pits is Jonathan Curry, Mercedes-AMG, that's the NM Racing number 15. May well have been a driver change as well. We'll report on that in due course. Gregor Schneider has got into the number 60 Resume More Than Racing Porsche Cayman GT4. That is your leader at the moment in that category. So we'll keep an eye on that gap between those two front-running GT4s. We shouldn't forget as well that, of course, the Resume More Than Racing Porsche GT3 has served more of its mandatory time in the pits so far in this race. So they are still very much in play because the BDR car, the Star Performance car, they both owe us, or both owe the Resume More Than Racing Porsche 2.5 minutes in the pits before we get to the end of this one. Not that that's going to trouble Simon Birch at this stage, because now he's going to go down the inside of Durbecker. That's the number 14 back onto the lead lap in GT3, and it'll now try and chase down the CMR 27 Lamborghini. That is for position now. So Simon Birch may well back into the top 3 overall on this next tour of the circuit, Adam.
Oh yes, I think it's going to be quite early in this tour of the circuit by the looks of it. So the 27 car in third for now. Our third and fourth place battle is just ahead of the overall race leader, Michael Durbecker. And Durbecker will just watch on with interest here. He won't want to get any closer than he has to that battle. I say battle. Simon Birch is already through. The downforce through turn 3 for the number 14 Milwaukee car is too much for the 27 to overcome. Of course, I think in a way we are holding too high of an expectation for the CMR car, aren't we? Because it is ultimately a Cup spec car. Stéphane Lemeray was quick to point that out when we spoke to him on Friday. He's like, look, I don't know where we're going to end up. I'd like to be an overall podium. I'd like to beat the other Cup cars, but we can't compete with the GT3s. However, the performances we've seen so far are putting it on a pedestal with the GT3s. It's just that the car is strong in different areas.
And we've already seen in this race, you never know what's going to happen to any of these GT3 cars. Simon Birch, a very quick driver, but is still human at the end of the day. Made a mistake earlier on in this race that, for the time being, put it behind the number 27. Who's to say that we could see something similar before, well, hopefully not, for the sake of the PDR number 28 and the star performance number 33. But that's the beauty of endurance racing, that there's a lot that can happen across the course of the next 3 hours and 21 minutes. There's been a change. This is through pit stops, of course. The X Racing, this is the club entry, Porsche Cayman club sport car, has gone through past the NM Racing Mercedes AMG. That's the second place car in GT4. So this is all over 10th place overall. There has been a driver change for NM Racing as they've served their stop. Jonathan Curry out of the car. Denis Sugleyev is in for this next period of the race, Adam.
Yes, so NM Racing welcoming Dennis into the car for the first time. Currently running second in class, as you said. Gregor Schneider, of course, is now running the number 60 car for Resoon More Than Racing. He is a big part of the Milwaukee brand in Germany and Austria, Switzerland, in the German-speaking part of the world, and is kind of the reason why Resoon has that significant Milwaukee backing. And he's just delighted to be part of the team, be part of this race. We've spoken a couple of times this weekend in catering and on camera as well. And he's just so excited to be back at the wheel. And we're at the wheel of a GT4 for the first time. He's done racing in an open-top KTM Crossbow before, but this is an entirely new experience. Meanwhile, we were riding on board there with Mikael Durbecker, our race leader, trying to find a way past fourth overall, but Rodrigue Guillon is giving nothing up, of course, in his car. He should strictly be abiding by blue flags, but I don't think they're being shown to him, so how is he to know that the car he's got behind him isn't for position?
And trying to keep himself on the lead lap, of course.
Yeah.
We've already seen two safety cars within this race, so there is some reason of logic, level of logic here for Guillon to try and keep that Mercedes behind. Will easily keep him behind at this part of the course, because this is where the extra power, the extra horsepower for the Super Trofeo spec Lamborghini will mean it stretches away from Durbecker there in the Mercedes. Thomas Carlson is in the number 9 Cup 2 Porsche 992 for M-Tech competition. When was the last time that we saw... I don't feel that it's that long since we saw the number 9 in the pits. I might be wrong. It served 15, nearly 16 minutes of its total pit time so far. So this will put the GP Elite 140 into the lead in Cup 2. They've once again got Cohen Muniz at the wheel.
I can't swear to the last time exactly, but it was before the most recent safety car by quite a way. So I don't think it's that out of sync. We'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, Mikael Durbecker continues to cut a frustrated figure behind the Lamborghini because, of course, now, watch, the Lambo disappears slightly up the road. Another car length, maybe 2 gained by the Lamborghini, and then under braking and through turn 10, turn 11, turn 12. It's going to be a little bit slower at the apexes than the more downforce dependent or downforce gifted Mercedes AMG GT3. It's a head scratcher this for Durbecker, isn't it? He doesn't want to do anything stupid because the team will be telling him, look, you're the leader, it's fine. But equally, that Lamborghini is more than likely meaning that he can't quite get the pace out of that Mercedes that he otherwise would.
And particularly as more and more rubber goes down on track, the advantage for the GT3s in the twisty technical bits will be growing. It'll be able to generate more and more mechanical plus aero grip than the Super Trofeo car at this stage of the race. But again, such is the power advantage and the top speed advantage for the Cup 4 Super Trofeo car, yeah, Michael Durbacher is struggling to find a way through here with minimal risk. There may be an opportunity coming up, though, because just ahead of them is the Resume Northern Racing Porsche Cayman GT4. That is the class-leading GT4 as well. So they're going to be wanting to be, to a degree, conservative and not taking too many risks at this stage of the race. And you've got to say that it's been a bit of a roller coaster ride for the GT3 Resume car, but the GT4 car calmly moving to drivers right there and keeping out of the way. Well, that's a good sign there. Well, not a good sign, but a good show there of the level of grip through turn number 8. We saw Gregor Schneider just pull off the racing line, let the two quicker cars go through, got back on the power, got on the throttle, and the back end of the car very easily stepped out there, Adam. That shows again to me that turn 7, turn 8 section where we saw the demise of the number 4 is starting to get quite tricky as we're in the middle phase of this race.
I mean, even at the best of times, the camber through that section is something that all of the coaches warn their gentlemen drivers about. The corner kind of dips away from you on exit at 7 as you go into 8, and you see exactly that, especially if you are offline. Putting the power down and then having to catch the car. Schneider did a good job there to do just that. The head scratching continues then for Michael Durbacher, who is now losing a bit of time to Rodrigue Guillaume, maybe taking something out of the tyres here, trying to get around the Lamborghini, and now losing time as a result of that. Where is the Valent Rosso Corsa car relative to all of these guys? I think it's further up ahead, isn't it?
Yep.
But now a couple of laps strictly down, or one and a bit laps down on Durbacher. You've got this kind of, there it is now, just coming through 12, 13 and 14. So it is effectively 1.5 laps off the lead. And of course, if we are to treat the Cup 4 and Cup 1 cars as adversaries, even though they're not in the same class, that does mean that the gap between them is somewhere in the region of a minute, and Bence Valent will be working exceedingly hard to try and get that down. Some encouragement there, I think, from Gustav Krö, who is now taking over the MTech competition car from Thomas Carlson, the 59-year-old racer who, as he said to us pre-race, over 20 years of racing experience, initially in local level endurance racing in his native Sweden. But Gustav Krö will get back behind the wheel, and from what we saw earlier on, that means we can expect some pretty feisty driving and some pretty fast lap times out of the MTech competition car. Of course, Gustav, as he said to me, I'm kind of going to be in and out of the car, for much of the day, much like Milos Pavlovic will be in the Star Performance machine. He wants to do the heavy lifting here. I think the plan is for the others to do kind of 40-minute stints, and then he'll effectively double that each time he's in the car. So I think we are going to see, for the next little while, Gustav Krö working his magic at the helm of the number 9.
Blue flags have been shown there quite clearly to Rodrigue Guillaume. There'll be an argument from the CMR team that over the course of the lap they have just about enough pace, but again, you know, that you've got to do that. Once you've been shown the blue flags, you've got to cede the position, and now will be the proof as to whether the gold Mercedes, Michael Durbacher, racing for BDR competition by Grupo Prom, have got the pace now to break away from the 27 Lamborghini. Just looking, you'd mentioned that gap and the Cup adversaries, as we have a look there at Simon Birch, whose pace is impeccable, by the way. He's been doing, again, 142s, 143s. He's chipping away at the advantage. Rosso Corsa Racing and Bence Valent at the moment, last time around, 145.893. The Ferrari is 1.5 seconds a lap in that region quicker than the Guillaume number 27 Lamborghini. The gap is now to the nearest second, 64 seconds. That's been some really good work from Bence after that restart. Was, you know, effectively a lap down on the Guillaume Lamborghini, and by my quick in my head maths, has taken 40 to 45 seconds out of Guillaume since we went back to green.
Yeah, and I mean, it's much the same story, of course, for Simon Birch as well. That gap is around a minute 17 it was just before this car crossed the line, and after being shown blue flags, the CMR car of Rodrigue Guillaume goes back through. So CMR are now going to be saying to race control, absolutely
Hang on a minute,
do not show us a blue flag again. And they'll be saying to Rodrigue, if you do see a blue flag, ignore it. You've just proven you're quicker.
Yeah, he's proven whether he's quicker or pretty much the same pace over the course of the whole lap than the Mercedes. The Mercedes isn't being impeded, would be the argument from CMR at the moment. The trouble is that this is losing both of these cars. As they overtake one another, they are still losing a bit of time relative to their class competition. But yeah, we'll keep our eyes on that situation as it develops. Into the pits has come the X Racing number 82. This is the single Club Sport Porsche Cayman. All looking pretty standard at the moment. They've had 13 minutes in the pits so far in this race. This is their third proper visit to pit lane, so I'd expect to get another about 6.5 minutes for Beat Ganson's squad to be in there. A good finish to the stint there for Beat Gans. Doing the car's personal best lap time on low fuel at the end of your stint. I like that. That's a good way to finish an endurance stint. It was a 1:53.4.
Yeah, no, Gans is, I think, the hair of the trio, ultimately, in terms of lap time. He's got a lot of racing experience. You can look back about 15 years and see him driving an E46 BMW in the DMV GTC series, as it was called at the time, and has spent a lot of time at the wheel of racing Porsches as well. And so he is currently in the refueling area, as you said. I don't think we've seen Peter Brunner at the wheel of that car yet. So the Porsche Sprint Challenge Central Europe AM champion from last year, he's about to get his first go of the day.
Is indeed. On your screens, this is the number 33 Star Performance Lamborghini. This is second place in GT3, being hassled a bit at the moment by the number 140 GP Elite Porsche Cup 2 car. This is the Cup 2 leader as well in the hands of Karen Manish. Had a good stint earlier on to get things going for GP Elite. And yeah, they're both at the moment in the 1:49s as they circulate around on lap 87 for the number 33. The GP Elite car is 3 laps behind overall. Good lead still, though, for GP Elite over their next closest competition in Cup 2. Some 2 laps back are Ulrich Forsberg and Team Steiner Racing in their number 45 Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car. That is all your changes and bits of news for now. We have 3 hours and 8 minutes of this inaugural 6 hours of Barcelona to go. Bit of traffic now, Adam, for the number 33 Lamborghini.
Yeah, the NM Racing Mercedes-AMG GT4, Denis Sogolev, I should say, getting, rather interfering in the little convoy that we had going on there. Kern Munich ends up stuck behind the NM car as they come out of turn 14. Get a kick up of the dust there from Sogolev as well. Going to be a little bit careful with that. Don't want to tempt fate too much when it comes to traction. Sogolev, who has previously raced Lamborghini Super Trofeo machinery, as a matter of fact, in 24-hour series competition. Has a good amount of experience of endurance racing. I don't think he's done much sprint racing, actually. He's won for a long distance race and is a welcome addition to the NM Racing lineup. Of course, Jonathan Curry was with us last time at the Portimao 6 Hour back in February, the previous 6 hour race on the GEDLICH schedule. And we also have the very welcome addition of Guillermo Eso, who has started the car, of course, and I think we'll probably see him at the wheel next. There was a threat, not a promise, but a threat of Phil Keane joining the lineup for this one as well. Phil joking to me that I got sacked because I did track limits on the GT4 Win Series race last week, so I don't get to play this time. But in reality, of course, what he wants to do is make sure that his client, he's the driver coach for Jonathan Curry, gets as much of this race as possible. X Racing then have performed a tyre change and will now head back out onto the circuit. We'll see if the driver change has taken place on this occasion. But the X Racing squad make their way back out onto the circuit and continue to compete well up against the GT4 cars. Of course, this is very close to being a GT4 spec Cayman 981. It's the original recipe Cayman GT4-ish car. And we'll see how they stack up to the GT4s, currently running a net third in the GT4 class. Of course, that is largely because the two cars behind are the retired PCR Sport Mercedes and Cedric Fuchs in the recovering number 11 SR Motorsport Mercedes. But all the same, if they can have kind of a net GT4 podium, even though it won't count as such, I think that would be mission firmly accomplished for X Racing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a nice run out of pit lane there. A little bit of understeer on cold tyres, which is understandable for Alex Ellinger, who started this race and is back in for a second full stint for him personally. In the pits, in the fuel bay, is the Simon Birch Porsche. So again, Razun more than racing. I think just trying to get as much of this minimum combined pit time done in the just in the first half of this race, of course. But just to note that for anyone following on live timing as to why the number 14 has dropped down to 5th place, standard pit stop going on for them. And is that not Thomas Anderson getting ready for his second whirl in the car? It's been an eclectic mix, I would say, Adam, for Simon Birch. The pace has been fantastic, and that we didn't doubt. But yeah, that contact with the number 4 PCR, that drive-through as well. It's not been a 10 out of 10 stint for Simon Birch. I'd probably give it like a 6.5, a 7 out of 10 for him. Still good, but could have been better.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. It's the first foot we've really seen him put wrong in the Winter Series paddock. He's usually very smooth and consistent, but just got caught out there by the relative lack of apex speed for the GT4 versus his GT3 car, and that led to that collision. So then, the cars are continuing around. We're almost 3 hours into this race already, and that is your race leader, third in the queue, Michael Durbecker, just closing in on Cedric Fuchs, who is continuing to press on in his GT4 Merc, even though that car is more than likely not going to be a contender, at least as things stand, for a podium in the GT4 class. You best believe that Cedric is savouring the opportunity to drive a GT4 Mercedes. He was pumped at the start of the year at Estoril to be driving a GT car for the first time in the form of the Cayman Trophy spec Porsche that he ran in the GT4 Win Series this year. Of course, he won the Cayman Trophy category along with Villiacuna, meaning he's got his second title in about 6 months, because he is the 2024 Tourenwagen Junior Cup champion. And now he's in a full-fat GT4 car, the Mercedes AMG. So back to front engine after a sabbatical in the mid-rear Porsche Cayman. So then Thomas Anderson is installing himself as Simon Birch removes his seat insert from the Razun More Than Racing Porsche. Anderson now to get back behind the wheel, and we'll see how his second stint unfolds. They are firmly keeping to plan from Portimao 6, 2 hours thereabouts for Birch, and now it is the time for Thomas Anderson to head back out onto the circuit.
Also in the pits at this current stage, in the refueling area to be exact, Sandro Moore in the number 33 Star Performance Lamborghini. So that's going for some routine service. Nice and easy for us. That's pretty much the same stint length upcoming for 2 of the top 3 in GT3. So it's just this single GT3 actually circulating on track right now. The BDR competition by Grupo Prom Mercedes. Out goes the number 33. That, well, actually, no, it's just heading further down pit lane, of course, to its stall in the second half of pit lane. All looking pretty routine here, Adam, for the Brazilian Porsche.
Point I want to raise to you, per your own notes here, Andrew. First stop for the 14
41 minutes.
41 minutes in.
Yep.
There was a driver change.
There was a driver change.
Maximum stint length is 2 hours.
Ooh.
Now, some 2 hours and 10 minutes after
Good
Simon
spot.
Birch got in the car, Thomas Anderson heads back out. I think they've exceeded the time there. It is calculated from the time the car exits the pits.
Yeah.
But even then, that still doesn't add up. He's done more than 2 hours.
The first, from memory, the first. Oh, if I wrote it down.
Yeah.
The first time in pits was 6 minutes and 18 seconds. So that would take the pit exit time up to, well, still short.
47,
48
roughly,
minutes. So yes, good note there. We'll keep a track of that one and whether that could be another problem for the number 14.
So then, half distance in the 6 hours of Barcelona is upon us, more or less. And we are now at half distance in this race. Michael Durbecker and BDR Competition are currently our race leaders. The car that had been in second prior to this current pit cycle was the Star Performance car, which incidentally is now on an outlap with Milos Pavlovic at the wheel for the second time. He did tell me yesterday that I might not be able to pop in for any guest commentary because I am pretty much in and out of the car all day. And you know what? It's nice to know that he was telling me the truth. He is back in the car for the second time in the race already, having been in there, of course, for the second hour of the race. But that's a big question mark now looming over the head of Resume More Than Racing's Simon Birch, and indeed the entire team. Is, well, he was certainly in that car for more than 2 hours consecutive, and per the regs, that's not meant to happen. So we'll see whether or not that gets investigated and indeed penalised as we cross over the 3 hour mark of this race. It is Durbecker that leads. Benze Valent in the Rosso Corsa racing car currently sits in second and a lap down, which translates to about 2.5 minutes overall. It's 1.5 laps there or thereabouts. And of course, Valent is lapping quicker than the overall race leader, a 1 minute 45.1. And I think as these misfortunes continue to hit the GT3 cars, whether it's Milos Pavlovic, who of course had a little bit of an issue earlier on in the safety car, losing time when he wanted to be gaining time, or indeed for someone like Simon Birch, who is now facing a penalty after all of the contact and issues like that. We have to consider those cup cars as more and more of a threat in the overall battle. Simon Birch is out of the car. Thomas Anderson is in. And with Izzy now is Simon Birch. So straight out of the car, we can now hear from another of our leading drivers in the 6 hour of Barcelona.
He is indeed with me. Well, Simon, quite the eventful race so far for you. I'm going to let you talk us through what happened with the contact there.
Yeah, it was a hectic stint. The first hour was quite good until the end. There was a misunderstanding with the GT4. So in the end, it was, you know, from my perspective, I'm coming on way higher speed, and for sure I cannot have a contact with him. But in the end, there was a small movement and misunderstanding between us. So in the end, I was just a passenger and standing on the brakes. Just luckily that didn't happen more, but yeah, in the end I couldn't do anything. I was standing on the brakes, and when he moves a bit on the braking into the corner, then I'm slightly just a passenger. So yeah, luckily that didn't happen anymore, but in the end it was good. And here in the last stint we also managed to get a good pace and get some good laps in, so it looks quite good now, but still it's a long race.
And in terms of, obviously we've seen the duct tape on the car, but in terms of performance on the car, you don't feel like you've lost anything from that?
Contact always have a loss of performance. It's GT3 cars, it's a lot of aerodynamics, so for sure it destroys a bit the aerodynamic platform, but yeah, in the end it was still good. The pace out there was still amazing in the end.
And Thomas is obviously back in the car now. We've reached the halfway point of the race, so I was going to say not long to go, but there is long to go. What's your feeling now for the rest of the race?
Yeah, it's really good. Now just keep calm and see how Thomas performs. It's for sure good. And then, yeah, we are quite on the edge with track limits because there was a misunderstanding in the first stint. I think there was an error on the screen because we didn't get any messages until 10 minutes left of Thomas's stint, and then we got all the messages. So right now we are driving a bit on the edge, but in the end it's good. So it's 3 hours left and everything is possible.
All right, best of luck for the rest of the race. Thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
And as Thomas Anderson continues around the circuit, the other GT3 car that I was discussing just prior to going to Izzy in the pits, Milos Pavlovic, he's on it again. A 141.958 for you. For him last time by, so 141.958 is the quickest time we've seen out of that car, and I think potentially almost everyone else except for Birch. Yes, within a few hundredths of Birch's best out there on the circuit. So on his second stint in the race, Milos Pavlovic is pressing on. We are well into the fourth hour of the race. We're at half distance in the 6 hours of Barcelona. Hour number 3 of the race then, and the Razoon Porsches have had races of differing fortunes. That GT4 car, the black and white machine, is metronomically driving off in the lead of the race in the GT4 category. GT3 has been a bit more war-torn, quite frankly, so far. Number 11 Mercedes has been back out on circuit after refueling woes in the first couple of hours of the race. We've seen Rodrigue Guillon moving through the field in the CMR Lamborghini as well, being a thorn in the side to some of the GT3s. Milos Pavlovic has reclaimed the helm of the Star Performance Lamborghini. We didn't see the moment, we heard the moment. And then the end result at turn 7, turn 8 for the PCR Sport Mercedes. A very wrecked car after that earlier collision with Simon Birch. That car was running a little bit damaged already. Unfortunately, now it's firmly retired from the race. Of course, a safety car period followed that crash. You got back to green flag, and the field was once again in a big old scrum. And it was Valence Valent who was the quickest of them out of the blocks as we went back to green flag conditions. He disappeared up the road. He's on a mission, of course, to try and get Rosso Corsa Racing back into a winning position, and quite frankly he's doing quite a good job right now because they are leading on the road, albeit that does not apply for the pit cycle. We saw the number 28 Mercedes of Michael Durbecker chasing the number 27 CMR Lamborghini for much of the stint, and unfortunately it was anything but straightforward for both parties. Simon Birch went driving straight past both of them without a care in the world, but then it was Durbecker really struggling to find a way past Guillon. Two quick drivers in two cars that make their performance in different places. Of course, we see some of the stuff that we didn't see on the live stream there. The two Porsche Cup contenders, the Cup 2 contenders, almost collided on pit entry there during this third hour of the race. We've also seen Cedric Fuchs at the wheel of a Mercedes GT4 for the first time in a racing condition, which is great to see for Cedric. That car, unfortunately, though, doesn't appear in your top 10. Bent Valent is your race leader for Rosso Corsa Racing at the moment, although the pit cycle will most likely hand the lead eventually to Milos Pavlovic in the Star Performance Lamborghini. He's the first of the GT3 cars in the order right now. Almery Bonduel is a little way off him in third overall. Kern Munich is fourth overall at the moment and leading in the Cup 2 class. However, they have served a considerable amount less of their pit stop time than anyone else in the class. Only 12 minutes served roughly by Kern Munich and co, whereas the other Cup 2 car of Gustav Söderberg Krö in 8th position overall has served over 21 minutes. So that is a big gap there. Thomas Anderson is 5th overall and 3rd among the GT3s at this stage. Wilfried Casalmont is in 6th position overall, and of course that is a Cup 4 Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. Gregor Schneider is 1st among the GT4s. That car, I think, has also not done too much time in the pits. No, it hasn't. Only 13 minutes of 35 that they have to do before 5.5 hours served at the moment. Gustav Söderberg Krö sits in 8th position. In 9th place, it is Denis Soglaev in the NM Racing car, and Ulrich Forsberg rounds out the overall top 10 in the 3rd of the Cup 2 cars. Alex Ellinger runs a net 3rd among the GT4 spec cars, even though his is an older car, therefore in the club class. The Cedric Fuchs Mercedes is unfortunately the last car running. We have lost both the PCR Sport car and the other SR Motorsport machine in the first couple of hours of this race. So as expected, endurance racing claiming a couple of casualties out there on the circuit so far in this race. For now, the man setting the pace out front is Milos Pavlovic, and he is currently the first of the cars out on circuit because Bence Valint is in the pits at the moment. Valint still is leading, but Pavlovic, I suspect, while Rosso Corsa Racing's number 80 car is in the refueling area, one has to assume that Pavlovic is going to move back into this race lead here at the 6 Hours of Barcelona Star Performance. The Thai team would absolutely love to win this race in collaboration with the Autosport Racing team, who of course evolved from Bapora Motorsport, a team with a lot of history with Lamborghini GT cars specifically. They've got the experts with them, Star Performance, and that doesn't just apply to the mechanics either. Milos Pavlovic is currently doing what he does best, and that is lap after lap at a very rapid pace in a GT car.
He's doing a tremendous job through this phase of the race, and it does feel like after that disruptive hour or so with those 2 safety cars that we've got back into a rhythm with this one. Now, quick update on the number 45. This is the Team Steiner Racing Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car. This is the 3rd place car in Cup 2. Was that a piece of debris or just something flying off there? Didn't quite caught half-sighted that, whereas the 33 went through turn 14. But it's on its out lap. It's just completed another pit stop. 17 minutes and 54 minutes now completed in terms of the minimum combined 35 minutes for them. So they've re-emerged in 10th place. Track may be getting a bit quicker as well, Adam. I've just seen that Amaury Bonduel has just gone and set a purple sector number 2. In fact, has just set the fastest lap of the race. So 1 minute 41.840 for the number 28 Mercedes. So this is a really intriguing part of this race, that both of the top 2 teams have got their fast boys in at this stage, and it's the Mercedes that bit by bit is chipping away at the lead of Star Performance and Milos Pavlovic. Now, of course, traffic will factor into this as well, but it's going to be intriguing, as you say, to see what happens over, I think, the next 45 minutes or so. Both of these cars are on relatively same stint times. 13 minutes so far into the stint for Pavlovic, 6 minutes for Bonduel. But Bonduel, as we come to expect, looking lightning quick out there at the moment, Adam.
Yeah, Bonduel, who's raced a little bit of everything, really, over the years. Made a one-off appearance in GP3, I think, as far back as 2015. And has more recently, of course, plied his trade in GT cars after winning a Formula Renault series in 2019, the Ultimate Cup Monoplace, which now of course caters to regional cars, moved into sports cars and GTs from there, in that largely in that Ultimate Cup paddock, kind of turned some heads in the Formula classes, and then everyone said, okay, let's see what he can do in a GT car. He's since had this great partnership with the team and Alfredo Hernandez here at BDR Grupa Prom, and at the moment he is making that car absolutely fly. 1 minute 41.6. That is a very, very fast time. I wasn't really going to bring this up because I didn't think we'd get so close, but the fastest ever GT3 race lap around here is a 140.7, and that was in far more favourable conditions than this. And he is absolutely flying.
And you consider this is okay, newer tyres of course, but this is on heavy fuel as well from Bonduelle. This is superb pace. You had a quick sight there a few moments ago of the number 80 Rosso Corsa Racing Ferrari that's now on its outlap. I had a little bit of a concern when the mechanic on the front right was having to have a couple of goes with the air gun there to get the nut off, but no major problems there for the Rosso Corsa Racing Ferrari. Will be intriguing to see where they come out relative to the Wilfred Casalban CMR Lamborghini. This is the number 27. Yes, different classes, but they are the sole representatives in their respective cup classes. We know they're having a bit of a duel out there to see whether it's going to be the Lamborghini or the Ferrari that come home ahead overall. So once timing is updated and we've got sight on both of those drivers, well, in fact I can tell you that Valen's in sector number 3 now, and the Lamborghini is in sector number 2, and there it is. So advantage Ferrari.
Yeah, absolutely. So there is the Rosso Corsa Cup running for now in 5th overall, but of course the pit stop window is weaving its chaotic eye through all of that at the moment. We'll see quite what things work out as once Kern Munich in particular makes a pit stop, because GP Elite really are kind of rear-loading, I think, this pit strategy, aren't they? We are, again, still under 12 minutes of 35 minutes that they have to serve within the next 2 hours and 14 minutes. So at some point, they're really going to have to kind of pull the car up and sit there and have maybe quite literally a tea break.
Yeah, tea break on a Sunday afternoon, a beautiful day here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. So the gap again, well, it just takes, because of the way that the pit stops work, a bit of time for the timing to cycle round. So Nancy Valent, I'm not sure whether Nancy Valent is still at the wheel of that car. It may just be that the information hasn't updated yet with the driver selector mechanism, of course. The gap lead down to 24 seconds, Adam. So Bonduelle continuing to cut away at probably 7-8 tenths a lap on Pavlovic's lead. Now, of course, he's going to need to keep going with that, and we're not going to see the close battle, if we're going to see it at all, between those two anytime soon. And they are both setting their best lap times. They've both set their personal bests in the last 10 tours of the circuit. So that again is a good indication that there's some pace in the track at this stage of the race, with 2 hours, 43 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
And we'd be amiss if we didn't say that the top 4 are all on the lead lap right now. The Thomas Anderson car is less than 10 seconds up the road from Milos Pavlovic at the moment. But that, incidentally, is going to be a point of concern potentially for Razun, because Pavlovic is closing in. And within the next, I think, 4 or 5 laps, they might well be at risk of going a lap down to Milos and Star Performance. And again, that leaves you incredibly vulnerable in the event of a safety car or something of that nature. It will bring everyone who's on the same lap as you back to your rear, and it will put you, completely apart from everyone else in your battle. We have just seen Kern Munich come across the line in 3rd overall, 1 minute and 10 off the race lead, albeit again with some 4.5 minutes less pit stop penalty than the leader at the moment. So here we go down towards the first corner with Anderson, and in the back of shot there, now 2 cars further back, is the race leader Milos Pavlovic. So yes, Anderson is on the lead lap. No, I'm not sure he'll be there in about 10 minutes.
No, I tend to agree. 146.2 last time around for Thomas Anderson. For Pavlovic, a 143.1, but a 141.5 for Bonduel, and that was with a personal best sector number 2 only. So there's potentially even more pace at the moment for the number 28 Mercedes. This is getting a bit tense for Pavlovic. We should also remember again the delta in total pit time between these two leaders. 15 minutes and 44 seconds is the total time for the Pavlovic car in there as well. 17 minutes and 43 for the BDR Mercedes, but I will remind myself that's the car that also had some element of its pit stop under safety car, is it not? Did we get an answer on that one, Adam, as to whether
not relevant? It
not
was
relevant.
fine.
Okay,
Yeah, it was
all
fine.
good then. So that is a representative gap in a way that BDR have got 2 minutes in hand.
Yes,
over Star Performance.
It is indeed. Yes, so that is a compelling point that you make there. I'm just so impressed by Bonduel's pace.
Yeah.
144.572 last time by, setting these mid 141s on a consistent basis is no mean feat. As just going past there, the NM Racing Team Mercedes is Milos Pavlovic. I think my prognosis of 10 minutes might have been a little bit brave, actually. I think it will be less than that, because Pavlovic is also still lapping quickly, although last lap of 144.3, I think that's traffic affected, mind you, but not quite at the same level as Almery Bonduel behind at 141.7 this time by. Clearly Almery is now just lifting off a little bit.
Yeah, just maybe taking it a little bit easier, perhaps by a tenth or so per lap. Into the pits has come the number 60, Resume More Than Racing Porsche came. This is the GT4 leader, and should be a fairly routine pit stop. Maybe, that's going to get close in the exit of turn number 5 between the number 33 and the number 11. Through goes Pavlovic past Cedric Fuchs, not for position, of course. That's to put another lap on the SR Motorsport by Snitchel Mercedes. The sole one of those two remaining. If you're wondering what happened to the 111, well, that retired with reported power issues in the very early stages of this race. Another momentous milestone that we should note, Adam, is that we are now into triple figures on number of laps completed. 100 laps done for the race leader, soon to be 101. And into the pits as well has come the Cup 2 leader, the GP Elite 140. This is the Karim Muniz piloted Porsche 992 GT3 Cup. It's done a fair old stint in that phase of the race, but another efficient one. Yes, they will still have more time to owe its competition in Cup 2, but I've been thoroughly impressed so far by GP Elite, as we should be. Very experienced team, of course. They've been quietly getting on with their work. I'm sure they've got a plan that will reveal itself to us in due course, but they're a constant threat up there in the top half of the field.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, and it's really compelling to see this mix of GT3s, Cup 2, 4 and 1 cars, Porsche Cup, Lamborghini Super Trofeo and Ferrari Challenge cars. To those of you unfamiliar with the class structure in the GT Win Series and the 6 Hours of Barcelona, seeing this mix of strengths and weaknesses and mix of teams from different backgrounds all competing in the top half dozen is really interesting. I mean, obviously we don't see GP Elite in GT3 competition. I'm going to add yet to that because I feel like it's a long time coming. We don't see a Ferrari Challenge car really fighting in this way with a GT3 so often, but I mean Rosso Corsa are managing to make that happen at the moment thanks to the efforts of their 3 drivers. All 3 have firmly done their part. Of course, at the very start of the race, it was Nicolo Schiro who really was on dominant form. Now it's Ben Severlint, we understand, at the wheel, although maybe not, because he is in the 148s. That could be Fontana now, as we see Thomas Anderson going a lap down on Milos Pavlovic. So as we expected, the Razoon car now off the lead lap with a little bit of running off at turn 14 there, and off goes the Lamborghini into the distance, most likely. Thomas Anderson. I was going to say Thomas Anderson, he's too sensible to try and retaliate, but then he started flashing the headlights.
Yes, they did hold each other up a little bit on that last lap, Adam. A 1:44.7 for Pavlovic, and we've been talking about how his best pace has been in the high 41s. Anderson at 1:46. I can understand Anderson's frustration that he might have felt perhaps that Pavlovic's move was a bit boisterous. I'm not sure though, does Anderson know that Pavlovic is thinking, oh crikey, that gap's down to 16 seconds. Bonduelle is on the way. Bonduelle continues to keep going in the 141s and the 142s. So yeah, Pavlovic knows what the game is. He's got to make his work through the traffic, even if it's GT3 traffic, as efficient as possible. On the other side of the Razoon garage, in is their GT4 entry. This has been in for fuel, so this is all routine. It will hand the lead in GT4 to NM Racing, Denis Sagleyev in the number 15 Mercedes, but they are of course yet to pit within this phase of the race.
I do enjoy Denny Burnt's helmet on that Razoon car. A very it would be appropriate for Estoril, that helmet, with the large casino that is on the shore side there in southern Portugal, but not quite where we are this weekend. All the same, anything but a game of roulette for that car in GT4. All the others have had their fair share of dramas, but the Razoon car has more or less stayed metronomic, isn't it? A comfortable 80 beats per minute, no dramas, no raised blood pressure. Although, saying that, they are currently inspecting one of the pads, and the brake disc is off the car, so a brake swap required, which you wouldn't normally need to do in a 6 hour.
No, that's a bit of a surprise to see. They look like there were new discs at least ready, and maybe the drivers are reporting a little bit of knocking, particularly on that big stop into turn number 1. And again, this isn't necessarily a problem, because this is just more time eating into the minimum 35 minutes that they all have to do. So again, take that precautionary measure. Just make sure that everything is okay. Don't allow a problem to develop, and the number 60 will be on its way shortly. But yeah, I am surprised to see a bit of brake work going on there, considering that we've done just under 3.5 hours.
You'll see it in a 24-hour race in the mid-morning, or just as sunrise is taking place. But yeah, not in a 6 hour, not under normal circumstances. But we do have a brake swap underway down there then. Gregor Schneider listed at the wheel of the number 60 Razoon car. But we saw Denny Burnt get behind the wheel, so he should take the car over next time it's out on circuit. Here's Thomas Anderson. We ride on board with the number 14 Razoon More Than Racing Porsche. Of course, we think of this, I suppose, as the defending champion car, given it won the 6 hours of Portimao. Of course, this is the inaugural 6 hours of Barcelona, so we don't have a previous winner. This is for the honour of being the first winner in this event, which provisionally will be on the same weekend next year as well. The 2026 Wind Series calendar is all but finalised already, and teams looking forward to coming back and joining us in 2026. Many of the teams that have made a toe-in effort this year in either the 6 hour races or the Winter Series proper are looking to do more, if not a full season, in 2025, which is great to see. More people making that migration down to the south of Europe for the Winter Series events. And this 6 hour is kind of one of the crowns of the jewel of the season, I suppose. Winning an overall championship in one of the 4 categories is a big deal. Winning this 6 hour race, this test of endurance, of strategy, of quite how on the ball and on their toes the mechanics and the race strategists are. If you can win it all here, then that really does set you up nicely for the rest of your 2025.
It does indeed. We need to keep a keen eye on Cup 2, I think, Adam. We've been wondering, GP Elite, when are they going to do a longer stop? The answer is now. They have been in the pits for 7.5 minutes, there or thereabouts. Again, not a problem. They're just eating more of that combined mandatory time. But it might mean, I think they've still got another lap on MTech Competitions number 9 with Gustav Söderberg at the wheel of that one now. But the Cup 2 lead gap, which we've been talking about in terms of laps for probably the last 2 hours, or at least an hour and a half, I reckon it's going to be coming down to minutes, if not seconds, on this occasion. Still no notification on our screens of the GP Elite number 140 as having started its outlap. We'll keep you up to date with that one, but there on your screens is the number 9 MTech Competition Porsche, just behind the number 80 Rosso Racing Ferrari. This could be your new Cup 2 leader in a few moments' time.
It already is, because they've both broken the timing beam to start the previous lap. So it is already the leader in the Cup 2 class. So for the first time since the first hour, the number 9 MTech car is the leader in class, and it sounds like it's going to come out right alongside the Munich GP Elite Porsche, because I do believe we were about to see that Söderberg Crow was coming out at effectively the same time as the GP Elite car. In fact, yes, there is the Söderberg Crow machine, and then a lap and about a corner behind is there the 140 car, just coming through turn 3 now. So there is a lap now between the top 2 in the Cup 2 category, as finally GP Elite have taken a slightly longer break down in the pits. Meanwhile, Izzy is down at Rezoon with a little bit of an update.
Yes, indeed, back down at Rezoon. Welcome down to the pit lane once again with Gregor Schneider, who's just jumped out the car. We'll start with your stint first, as we haven't spoken to you yet, so I will let you talk me through it.
Yeah, so it was great for me. I was feeling really comfortable, and I have a lot of luck because I'm a driver with the fastest drivers at the GT4 series in the same car, in the same lineup. So I had one mission to keep the car in one piece, and I did it. So that was my job.
Mission accomplished then. So we've just seen a fairly lengthy stop because the guys that were changing the brakes on your car, are you able to give us any insight as to why they were doing that?
No. The brakes was really great, so I don't know why.
So perhaps a safety thing then, or?
It could be. I have to ask the mechanics.
Okay, so no clue as to why we were changing the brakes for now. Everything felt fine in the car for you?
Yes. It was really great.
Okay.
The balance was great. The car was great. The tires was not so great at the end. It was very slippery on the back of the car. The left tire was very slippy, but it was really okay. For my first GT4 race, I feel very, very good.
Well, you look like you've had a lot of fun as well. You're smiling very big.
It was a lot of fun, really.
So perhaps a precautionary change then, perhaps a safety thing, but no news for now as to why they have changed the brakes.
So the main thing there, of course, then, thank you, Izzy, is that we have seen that the car, or we have heard that the driver wasn't saying to them, we need to change these brakes, I've got a knock, like you suggested. Maybe precautionary, maybe they always planned it this way. I mean, Rezoon are a very heads-up team. They've been doing a lot of mileage in this car this week. I just wonder whether maybe they said, you know what, maybe we just do the brake change during the race. It's risky, but maybe that's something they decided to do.
It is risky, but, you know, it's a manageable risk as far as I'm concerned. They had a good gap, and yes, they have lost the lead in GT4, but again, you look at those combined pit times, they've spent 22 minutes in the pits. relative to their nearest competition, SR Motorsport, as that is the race leader going down the inside. This is two GT3s fighting here, Bonduelle and Anderson. And Bonduelle trying to continue to get up the road because it's the race leader because Pavlovic is in. So Pavlovic has come in the number 33 Star Performance Lamborghini. So another lead change to mark in the story of this race. You've got to give it to Thomas Anderson. He's trying to keep himself as close to that lead lap as possible. He gives another flash of the lights to another one of the faster drivers in GT3. But Amory Bonduelle fighting his way through. Pretty much the similar story with Pavlovic. Just as much as Pavlovic has been pushing to keep away from Bonduelle, Bonduelle will keep pushing on, if in doubt, flat out, to try and turn the tide in BDR competition by Group of Prom's favour.
Now, at the start of the lap, that grille had a Mercedes badge on it. At the end of the lap, it doesn't. It came off the car on the run towards turn number 5. Whether there was some intervention and interjection there from the back of the Porsche, I don't know, but Bonduelle, I didn't quite spot whether there was contact or not, but one way or the other, Bonduelle lost a Merc badge over the course of that lap, and that's a decent-sized chunk of debris down towards turn number 5 now, so hopefully that isn't an issue, but all the same, Bonduelle is pushing on, and for the time being at least, with Pavlovic coming into the pit lane, he's a lap clear of everybody now that he's gotten past Thomas Anderson.
Indeed. That would be a nice keepsake for one of the hard-working marshals and safety crew members out there if they pick the Mercedes badge up whilst it's gone somewhere.
Someone got half a brake disc off of Merc earlier at Valencia.
Someone's going to pocket that, I'm sure. Pavlovic still in the fuel bay, of course, but no, to go back to we were talking about Razzoon's GT4 as well. You make a very good point, mate, in terms of the mileage. They will know how many miles those discs have done, and if we've already seen the demise of 3 of the GT4s for various reasons in this race. When they're in such a strong position, it's like, it's a risk to do the job in the middle of the race in terms of you've got to make sure that the job is done correctly. But in terms of making sure that you know now for the next 2.5 hours, we've done the brake change properly, they are good. They're not going to give up the ghost on us between now and the checkered flag and leave us stranded at the side of the road. I can understand to a degree why Razzoon have done that.
And also, I mean, Razzoon is a regular at 12 and 24-hour races in Creventic and elsewhere. I do wonder if it's maybe just a bit of a dry run for a race where you absolutely would have to do a brake change no matter what. No matter what the logic is, they've certainly done a lot of miles on that car in the last 10 days or so. As Andrew, I think you just spotted the final resting place of the 3-pointed star for BDR Group of Prom.
Yeah, it's still on track. It's just off the driver's left if someone wants to pick it up on the way. This is the former race leader into the pits, the number 33 Star Performance Lamborghini Huracan GT3. So driver change ongoing, all again looking pretty routine, Adam.
Yeah, that's the 4th driver, the one that we haven't seen yet, Sampon Yao Yavanin, that's taking the car over. And Sampon will get back out there before too long. They're just making sure all of the detritus and debris is removed from the Lamborghini's air intake. And the Star Performance car, of course, assisted on its way by Autosport Racing, will soon head back out on to the circuit, and it's been a really solid run so far from them. They certainly have the mileage under their belts here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. I took the Monday away from the circuit. I did stay out between the 2 events from last week's GT Win Series season finale, and I did take the Monday off from the circuit and arrived on Tuesday not thinking I'd see anyone really relevant to this, and then I saw that Lamborghini turning laps. So I was like, okay, they mean business. They are here 6 days before the green flag flies, setting laps, getting themselves used to the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. A statement of intent, to say the very least.
Is indeed. Quick update on their total pit time. 21 minutes of the 35 mandatory gone for the 33. nice efficient work. They've emerged in 4th place overall. So they are on the same lap as the Rosso Corsa Ferrari, as the 140 Peter Manish GP Elite Porsche gives the number 33 something to think about on this outlap. But in terms of 3rd place battle, in fact, the GP Elite Porsche is going to go through and past for track position ahead of Sampon Gialdranini on that occasion. Not a worry in terms of overall podium, I think, right now for the number 33, because again, the pit stop time they've got in hand, they've got the best part of 2 minutes over everybody else. This is an important moment, though. Bonduelle down the inside and sweeps through past 2 of them. That's a lovely bit of driving from Amaury Bonduelle. Puts another lap right here, right now on Sampon Janil for that one. So again, we hope not. We haven't seen one for a while. I hope I'm not putting the curse of the commentator on it. But if there was a safety car at this precise moment, that would be a good piece of news for BDR competition.
It would be. There are the Cup 1 and Cup 4 cars running in tandem and indeed running a lap apart at the moment. Wilfried Casalbon still at the wheel of the CMR car. I'm expecting that we'll see Stéphane Lemeray out before long. So the cars are still heading through turn 3-4 at the moment. So we'll see how much more dispatching of lap traffic Bonduelle has to do. I think he's got some clear track at this stage for a little while, at least until he comes up on these two, as Bente Valent comes past Casalbon. So this is the 3rd place car putting a lap proper between himself and the 4th place machine. And of course, that overall podium is going to be of the utmost concern, I think, to the Cup drivers, at least in Cup 1 and Cup 4. I think the Cup 2 guys, they have their own battle going on, but between the Ferrari and the Lamborghini that we see on screen, it's who can be the best of the two, and indeed, can any of them claim a GT3 scalp on the way? Casalbon, who is raising a few hairs, I think, over the course of his stint, having a look to the inside there of the Rosso Corsa car, as Amaury Bonduelle, surely not trying to get both at once. He is one way or the other, outside or inside. He gets past the Ferrari and will now, as Casalbon gets a little bit loose there at the exit of turn 13, he will now watch frustratedly, as I'm sure that Lamborghini is going to fire along on the main straight.
It is indeed. It's going to kick into another bit of hyperspace gear in about now, as there's that extra brake horsepower and straight line speed for the Super Trofeo car. And again, Bonduelle, I think, had to do a little half defensive maneuver there just to make sure that the Ferrari wasn't going to have a go into turn 1 as well. Now he's got the mechanical and aero grip down the inside through turn 3, and Bonduelle can get on his way. But he lost time with that. We've been talking about the 41s, the 42s from Bonduelle for the past half an hour or so. That was a 1:45.9 for Bonduelle. So, yeah, not good news there for the Mercedes driver.
No, absolutely not. But Bonduelle continues unabated now, hopefully. Amaury, incidentally, knew exactly what to do against Casalbon, because, of course, he has a lot of experience in a Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. Previously, of course, a champion in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the reigning pro champion in Lamborghini Super Trofeo. He's also the lap record holder in one of those cars around this circuit, a lap record which was set in the GT Win Series last year in 2024, where, unsurprisingly, Amaury was in the Trofeo car and disturbing the GT3s. I'm not sure he likes it so much when the shoe's on the other foot. He's the one in the GT3 now, being somewhat tripped up by the big, powerful Lamborghini. Meanwhile, Andrew, there's a little bit of a bulletin relevant to NM Racing Team that's come up on our desk.
There is indeed. Plus 5 second penalty to be added at the end of the race. This is the second time in this race that we've seen track limits 6 times for a single team. You did the job earlier, Adam, of describing the situation if they get more track limits that could eventually lead to a drive-through and a rescinding of the 5 seconds at the end of the race. We're not quite at that stage yet for NM Racing, so right now, as things stand, add 5 seconds to the race time of the car that is currently leading in GT4. It's got a 22.6 second advantage in the overall stakes for 8th place as well, but that's a little bit of good news as well if you're Resume Northern Racing and the number 60, so they'll be taking that into account in their calculations, I am sure.
So if you're just joining us, I will explain that again very quickly. As it stands, as we just said, it's a 5 second penalty applied to that car. It can go up as far as 25 seconds for another 5 penalties, up to 10 times. But then, once you hit number 11, it is a drive-through penalty. Then, if you have 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, you add 5 seconds, but then those will get scrubbed again for a drive-through penalty on the 17th. Hopefully it doesn't go that far. It did go that far a few times at Portimao. But we'll keep an eye and see whether anyone gets to that point of drive-through penalties in this race. So, we watch on as the Porsches are running very close together indeed. Peter Munich there losing out to Thomas Anderson, or being lapped, I should say, really, by Thomas Anderson. But the number 33 Lamborghini is going to be the next target now for the 14 Resume Porsche. Still wearing those battle scars, of course, that tape from the collision earlier on at turn 14 for Simon Birch and the GT4 Mercedes from PCR Sport. Anderson closing in quickly on Sam Pawn in the number 33, which runs 5th overall. Meanwhile, the GT4 second place car is being chased by the 3rd place car in the class, albeit there's a 9-lap deficit between them. Joel Mesh in the onboard view at the moment, driving this number 11 Mercedes-AMG GT4. However, unfortunately, it's not quite in the scenario that he would have maybe expected at the start of the weekend. I spoke to Neil Montserrat from NM Racing Team, who of course currently lead the GT4 class in the number 15 with Denis Soglaev. He said there's a lot of silver-rated drivers in that Schnitzel Merc.
Yeah.
That's going to be one to watch. And while that is, of course, the case, it is a very competitive lineup. The deck hasn't really stacked in their favour.
No, it hasn't at all, and it's a real shame for Joel Mesh and the rest of the team, because you just know it sometimes in this sport. The pace of that SR Motorsport number 11 is actually really good at the moment. 151s for both Mesh and, of course, Denny Byrne. We know Denny Byrne's got pace here today. But yeah, whatever the cause of the problem was, if you've just joined us in the last hour or so, the reason the number 11 is all the way down is some 9 laps off its closest competition, a problem with a valve in the fueling system that prevented the team from being able to service the car at the first proper phase of pit stops. Meant that they spent the best part of 25 minutes in the pits rectifying that problem. They then had to send the car out again, bring it back in, get it properly fueled. It's why at the moment they are the only team to have completed the minimum mandatory 35 minutes of pit activity, but they've gone well beyond that already. They're up to nearly 43 minutes, and we've still got 2.25 hours of this race to go.
And of course, they have to go further because you've got the mandatory time spent in refuel of 4 minutes. So every time they need petrol, it's going to cost them another 4 minutes of time in the pit lane. So it goes from bad to worse, really, unfortunately, for Mesh and co. All the same, it is good to see Joel Mesh at the wheel of a race car again. He's, of course, GT4 Win Series vice champion from 2024. Unfortunately, hasn't, I don't think, had the budget for a GT4 Win Series campaign in 2025, wanting to focus on the summertime instead. but after weeks and weeks of being in the paddock as part of the mechanic crew, part of the engineering team down at SR Motorsport, he's finally got the chance to get behind the wheel again, much, I'm sure, to his delight. So even though maybe the situation isn't what he expected, at the very least he is getting the chance to drive again. Meanwhile, we have a driver swap going on down at NM. That looks to me like Jonathan Curry getting back behind the wheel once again in those familiar overalls to British GT and GT Cup fanatics. And Jonathan Curry with Phil Keane and Nil Montserrat and co. Watching on. There was Nil just conferring briefly with Denis Soglaev. And that car still leading in the GT4 class. Might not be after this stop, of course. 11 minutes and 17 before this current stop served on that car. So 11 minutes and change of a 35-minute mandate on pit stops within the next hour and 40 minutes there or thereabouts. That means they need a long stop now, and that's exactly what they're doing. So I suspect that Denny Burnt is momentarily going to inherit the lead in the GT4 class.
And with that, I think that fully justifies the brake change, what we think at the moment here in this box is a precautionary brake change by Razoon, because once this phase of the race has been completed, they are still in the lead of their class. There on your screen is the now second place Razoon More Than Racing Thomas Anderson, number 14 Porsche. Relative pace at the moment versus the number 33 Star Performance car looking pretty good. 1 minute 47 last time around for Thomas Anderson. So Anderson lapping 2 to 2.5 seconds quicker than Joao Ranin at this stage of the race. So this is moving towards a net gain of second place for Razoon More Than Racing's lead GT3. An update on the pit stop time for these two cars. I think it's pretty close. 21 minutes, 21 and a quarter minutes for Razoon. Just over 21 minutes for Star Performance. So yeah, that is Razoon More Than Racing, I think, properly now, Adam, back up into second place, not just on our timing out on track, but with the relative strategies as well. Yeah, and
to be honest, I think it runs deeper than that. Yeah. It definitely runs deeper than that, with the race leading car of Bonduelle having served 17 minutes and 43 seconds of the 35, with Anderson Birch having served 21 minutes and 16. Again, while Razoon have had a slightly more beaten path to the lead at the moment. It's, I think, still at the moment that they are in the pound seat ultimately, once all things are considered, even with some of the quirks of Simon Birch's stint. He was still incredibly fast. Thomas Anderson has been metronomically consistent in his stints, and jolly quick with it as well. And it all works out that at the moment Razoon should be in a very strong position. They've just got to keep their noses clean and then see quite how much of a battle they face, if any, for the race victory.
About to see a change in the Cup lead, because the Rosso Corsa Racing number 80 Ferrari is currently in the refueling zone and has been for 1 minute and 15. Round will come the Wilfred Cazalbon CMR number 27 Lamborghini, which is going to have some traffic to deal with in the not too distant future, because here comes the GT4 Razoon car, closely followed by the SR Motorsport by Schnitzlam Mercedes. That was them both going through. That was a change of lead in GT4. So through goes Denny Burnt past Jonathan Curry for the class lead there. They were separated by 1/10 of a second over the line. So good work once again by Razoon More Than Racing. They are managing this race superbly, Adam.
Now, do you think Denny realises that, or is he preoccupied with Joel Mesh?
I think he's a bit preoccupied with Joel Mesh, and this is why, because Joel Mesh down the inside unlaps himself. Joel's just got to do that another, 9 times and you never know. Well, I think it's going to be a bit of a long shot today for SR Motorsport to get another victory in this GEDLICH Racing Winter Series season. They have had another tremendous season. It's not been their day today, but still, credit to them, Adam. They could have quite easily gone, do you know what, let's pack up the truck and go home and buy ourselves a fair few hours on the road, but they're keeping going. They've still got a chance of a class podium, and again, the pace right now for Mesh at the wheel of the number 11 is pretty strong.
Very strong, yeah. Joel Mesh hasn't forgotten how to drive this car. He was in it over the summer as well, so it's not like he's been sat on the bench for a year, but he has been in the paddock pretty much every weekend, if not every weekend. Just stewing in the back of the garage, polishing brakes, things like that, and now we witness him at the wheel once again. Fontana is getting ready to get into the Rosso Corsa car, which implies then that obviously he's not in the car currently. We thought that maybe he was, because it did seem as though the pace has dropped off a little bit, doesn't it? For that Ferrari Challenge 296. And with respect to Fontana, he would be the slower of the drivers in that lineup, just based on the sheer accolades that Nicolo Schiro and Ben Chevelin have. And it seems like Angelo Fontana has not been in the car, so are they dealing with an issue down at Rosso Corsa?
Possibly. I say, not in the recent times. He was in the car for the second stint. But,
of course, yeah.
But yeah, no, that is a bit of a surprise, and potentially a bit of a worry for the Ferrari. It's going to go for some tyres. That's absolutely fine and standard. And Angelo Fontana is going to be jumping straight into the car. Yeah, that was valid. I saw a little Hungarian flag. So a double stint for Valence in terms of driver time. I hope they were okay in terms of the 2-hour window as well for that team. But Fontana getting back in. This will hand the lead across all of the Cup categories in the overall standings back to Wilfried Cas Albon and the CMR Lamborghini. All looking pretty routine. Fresh set of P0 boots going on the Ferrari, and we'll see what kind of pace Fontana can do. You're watching live coverage of the 6 Hour of Barcelona, the inaugural 6 Hour of Barcelona, part of the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. Andrew Mather and Adam Weller on commentary duties for you this afternoon, with Izzy Browning down in the pits. A little bit of a measure of brake disc width, I think, there. Yeah, just checking over things, making sure that everything on each corner is performing as they expected, not necessarily preempting a change, but just monitoring, because it can be, obviously a lot gets talked about this Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, Adam, in terms of chassis performance and its medium speed, high speed corners, but particularly that big run into turn 1, turn 10 as well. It can be a hard one on the brakes.
Yeah, and I think as well, especially with the challenge cars, with the Super Trofeo cars, who aren't quite as strong stopping as the GT3, they're constantly braking at the very last moment, especially when they're battling with the GT3s. It's not as if they're ever taking it gently. You can see visually just how dramatic the on the anchors moment is in turn 1. I think particularly with the challenge car, which typically needs a bit more stopping distance than the Super Trofeo even. It is quite a rough thing. And the other consideration, of course, potentially with the Ferrari 296 Challenge, is that it is on a brake-by-wire system, which I haven't personally driven. Not that I've driven many exciting things in my life. But I do wonder if that has an effect as well on quite how useful the driver feedback is when it comes to the brakes, because you haven't got that, I suppose, organic feel that you'd have under normal circumstances. So there is a greater emphasis to make sure all systems are okay on the brakes, because the driver might not have that feedback for you.
Yeah, no, it is a good point. It's brake-by-wire systems are incredible pieces of kit, but if they don't get tuned right, they're not infallible. I'll say. Thomas Anderson on the lights, making sure that Joel Mesh in the number 11 Mercedes knows that he's there. He won't be particularly happy to hear that we've just had our next notification on our timing screens, and it's for the second time today, plus 5 seconds added in the end to the end of the race for team number 14. That's for 7 times track limits, Adam.
Counterpoint though, he got 6 of them in his first stint. He's only had one so far. So
no, that is a good point. That's a very good point indeed.
He's been a good boy in this stint, as Thomas, on this occasion. So this adds another 5 seconds, 10 seconds therefore as it stands to be added to the race time for the number 14. So no drive-throughs or any concerns of that yet. They'd have to make another 3 track limits offences before a drive-through starts to loom large on their shoulders. But of course we must remember, if we do have a close finish, as it stands, 10 seconds to be added to the time of the number 14 car.
So just looking in the midfield, I want to give a mention to MTech competition and the job that Gustav Söderberg is doing at the moment. You know, really good work from them as a team. They're in the mid to high 1 minute 48, so they've got the same pace as in comes Anderson. 1 hour into this stint, and I think I saw Bonduel heading in as well, 52 minutes into a stint. So this is all pretty much expected. We've been seeing the GT3s pitting in, what would you say, between 45 minutes and an hour in green running. So this will be Bonduel probably handing over, or do you think he'll do a double, Adam?
It wasn't him, that was the Wilfried Caselbon Lamborghini coming in, the CMR car. Making its way back in. I believe that might be time to hand back over to Stefan Lemeray, who started the car again. That would make sense in the sequence, and they could theoretically, if Stefan is feeling particularly energetic today, keep him in the car for the rest of the race, because we are now getting to the point where you could chuck your drivers in for the last time. And I dare suggest that's exactly what's about to happen with Thomas Anderson handing back over to Simon Birch. Maximum driver time is 2 hours, and that is from the moment they leave the pit lane. So by the time they've done a full service and this man does get back into the car, one would suspect that he'll be in there for the remainder of the race. It'll be about 1 hour and 55 to go by the time I think it's all said and done. So I think Simon is getting ready for the long ride home, as it were.
Absolutely. In as well is the Gustav Söderberg MTech competition car. So that will hand back second of the Cup classes, if we amalgamate them all together, back to Angelo Fontana and Rosso Corsa Racing. So good stuff there. And they still lead in Cup 2, of course, to MTech. So they're getting along with things quite nicely. Here's your GT4 leader. Denny Burnt on your screens has got 15.2 seconds. Wow, that gap's gone out quickly. It only felt like a few moments or so ago that we were talking about Denny Burnt going through and into the lead in GT4, and he's already built up a double figures advantage over NM Racing's Mercedes.
Yeah, Denny Burnt doesn't mess around, does he? We saw that in the GT4 Wind Series Race 2 last weekend. A fairly commanding victory for Denny in that one, and we're seeing more of the same now with less than 2 hours left to go in this race. We are into the final third of the inaugural GEDLICH Racing 6 Hours of Barcelona. And we started out this race, I think, Andrew, in a position where we maybe needed our shades, and now not so much. The cloud cover is coming over the circuit. And remember amateur meteorologist Milos Pavlovic at the start of the day, down on the grid with Izzy, he said, don't know if we're seeing dry weather all the way through this race.
Oh, you've got me thinking now. It might be time to check the weather apps. Hopefully not. Hopefully we keep dry all the way through the rest of this race. Refuelers are busy at the moment. 4 cars in the pits. The top 2, well, 3 of the top 4 are in at the moment. Only the Star Performance number 33 on your screens. There it is with Sampon Joao circulating at the moment in the 149s. We've seen this car out on circuit for 25 minutes, so still a while yet before we would expect to see a change in this one. Continuing to look good, potentially for an overall top 3, trying to fend off the challenges of those top 2 Cup cars, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo of CMR and the Ferrari Challenge 296 of Rosso Corsa Racing. We ride on board for a moment down the long straight, over the brow of the hill, into this heavy braking zone of turn 1. Marbles being thrown off there. Nice tidy line there by Sampon through the first couple of corners. Through turn 3, one of the most testing corners on the Winter Series calendar. Feels so long, testing the front end of the car particularly. Onto the straight, another medium braking zone into turn number 4. There's a bit of traffic up ahead as there is an ongoing pit stop, Adam, for Razoon Northern Racing.
Yeah, Simon Birch getting himself ready behind the wheel. Also in the MTech number 9 car, of course, the MTech team. They will be very well aware of what to do with their Porsche, their 992 GT3 Cup car. Gustav Soderberg-Crowe, I think, might be done for the day, actually. I'm not sure if he'll be driving again or not. That was a fairly lengthy stint. We'll see whether he does pop back out there on the circuit at some point. I think maybe Matthias Estrand would be at the wheel now. Yes, because I can see Thomas Carlson and Gustav Soderberg-Crowe watching the pit stop. So out goes that car. The point I was going to make, of course, is that MTech competition is effectively the parts supply for all of Porsche Carrera Cup Scandinavia. So not only are they a leading team in that series, they're also kind of the middleman between Porsche teams and Porsche themselves in terms of getting parts and supplies for their cars. So MTech, while they're maybe not too familiar to people outside of the Nordic region, we are very aware of their prowess outside in their region. So then, the final 2 hours of the race are ongoing. We can now take a quick look back to 4th position. Oh, sorry, to the 4th hour of this race. So then, the 4th hour has been one where the race has settled into a little bit of a pattern. There you can see the BDR by Grupa Prom Mercedes, which has been leading most of the last hour of this race. Of course, they owe us a little bit more time in the pits. That is time that they are currently serving after a fabulous stint from Amaury Bonduelle. He has been driving very, very impressively over the course of the last hour or so of this race. We always expected the pace to be very strong for Amaury. A great talent, and while he was leading the race, we saw some interesting battling between the other GT3s. We also saw the GT4 leader, Denny Burns, or at the time Daniel Drexel as it was, coming in to do some brake pad changes, or brake disc changes it looked like as well. That was seemingly just precautionary, but all the same, a little bit of a wrinkle in the race there, and we got another look at the moment the Mercedes badge disappeared away from the Mercedes. I don't think there was contact between the Porsche and the Mercedes. I think that might have just been the airflow that did that. But the Mercedes badge ripped away from the Bonduelle car. Not that it held it up any. It was quickly making time, and at one point had a lap on the field. In fact, as of this talking, does still have a lap on the field, even though it is in the pits. It has been exemplary driving from Bonduelle, even coming up against the fast Cup cars. He has made short work of them as this race has continued. The Thomas Anderson car, the Razoon number 14 Porsche, our winner from the 6 Hours of Portimao in February, has still got those war wounds on the car, of course. The tape that was applied after some collisions in the second hour of the race. Still in a very strong position, though, having made more of their pit stops than anyone else around them. 35 minutes of pit stops have to be served before the 5.5 hour mark in this race. Joel Mesh there getting past the number 60 Razoon Porsche. The Razoon GT4 then found the number 14, the sister car, the GT3, on its back. Of course, Mesh running 9 laps back from that GT4 Milwaukee-backed car. So not a move for position there, but impressive overtaking all the same. Mikael Durbacher has just taken over the BDR by Gripper Prom car. So Mikael Durbacher does lead the race for the time being. Just now on his outlap. Samporn Yao Yavanin is in second position for Star Performance. Then it is Simon Birch, who's just taken the reins of the number 14 GT3 Porsche once again. He's also starting to set purple sectors again. There's a surprise. Peter Munich in fourth position for GP Elite. He's the leader among the Cup 2 drivers, although they still owe us quite a bit of pit stop time at this stage. Andrello Fontana has taken over the number 80 Rosso Corsa Ferrari in fourth position. It is on an outlap at the moment. We'll keep an eye on its pace. Rodrigo Gillian in sixth position. Matthias Astrand in seventh place and second among the Cup 2. Anders Steiner is in eighth. Denny Berndt leads the GT4 classification. And in 10th place, the Jonathan Curry NM Racing car. In 11th place, Peter Brunner for X Racing. That is, of course, the sole club class entry on this weekend's lineup. Joel Mesh is the last of the cars that is still running, while we have lost 2 of the other GT4 Mercedes from the race so far. So we are deep into the 5th hour of the GEDLICH Racing 6 Hours of Barcelona, and the driver that was really setting the tarmac alight over the course of hour 4 was Almery Bonduel, and Izzy has hot-footed it down to the BDR garage to have a chat with the Belgian.
I have indeed. I grabbed him literally as soon as he came out of the car, so he's not even had a chance to have a drink of water, although he has got his water bottle with him. Amory, I mean, a really strong stint. That was, you were setting the timing sheets alight, and you must be so happy with how that stint went.
Yeah, the car is perfect. The engineer made a fantastic job on the strategy. Normally I did another stint for the end of the race. But yes, I'm very quick on the car and happy with the job of the team.
And we're into the final 2 hours of the race now. Of course, you've just said that you'll be getting back in the car later. But having just done that stint, you must feel confident that for when you get back out there later.
Yes, I made the last stint because the objective is to win the race. And at the moment, I think I have to wait 1 hour to go back on the car, and we will see for the end of the race.
And you had a bit of traffic to make your way through, but it looked like it was just comfortable once you'd got past the traffic.
It's a little bit complicated with the GT4, but the traffic is not really a problem.
Perfect. Well, thank you for speaking to us. Good luck for later on when you get back in the car.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Great work down there in pit lane. And yeah, into the last 2 hours of this one now. A bit of news also from the refueling area. The number 45 Porsche Cup 992 of Team Steiner Racing is in. This is the car that's currently third in the Cup 2 category. News out on track, though, is pace related. 1:41.222, a new fastest lap of the race so far. That man, Simon Birch, in the number 14, who is pushing on again, and we reckon will go all the way to the end of the race. On board now with the car he's trying to chase down at the moment, the number 33 Star Performance Lamborghini. He's in the 1:47s at the moment, so at that rate, we are going to be seeing that gap close in between second and third place. It's currently at about a minute and 14, and we should not forget that right now the Resoon Porsche, in terms of those pit stop durations, has a lot of time in hand over the Star Performance Lamborghini at the moment. Just over 21 minutes has been served in the pits so far by Sampon, Joao Dranin and team. In comparison, Razoon have done nearer to 27 minutes in the pits. Curious to see as well, let's say there's the back end of the Lamborghini having a bit of a moment into turn number 5. Doesn't look like the most comfortable of packages at the moment for Sampon. This is the stint that we've seen, or I think the only single stint that we've seen from him in this race so far. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the 6 Hours of Barcelona. 1 hour and 47 minutes to go in this one, and still 12 cars circulating out there. Only 2 retirements in this one so far. The number 4 PCR Sports Mercedes AMG GT4 with significant crash damage coming out of turn number 7, and the 111 SR Motorsport by Snishlam Mercedes that retired at the end of lap number 2. Very early on in this stage with reported power troubles, but we've been running green and clean for a good few hours now since the demise of the number 4. Round to complete another lap goes Sampon Joao Dranin. That's 127 laps completed now by Star Performance. The gap up the road to BDR competition by Grupo Prom, we heard from their star driver Ari Bondiel a few moments ago. The gap is currently 56 seconds and growing. Meanwhile, another one of the Lamborghinis, this is the single Super Trofeo spec car that we've enjoyed in this race, is Rodrigo Guillon, and that's the car that's been chasing the Rosso Corsa Racing Angelo Fontana driven Ferrari Challenge 296, and that doesn't feel, now whether this could be driver, yeah, it's just going to be driver, or is there a problem here for the number 80? It was only in, what, about 15 minutes or so ago, Adam. This doesn't look good.
It looked to me like maybe something was amiss on the right rear, but they're not going to it right now. Either way, yes, there is a lot of investigation going on here as they get to work on the Rosso Corsa car. You can see them there working away on the rear axle, and the pace hasn't been in that car for a while, it must be said. We've been a bit concerned.
We have. I say it didn't look like a particularly quick pit entry either. But the wheels going back on, there's no major work going on there, no driver change by the looks of things. Well, this is a really disappointing moment for Rosso Corsa Racing, who were the very early leaders of this race. I think there's a bit of panic as well. Now there's some more work going on the rear right corner. And this is going to be, yes, more mandatory pit stop time being used up. That element of it's fine, but they're going to be losing track position here. They're going to be slipping, well, they've already slipped behind the CMR Lamborghini. They could even be falling into the clutches of some of the Cup 2 cars here.
Yeah, quite possibly. We obviously saw this car move into the early lead of this race overall, and felt like perhaps, just maybe, they could make something happen to try and win this race overall. Of course, we've seen overall victories for the Ferrari 296 Challenge car on pace in the GT Winter Series this year. It didn't feel like the most impossible of thoughts by any means, but this is not what they would have wanted in the slightest. And coming into the pits, they'd already served 27 minutes and 50 seconds of their mandatory 35 minutes in the pit, so it's not as if they have a lot of time to burn in the back pocket either.
And the other concern I'll share with right now, and you can see, well, there's clearly been a bit of damage to the decals there, is the work has proceeded increasingly inboard. It started on the outside of the upright, it was the top of the upright, and now it looks like it's going a little bit deeper into the suspension and outboard components here. This is not looking like a quick change, whatever the change is for the Rosso Corsa Racing team. You can see the mechanics, understandably, looking a bit agitated as well. Here is the number 27 CMR Lamborghini. Rodrigo Guillon back at the wheel for them. pace is good, 1 minute 48.5 last time around, so a couple of seconds off the ultimate pace for this car across the course of the race so far, which is not a problem at all. They are looking pretty good now to potentially be our top running cup car by the end of this race, because whilst they're not in that position right now, again we come back to those combined times in terms of pit stops, they currently have an 8-minute advantage. They've done 28 minutes and 47 seconds in the pits so far in this race. They've got an 8-minute advantage over the GP Elite 140 currently piloted by Peter Muniz, and there it is, Adam.
There is the car running 4th overall, GP Elite, a team with a laundry list of Porsche successes in sprint, in endurance. Kuhn and Peter Muniz have, I think, pretty much exclusively competed with GP Elite over the course of their racing tenure so far. They competed in the 12-hour race at Spa last year that was exclusively for Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars, and decided to come along and test themselves here in the 6 Hours of Barcelona. And it has been very exciting to see how they stack up, and the answer is very well against our Swedish teams, NTEC Competition and Team Steiner Racing, who of course we saw in the previous 6-hour event at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Durbecker then leads the race. We see the Mercedes there just in the back of shot behind Rodrigue Guillon in the on-track order, and 1 minute and 1 second currently clear of Sampon Javanin, and that of course is only going up at this stage. Javanin, as hard as he's trying, is not quite at the same pace right now as Durbecker. Of course, Durbecker, among other things, a junior single-seater champion in his younger years. You'd expect him to be fast. Won the final year of the Auto GP Championship. As weird of a season as that was, he persisted and was able to win the championship. Unfortunately, I think the conversations about winning anything beyond the Cup 1 class increasingly muted down Rosso Corsa.
Yeah, it's a shame. And you can see the mechanics now, instead of having that that almost furious manner of working on the car. Oh, there's a bit of a moment there for the CMR number 27. Gets out of the way of the race leading number 28 Mercedes. But, you know, you just, the mechanics, for me, they don't get the level of praise perhaps that they should in endurance racing. And sometimes when you just see the shoulders drop, the pace of the spannering drop as well, they know that sadly, unless something quite dramatic happens, their hopes of being the top cup running car by the end of this race in 100 minutes time, I think those chances have gone here today.
Quite possibly, yes. Of course, as the sole Cup 1 entry, they will win their class provided they take the flag. But yes, in terms of being able to best the Cup 4 Lamborghini, the Cup 2 Porsche, their hopes have taken a knock. However, they are back out there. Still doesn't look like it's tracking straight and true to me, though.
No, we'll see when it gets up to pace again, and I'm sure Angelo Fontana will take it fairly steady on this lap. I'd agree with you, Adam. It tends to look like the front end of the car wants to go left, whilst the rear end wants to go right. Something is not 100% on that Ferrari into turn number 4. That was just a piece of tyre debris being kicked out to driver's left, so no concern there. Yeah, something's not right with that car.
It's quite noticeable they're going through turn 5. The axles are kind of aligned differently out of some of these corner exits, and it's quite clear the car is not up to race speed either, unfortunately. So I think this might just be a matter of whether they bring it in again or not. It's just going to be a matter of limping it back, isn't it? But it just looks a little bit too precarious for my money right now. Of course, at the 6 Hours of Portimao, we did have a crabbing Porsche for about 3.5 hours of the race from memory, just driving around, no matter. That was the East Racing Porsche. It did ultimately give way in the final 20 or so minutes, but you can persevere on light suspension damage at your own risk without too much issues, as long as you take it a little bit carefully.
So 1 hour and 38 minutes, or just over that, to go of this race so far. Number 80 Ferrari is going to continue round, and next time around we'll get a true reflection of what the pace is like. But having seen this car have such a quick start to this race and then be pretty solid through the mid-phase, just the body language of the Rosso Corsa Ferrari tends to tell the full story. Yeah, normally we see it hard on the brakes, you know, shaking it. It was something I spotted earlier, a very slight oscillation down into turn 1 when under brakes earlier, and we talked about the Cup cars and how they have that longer longer braking zone. We've just heard in our ear that there's been a reported tie rod issue on the Ferrari. Now that would make a lot of sense looking at how that car is performing right now. I just wonder, maybe perhaps if a bit of compliance in the system has eventually led to a failure, whether that slight oscillation that we were seeing earlier under the braking was a sign, a starting sign of a problem. Either way, it's fairly academic now. That is going to be a wounded horse all the way to the end of this race, I feel, Adam.
Yeah, not much more prancing from it in this race. Michael Durbecker leads the way by just under a lap at the moment in the overall standings. 1 minute and 36, the difference between Durbecker and Simon Birch. Currently in for fuel is the car that had been running, I think, second prior to coming in. Sampon Yao Yavanin, the Star Performance crew, will most likely do a full service, including driver change. That's been their pattern so far, and I dare suggest it might be Milos Pavlovic time again at the helm of that car. He's been in and out, in and out, in and out all day. So we'll see if that does prove to be the case. I suspect it will be. We ride on board with Joel Mesh at the moment, still at the wheel of Mercedes AMG GT4 from Schnitzlaum SR Motorsport. They're just making their way, making their hay at the moment, and we'll get to the flag. Of course, a proven success, hugely successful team in endurance racing, but they know just as much as anybody that endurance racing doesn't always work out in your favour. And they won at the 12 Hours of Mugello in their class, the TCX class, I think it was, in one of their Cayman Trophy cars last year in Creventic competition. This time around, though, in the 6 Hours of Barcelona by GEDLICH Racing, it's not quite been the performance that they would have liked to see, but the drivers are still getting good seat time. Cedric Fuchs is, I am sure, smiling from ear to ear after his stint in the Mercedes for the first time, and they will run the car to the flag and try to get to the finish in this race.
Change for position in the overall standings. 8th place has changed hands. Denny Burns has got through past Mats Kimby. That's the Resume Northern Racing GT4 Porsche Cayman through past, that's the class leading car as well in GT4, past the Team Steiner Racing Cup 2 car. Bit of a problem at the moment for Durbecker to navigate away through past the GP Elite 140. This is the car that's currently leading in Cup 2 as well. So both of these teams with a potential visit to the podium on the cards. Surely now Durbecker will make the move through, and puts another lap on the car, currently 4th overall.
Yep, the GP Elite car of the Munich family, and I suspect it will be. Will it be Dad that takes the flag? I would think normally yes, but he's in the car now, so unless Kern is actually right on cue, into the pits comes Peter Munich. I think it would be a bit of a stretch on the stint times and things of that nature for Peter to take the flag. I think he might well be delegating that honour to his son, but we'll We'll wait and see on that front. Is that a wild Milos Pavlovic getting put into the car? Yes, it is. He'll be back underway very shortly for his third stint in this race. The Lamborghini specialist will launch the car into line. Spirited departure for the number 33 Star Performance car. Back out onto the circuit now. And what was that pit stop? What does that pit stop bring them to? 25 minutes and 57 seconds. So about the same as the Porsche of Simon Birch, albeit 2 laps down on that car now. Yeah, that means, I think, more than anything, that at this juncture, things staying as they are, the question isn't really about who's going to be in the lead at the end of this. I think it might be more who's going to be in second place. Even though they haven't led recently, Simon Birch and Thomas Anderson have served almost 27 minutes of their stop. They are less than a lap behind Durbecker in the BDR competition car. 1 minute and 19 is the gap, and it's coming down quickly. And there's a 3 minute and 30 second deficit between them in terms of pit stop time served. So, yeah, I think that Birch and Anderson are currently cemented nearly, really, at this stage, so long as they stay out of harm's way. The question mark is going to be whether it's the Star Performance or BDR competition car that follows.
Indeed. Ferrari news. Yeah, it's definitely walking, running, it's moving of some kind, wounded. 1 minute 52s, and actually, you know, the more I think about this, it's like, yeah, this has been coming for a while. We had a bit of confusion, didn't we, mate, over Ben Sevillin's second stint pace. I think that was a sign that, yeah, that car's been ailing for a while, because it was Bense in the car. He was very quick in the first stint and then not so quick in the second stint, and the pace hasn't come back. So I may be speculating to a degree, but yeah, I think unfortunately for Rosso Corsa, they've probably been keeping the cards a bit close to the chest and keeping calm, but I think they've been nursing an issue for a while there.
Yeah, you don't lose 3 to 4 seconds a lap out of somebody like Bense Valent between stints.
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what we saw from him earlier on in the race, so no surprises, unfortunately, that we have indeed seen a more observable problem emerge, and indeed received a diagnosis from the team down there at Rosso Corsa. They will press on, they will try and reach the flag if they possibly can, of course. For now, though, Durbecker, with 90 minutes left to go, is your leader, as Simon Birch is taking near enough 5 seconds a lap, 4.3 last time out of Durbecker per lap. That is ludicrously impressive performance from Simon Birch, who, as always, is just hammering lap after lap after lap. His best lap of the race, actually, a 1:41.2. I think that was set fairly recently.
Yeah.
That is within half a second of the all-time GT3 lap record. So, hustling on 4.5 hours into an endurance race.
4.5 hours into an endurance race whilst it's a nice day here in Barcelona. We're not at the height of summer. It's not 100% optimal tyre and engine and car dynamic conditions at the moment. So yeah, that is very, very good pace at the moment from Simon Birch. Milos Pavlovic hasn't given today up either. He's just gone purple through sector number 1 and is also into the 1 minute 42s. Potentially last driver change here for the GP Elite Porsche 992. This is the car currently second in Cup 2. Peter Munich is going to be getting out, and it'll be Karen Munich getting in, we'd assume. This could be another long one, though, because at the moment this team have completed, in terms of the registered time, 20 minutes and 36 minutes in total pit time. They've already been in for 4 minutes and 45 seconds on this occasion, so maybe a couple of minutes before we see this car move out again.
Yeah, maybe just a few moments of that. Of course, there is the option, as we saw at the 6-hour Portimao from a few, that they will do their final refueling stop and then almost just park up for a bit, quite frankly. That's what we saw a few teams do previously. Now, Izzy down in the pits confirmed that they did install a new tie rod on that car, although it still doesn't seem to be quite there in pace. Whether that's because the car isn't right still, or whether that's because Fontana is really just wanting to feel it out, we're not sure, but it still does look like it's marginally crabbing. It still doesn't quite look right from a stance or just a kind of placement of car point of view. It still looks subtly off, doesn't it, around the circuit? So while they've at least done something to try and counteract the issue, it can be assumed that car is still running a little bit wounded. Here's your leader. Here's De Becker as he goes through 4 and 5 and past the badge that was on the car at the start of the race that managed to shed itself about 90 minutes ago. Rather remarkable that we are already into the final 90 minutes of this race. The first 4.5 hours have, to me at least, gone by fairly sharpish. And for De Becker, I suspect the next move is a passing of the baton. Might be to Alfredo Hernandez. He did seem to imply that he would only do the start to me in the pits, the start and maybe the finish, but I do wonder if that maybe becomes a no with the situation in the race at the moment. Alfredo would like some big silverware, and potentially telling Almery, back out you go, is the method. But of course Almery needs to be out of the car for at least an hour in order to take it back over, and they're not halfway there yet.
Dorbacher goes past Peter Brunner in the X Racing number 82. That's the Club Sport version of the Porsche Cayman GT4, and they've had a quiet day, but I think a very productive day. They're in their own class. They're technically not a GT4 car, but I think we've unofficially decided, haven't we, mate, in this comments box, that we're kind of honorary throw them into the GT4 category. And at the moment, they are ahead of 2 still circulating GT4s, and of course another 2 have gone by the wayside. I think X Racing have performed admirably here today.
Oh, they certainly have, yes. Their first endurance race, their second year as a team, full stop. It has been very impressive to watch their progress. It's an all championship winning lineup down at X Racing, so maybe we shouldn't be so surprised. I alluded to it earlier on. Peter Brunner is the Porsche Sprint Challenge Central Europe AM champion from last year. Ellinger and Barnes beat Guns, ran together in the Pro-Am endurance category of Porsche Sprint Challenge Central Europe, and they won that. So all 3 drivers are champions in this style of car, although it was a 992 Cup they were racing in the Central European Sprint Challenge. For now, though, we watch as the NM Racing team car is being serviced. We've seen Jonathan Curry get out, and I believe it'll be Guillaume Asso potentially back in the car. That would make sense to see him back in, although he looks somewhat like Guillaume on the pit wall, actually, there observing. I'm not too sure. The driver tracker will tell us all in due course. If it isn't Guillaume, of course, it will be the return of Denis Soglev. We'll see quite whom it is in just a moment. Oh, not whoever it is. They need to refire. Off we go. Number 15 car back out into the motor race then. And it is Denis Soglev back at the helm. So I imagine Guillaume Asso will maybe hop back in for the final 45 minutes or so at the conclusion of this race.
So off goes Soglev there. That car returns back out into the circuit in 11th place overall, and with 23 of the minimum 35 minutes of pit stop time completed. M-Tech are in, the Cup 2 leader, the number 9 that's been driven around by Matthias Strand for the past stint or so. Currently 5th place overall as well. The advantage that they've got, I think, over Karo Manish, it's about 5 minutes. So this might again see GP Elite leapfrog back into the lead of the race. But again, right now, MTech and GP Elite are on about the same amount of time, 27.25 minutes to 28.25 minutes in terms of pit stop time. So this could be an effective run. This could now, I think this could be the first time we see a car fuel up and go all the way to the end. But now 1 hour and 23 minutes, that'd be a bit of a push.
In which car was that, sorry?
In the number 9.
The 992s are pretty blessed with fuel tank capacity, but yeah, I think
Risky.
one more splash dash would probably be the wise man's choice at this stage. I'm sure Gustav will also be lobbying to take the car to the flag, to be honest. He has been pressing on. In fact, it might be him at the helm, is it? We'll see once he comes back out onto the circuit. I don't think we've seen Carlson for a little while. I would suspect it's him that is at the helm. It is a white race suit, so yes, it is Thomas Carlson back at the helm of this car. He will more than likely then do a stint of about 40 minutes and then hand it over to Gustav Söderberg-Krogh. Gustav did share with me that was roughly the plan, to do like 40-45 minute stints at least with the other two, and he could do longer where needed. So Thomas Carlson heads back out onto the circuit once again. Carlson, who has been racing for 20 years now. Ironically, MTech is run by another Carlson. They're not related. It's just quite a common name in those parts. As he laughed, telling me that when I queried it back in Portimao, I was like, "Is Team Boss your brother?" No. But yes, we've seen him before winning championships in GT4s and in Porsches. So Thomas Carlson, no slouch himself.
That was quite a short pit stop, actually. It was legal.
Yes.
It was 1 minute and 32 seconds, and the minimum time without fuel is 90 seconds. So we'll see whether Carlson goes all the way to the end or keeps that 45-minute strategy. But that would nicely break things up between now and the end of the race. Of course, remember all these things that we're noting in terms of minimum number of stops, the length of the stops, the combined time. That's all got to be wrapped up by the team by the time there's 30 minutes to go. And that's cars back out of pit exit, back out on track with 30 minutes to play. Continuing work there for the Razoon squad. Razoon More Than Racing. This is their GT4 leading number 60, going through the motions. This will pull their time up to around 27.5 minutes in terms of total pit time. Interesting message has just come up on our screens, though, Mr. Weller, that the race officials have declared this. This is not to say that it's raining now, but they have declared this as a wet race.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, very light rain is what we're hearing in our ears. So maybe it is getting a bit damp out there.
And I think they said turn 1 potentially on that. X Racing are limping at the moment. That car to me, yes, it looks like it's on its limiter to me. It looked like they were just resetting it. But the X Racing number 82 car is pulling over down at turn 6. Something must be amiss with Peter Brunner's car. He's not been in it for terribly long, has he? And unfortunately, I think a full reset is what's currently going on the X Racing number 82. We've talked up the fact that they've just kept it clean and consistent out there. It's worked so far, but now we are watching as the driver desperately tries to fire it back into life, and we have a yellow flag at turn 6. I fear that yellow flag may yet become a safety car, because that is not in a brilliant position to my memory as far as recovery goes. There is a gap in the fence a little ahead of the car. You can see some smoke coming from the car as well. This is not going to be the race that perhaps X Racing were setting themselves up for. I guess you maybe push it back into that gap in the fence behind the car. I'm not sure you're going to do that without the intervention of, well, that pickup truck.
Some clever stuff being done at the moment here, Adam. BDR competition by Grupo Prom are in. SR Motorsport by Schnitzlam are in. It may come to nothing, but the crucial thing is they have started their refueling before any kind of potential safety car is deployed. We are still green at the moment, 1 hour and 18 minutes to go. Jolmesh is now down out of the refueling area and towards the garages for some service and for some TLC. There is the number 11 that's going for a driver change as well, but particularly by BDR competition by Grupo Pram. Well, they rolled the dice and got to a degree lucky once already in this race, Adam. Could they be about to do so again?
Maybe so. It would be a big break for them in the race if that were to be the case. And you just think that maybe if the rule is truly that yes, you can do it so long as you've started the stop, I'd almost be inclined to just park the car up and get to 35 personally, or at least to like 33, and then do a quick fuel and change at the end of the race. Yellow flags still only at turn 6 at the moment. We have to keep our ears and eyes open in regard to the light rain we've heard about at turn 1. I'm sure the camera ops will do their best Met Office impression over the course of the next few minutes to let us know what's going on with the weather above the sky. We did hear that the weather may degrade as the 6-hour race wore on. Will there be a late twist in the tail from the clouds above?
So, Simon Birch leads this race for Razun More Than Racing. It's a while since we've said that for the number 14, but they've served a lot of their mandatory pit stop time in the early stage of this race, and this is why they're now in the lead, because the BDR competition by Grupo Prom Mercedes is in. Yellow flag also out at turn 5. I think that just might be a double zone coverage to try and assist the 82 in its problems down there in the second sector. Driver change continuing down at BDR competition here, Adam. This is an important stage of their race.
It is certainly, yes. The belting going on then with Bonduel getting himself back in the car, and I reckon that might be it in terms of the driver changes there. I suspect we're not going to see the potential for a safety car here as we get a look at the clouds above. Yellow flag now at 5, 6 and 7. It does seem as though they are just doing this under local yellows as best they can. The recovery of the X-Racing Porsche, which, as we just mentioned if you missed it, pulled up at turn 6 and seemingly looked as though Peter Brunner was trying to cycle through the electrics on a couple of occasions. Amaury Bonduel back out onto the circuit then. Mikael Durbecker, I think, has done his driving for the day, and it's now on the young Belgian to take the car home.
Just looking at some of our sources in terms of weather, Adam. Now, I should note that for those not geographically aware of the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, that it does sit, you climb up to the circuit as you drive in the morning, and sometimes you can get weather forecasts to say rain's incoming, and then it kind of just diverts around the hill. It takes the easiest path and stays down in the valley. But we are getting reports, at least from our sources of apps and such as the like, that there is increased chances of rain and heavier rain for the next hour. So it's going to be eyes on the skies here. I think there's going to be a bit more work for the teams and the mechanics and the strategists to do than just getting their teams through to that 35-minute mandatory combined pit time. There could be, in the not too distant future, a need for some tyre choice changes.
Could well be the case, couldn't it? So we'll keep an eye on the situation there as the race continues on. Simon Birch, your leader. All three of the top 3 cars, all of the GT3 cars, now have their kind of main gunner at the wheel. Simon Birch leading the way for Razun More Than Racing, over 2 laps clear of star performances. Milos Pavlovic in second place. In third place, Almery Bonduel. He sits another lap or so off of Milos Pavlovic at this juncture. In fact, no, less than that, 45 seconds between Pavlovic and Bonduel as he now breaks the timing beam on his outlap. The yellows have been lifted. The car has been removed down at turn 6. An unfortunate end for X Racing as Milos Pavlovic dives to the inside of Daniel Drexel and manages to put a lap on the GT4 leader. So at the moment, it is Bonduel firing in the fast laps among the three of them. I do wonder quite where Bonduel will come out here once all is said and done. He's about 5 minutes behind Simon Birch on the road. He's got 2.5 minutes or so in favour in terms of the pit stops because he's made 29 minutes and 4 seconds worth of stops. He only really needs to do one last service and he's fine till the flag. He's not, I don't think, going to be within range of Birch necessarily, but he's hustling on at the moment. He's just set the fastest first sector of anyone in the race on lap 144 of his day. There's a possibility that he runs to the flag at least within the same lap as the Razoon number 14 car, right?
Potentially so. For now, though, let's head down to the pits and to Izzy Browning.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back down to the pit lane. I've got Joel Mesh alongside me, who's just jumped out of the SR GT4. And Joel, we wanted to come and talk to you because the first time that you've been back in the car in quite a while, you've got a massive smile on your face. You enjoyed that, didn't you?
Yes, definitely. It was so much fun. Also with all the GT3 cars and stuff surrounding you, and the fight I had with, I think it was Danny, it was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of fun. You were having a lot of battles out there despite the tough start to the day. You guys are still in this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're still trying our best. We are on the podium, but still trying to improve.
And Jamo's out there now in the car. He's obviously a very, very quick driver. What do you think he can do in this potentially final stint?
I don't know, really. I think it's just about getting time down, getting a bit closer, and due to, more or less a new strategy because of the maximum pit time you got, maybe we can get a bit closer. So till the end, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, and I'm sure it would mean a lot to you to get a good result given the start to the day.
Yeah, definitely. Would be nice.
I wish you best of luck for the rest of the race. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Good to hear there from Joel Mesh down in the SR Motorsport by Snitchlam garage there. Their number 11 car. Well, with all this perseverance, he's on the podium at the moment in GT4 and will overhaul the 130 laps completed by the X Racing number 82 in the not too distant future. Reports on the weather. If it is raining out there, it's not affecting, it's not hard enough to affect the pace of the track. The track's actually pretty quick right now. That number 11 car now in the hands of Jamo Hartling, as we heard down there in the pits, has recently done the personal best for that car. We've got another notification on the number 14 to come to in a few moments' time. BDR competition by Grupo Prom, they've just gone and set their personal best so far in this race in the hands of Amory Bonduel, a 141.3. But another bit more news at the moment. It won't come into change any positions, but I think this is another reason why, if you're Amory Bonduel, keep pushing on, because 29 minutes and 4 seconds of pit stop time already done by the number 28. The number 14 has done 26 minutes and 49 seconds, and we've just seen on our screens Adam Weller, for the third time in this race, if I'm not mistaken, another 5 seconds added to the final race time for car number 14.
Four.
Yeah,
so
20 seconds now.
Penalties at the moment. So, they're right on the threshold of a drive-through as well. 25 seconds if they hit 10, and then number 11 will be a drive-through penalty. Looks like Birch there was really struggling for traction as well on kind of mid-corner into corner exit there as well. I just wonder whether maybe there's some increased precipitation down at turn 10 at all, but certainly looks like Birch is slightly struggling. Let's keep an eye on this lap and see how it looks. It's certainly not off the pace particularly. It just looked a bit scruffy there coming out of that turn. A 1:42.9, that's not brilliant for Simon Birch. Meanwhile, Almery Bonduelle, a 1:41.183, just ahead of the 14 car. Bonduelle is feeling very, very happy indeed in the Mercedes from BDR by Grupaprom. That car is driving at a pace, and the unfortunate side effect there for Simon Birch is that we're not now going to say, oh, it must be the weather, there must be light rain causing issues, because we know that Almery Bonduelle is setting some of the fastest laps all day.
And you look at the, well, actually, I'll just throw one other little noise factor into this. If there is a little bit of rain in places, does a fresher, warmer tyre, even by the extent of half an hour or so, or 40 minutes or so, because that's the current difference in terms of stint time between Simon Birch and Almery Bonduelle. Is that just enough to keep the car underneath the driver, circulating at a bit of a quicker pace? They're on the same straight, it's just they're on completely different laps at the moment. So Simon Birch will be on the lights again, I'm sure, to try and navigate away through past the number 45 Team Steiner Racing of Mats Kimby, currently at the wheel. But again, I'm just looking at these sector times for Bonduelle. They're looking pretty good at the moment. 29.7 through the first sector. He has a think about trying to get past the number 80 Rosso Corsa Ferrari. What kind of pace is that running at the moment? Oh, it's back, you know. It's a 1:48.7. So maybe there's still a little bit of pace and life in that Ferrari. Yet this is where the Ferrari will be strong, because again, the Cup cars with that extra top speed, that extra VMAX over the GT3s, this will be a bit of a frustrating moment for Bonduelle, Adam.
It will be. I think he'll be able to clear around on the outside here at turn number 3. I can't help but think, as Simon Birch comes into the pits to refuel, he is in the fuel station at the moment. I think back to his interview earlier on with Izzy, where he said, you know, you make contact like that with a GT3 car, as he did obviously in the second hour of the race with the GT4 PCR Mercedes. You make that level of contact in a GT3 car and it's never quite the same. It does affect the aero balance. It does damage a few critical things. And I just wonder if maybe he's struggling a little bit now with some balance issues. It would certainly explain some of the scruffiness on corner exit at turn 10 a couple of laps ago, whether it's a slightly ailing Razun Porsche.
Into the pits has come Simon Birch, so this is pretty much on schedule, because they last pitted just as the clock was ticking over to 2 hours to go. We're now at 1 hour and 5 minutes to go. So I would imagine that this is the point at which we're going to see the Razun Northern Racing Porsche come in, do its final fuel stop as the race leader navigates its way through past the NM Racing Mercedes, and then sit and take the total pit time up to 35 minutes.
Yeah, they could just about make it from here. That is true. So it'd be a long, long stop if that is the intention. We'll wait and see if that is the case, but that would make a degree of sense at this stage in the game from Razun. We saw them do, well, we saw the McLaren do about 75 minutes, just under 75 minutes at Portimao, and I understand that the Porsche shouldn't be too far off on that front. They could definitely make it, especially by the time they've, of course, served the pit time. It'll be less than an hour when they head back out onto the track, so there's no issue for them really in terms of fuel consumption. So this is, yeah, quite possibly the final stop for Birch as it stands. So then, Simon Birch in the pits, in the refueling area at the moment, which is why he doesn't have the blue pit symbol against his name. Milos Pavlovic is in second place, and Bonduelle in third.
So just over an hour of this one to go, and this one's not done, I feel, particularly with that potential rain in the air. What will the teams be thinking about any permutations with that? Round goes Bonduel once again onto the start of a new lap. At least second place, very much on a feel for this car here today. It's just a question of what happens now with the Resume More Than Racing Porsche 992, and whether we're going to see a bit of a convergence of the strategies in the final hour of this race. If you've missed any of the coverage of any part of the 2025 GEDLICH Racing Winter Series, you can watch it all back on the broadcast channels free of charge, brought to you by Alpha Live. And we have got more racing coming up after the culmination of this 6 Hour of Barcelona. We've got the second TCR Spain support race to follow after this, so don't go anywhere once we've got to the culmination of this one. There is the Simon Birch Porsche 992 GT3. We would expect Simon Birch to stay at the wheel of the number 14 between now and the end of the race. New slick tyres going on board the Porsche. That is to be expected. The wear on those coming off doesn't look too bad at all. But this is an important moment. It doesn't need to be done in too much of a rush. They've got to eat up some of that time, Adam. But operationally, this is the moment for Resume More Than Racing. They've got to get every single little aspect of this pit stop right.
Yeah, absolutely. So Milos Pavlovic will probably be in the next 10 to 15 minutes as well, I reckon. But for now, we're watching Resume at work. Of course, we saw them applying the tape earlier on. That was really the only stop of any level of panic for this car, of course. The GT4 had a fairly hurried brake change earlier on. For Daniel Drexel, who continues to lead the class at the moment. It was Gregor Schneider at the wheel of the car at the time of that paddle disc change. Birch, for now, is awaiting the go signal from his team. And how long have they been in at
5.5 minutes.
5.5. I think they might keep him waiting, don't you?
Yep, yeah, if they're going to run the car all the way to 35 minutes at this point, still got a couple of minutes before they set this car out on its way again. I just wonder as well, does anyone take a risk of leaving themselves short deliberately on the thought of, well, we might need to come in and serve a pit stop change and combine it with a minimum 90-second stop? I don't know. Still doesn't look like there's any major rain falling out there. As there is the number 80 of Rosacorsa Racing in the 149s at the moment, still circulating, still in 7th place, and that would be 4th of those across all of the Cup categories. But just like that, Adam, it doesn't seem like 5 minutes ago since we've seen this car sweeping into the lead of the race. We are into the last hour of the inaugural 6 Hour of Barcelona.
Yeah, we are. Hour 6 of the race is underway as the Milwaukee backed Resume Porsche awaits his opportunity to go. And they don't waste time now that they've given the signal. What have you observed there, Andrew?
They're not going to finish 35 minutes on this occasion. They're not. They're going to come out with something like 34 minutes remaining. I wonder, are they just covering for the scenario of a quick rain shower, needing some wet tyres in the next 20 minutes or so, and kind of kill two birds with one stone they've come out, and it's 33 minutes and 51 seconds accumulated on time. We should note as well from earlier in the race, and I'm racking my brain now as to why this is the case, that we needed. I think there was one pit stop as well where they came through the pits. They have a drive-through earlier in the race. Yes, they did, of course, for the contact with the number 4.
Yes.
So take another 28 seconds off of that. I reckon this team have just looked at the weather and gone, do you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we might need to make another stop between now and the end of the race for some wet tyres. let's just give ourselves another 90 seconds worth of pit stops to hit our 35 minutes and change tyres if we need to. They're still going to need to come in. They still need to come in and do that to get to that 35 minutes. But they could be doing something quite clever here if, and that's the key word here, ladies and gentlemen, if the rain hits in the next 25 minutes.
As my Scottish friend with an American accent once said, I think they've been a wee bit canny there on the Resoon More Than Racing garage, and we'll see whether or not that is the case. With 57 minutes and 40 seconds to go, they have to come in again before half hour to go. That's the situation they've set themselves up for. The question is, what will the weather be doing at that time? Have they performed a master stroke? I don't think it's a master stroke they necessarily need. They're in a good position come what may. Down at Resoon, they are third at the moment. They're in a very strong position, though, as we go into the final hour. It was the more than likely final stint for Thomas Anderson that concluded as hour number 5 began. Unfortunately for Rosso Corsa, there was some quite notable crabbing on the number 80 machine, a tie rod issue on that car. They've replaced it, and it since seems to be somewhat back up to speed, but their chances of an overall podium have dwindled significantly. Almery Bonduel had been in the car shortly prior to the start of the 5th hour. By the end of the 5th hour, he would be in this BDR Group of Prom Mercedes AMG GT3, and he was immediately setting fast times as well. Milos Pavlovic has been 3 times now in the star performance Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2, and 33 has been consistently there, roughly, usually in second place. I think that battle will be one of the interesting ones going into hour 6. Second place between star performance and BDR competition. They were side by side in that moment there, as Durbecker, I think, rather politely allowed Milos Pavlovic through. Mikael Durbecker, who has been limping around a little bit. I don't think we saw this in the live pictures. The Mercedes limping to the pits at one point. Durbecker looking a bit slow there. We did, however, see the X-Racing car pull up, unfortunately, on the side of the road towards the end of the 5th hour. That's the end of their race. Meanwhile, it has been Simon Birch and Almery Bonduel setting the track alight in the more recent times. Birch has recently visited the pit lane. That is why the car is currently in 3rd position, which means that this man, Almery Bonduel, is in 2nd. Your leader, though, is the star performance Lamborghini Huracan GT3, but that doesn't really tell the story because of a long pit stop for Resoon More Than Racing. Less than a minute and a half of pit stop left to do for Simon Birch, who has just set the fastest lap of the race. Also, the fastest GT3 lap in history as the 6-hour race continues on. Milos Pavlovic is your leader for now. Almery Bonduel is 2nd for BDR Group of Prom. Simon Birch in 3rd position, but with the advantage firmly in terms of the greater scheme of the race right now. Thomas Carlson is 4th and winning in the Cup 2 class for the time being for MTech competition. Rodrigue Guillon is 5th overall in the Cup 4 Lamborghini. Kern Munich is in 6th position overall for GP Elite. Angelo Fontana is 7th position in the race and leading Cup 1 after the issues for the Rosso Corsa Ferrari. Daniel Drexel leads the GT4 class for Resoon More Than Racing. Mats Kimby for Steiner Racing is 9th. Denis Soglaev is 10th overall for the NM Racing team. Jamo Hartling running in 11th place in his first stint of the day in at the number 11 Mercedes, which has had some issues with its refueling situation earlier on. And then everyone else, unfortunately, no longer running. Beat Gans's X-Racing car had an issue earlier on. In fact, I correct myself because Beat Gans has just taken that car back out. The X-Racing Porsche has been allowed back into the race, has been recovered back to the pits, and is now back out on the circuit. So, unlike Le Mans, if you do get recovered, you can get back out there, but he has lost a lot of time all the same. The Steiner Racing Porsche is in the pits, but I need to pause and just say, again, for emphasis, a 140.695, the fastest GT3 lap on record before today here at this circuit was Riccardo Agostini in the Le Mans Cup round at Barcelona last year. That was a 140.743. The most recent lap for Simon Birch, a 140.703. So he has set the fastest lap in GT3 history around this circuit. And then on the second lap, he has not beaten that time again, but he has gone quicker still than anyone else ever has driven a GT3 car around this circuit in race conditions.
I think with everything up in the air, potential weather to come in, I love it when a driver does this. Simon Birch has been given the instruction to turn it up to 11 because we don't know what's coming, Simon, so we need as much pace extracted from these brand new tyres that you can possibly give us. That's the instruction that Razzoon More Than Racing have given at this stage. Just to recap what the different teams have left in terms of minimum pit stop. This is the combined time, of course. Star Performance, the number 33, still need to give us another 9 minutes and 3 seconds. The number 28, 34 seconds behind, need to give us much less than that. They need to give us another 5 minutes and 56 seconds. Simon Birch and number 14, Razzoon More Than Racing. This is an approximate one because a 33 minutes and 51 on our timing screen at the moment isn't fully reflective of their situation. They had a drive-through earlier in the race. It took 20, it gave them 28 seconds or there or thereabouts in terms of total pit stop time. That does not count towards their 35 minutes combined. So we reckon they need another 90 seconds in the pits. Light rain is being reported at turn 1 as well. Just covering into Cup 2 as well, because that story's not done yet either. 6 minutes and 9 seconds is what we need to see from Thomas Carlson and the MTech competition crew in the number 9. 6 minutes and around 47 seconds is what we need from GP Elite. And I've heard in our ears, Adam, that it was light rain. I'd say that from the shot that we had there at turn 1 through turn 2, that's more than light at the moment. This could be the point where the race completely turns on its head. This is the point going through the next 10 minutes where the sources that we've got in the box would indicate that the worst rain is to come.
The pace for Simon Birch has dropped off a bit as well. A 141.5, anything but pedestrian around this circuit. But the fact that he's woed up by about a second is certainly a point of interest. Hello, Rossa Corsa team. You are on TV just over your shoulders if you're interested. They were doing some meteorology, looking overhead and sticking their hands out to try and figure out whether or not it was indeed raining. It's certainly nowhere near the need for a tyre change, but it is maybe getting a bit greasier out there on the circuit for now. Some new slicks are being lined up for Rosso Corsa at the moment, and it will be our driver that took the start in the number 80 car, Nicolo Schillo, that started the car. He is lining himself up to get back in now for the closing stint of the race. I guess now the ultimate test of quite what shape that Rosso Corsa car is currently in, but he will drive the car rapidly towards the flag.
Will do indeed. 49 minutes to go. So for Rosso Corsa, they're not going to need a very long period in the pits for them to achieve 35 minutes. There's the evidence of the rain on the windscreen. Looks more like what they call psychological rain at the moment, not too heavy to affect a warm racetrack and any warm tyres out there. Might be a bit skittish though at the very start for Nicolo as he heads out for Rosso Corsa. There is the car that I think we're still calling our favourites for this race. Haven't quite got to the end of their allotted pit stop time yet, but they are the furthest along of the top three. Simon Birch pace at the moment 1:42.1. Thomas Carlson is in, Adam. This is going to be, I would presume, the final stop for the M-Tech competition number 9 in Cup 2.
Yes, we have also seen the final stop, I don't know if we covered this actually, for Stéphane Lemeray and CMR. You suspect it will be the final stop because they have clocked in 35 minutes and 6 seconds. Fairly laser precise there in the grand scheme of things from the team. Some wet tyres going out here. Now, they wouldn't do this on a whim. Almery Bonjuel is more than likely feeding back, hey, if we're going to have anything ready down there, make it wet, because it does feel a little more slippery out here. The lap times are only going up. The wipers are on the Rosso Corsa Ferrari. Of course, Almery Bonjuel is the team manager down there at times for BDR as well. He's listed as the entrant often on the documents for the BDR team. He's a big part of the squad, and yeah, I don't know. I think things are turning out there around the circuit. Certainly the pace only dropping, and rain is now being reported pretty much everywhere around the circuit, according to our camera crew here from Alpha Live around the facility. And there's also, is that just me, or is there a little bit of smoke or something? Bit of vapor, you reckon that is, coming out of the 80 Ferrari 296 Challenge car? Yeah, it looked like it almost could be a little bit from the exhaust and maybe a bit of condensation. I think the other trouble for the teams that haven't, I'm talking like Star Performance and BDR at the moment, is they've got to make a stop. It's got to be a long stop as well, and with the conditions so variable, it could play in their favour. Bring the car in, start the clock, see what the weather does, and then go, right, okay, it's properly wet now. We're towards the end of our 35, stick a set of wets on it and send it out. But there's the other way of looking at it of, whilst ever the car's not going round on track, they're not getting that crucial reference data of what's the track doing. Does it need wets? Is it wets only in Sector 1? Is it wets all the way round? This is where I quite like what Resume More Than Racing have done here. They've given themselves, for me, the best opportunity to react either way. Either stick with the slicks or make a very last or perfect timed moment to switch to a wet tyre. Yeah, no, I thought you were being a bit ambitious with your thinking when you initially floated that for Resume, but the more we thought about it over the last few minutes, the more, A, I think they've been very canny, and B, they've been very canny in the exact way that you've put forward. Very compelling situation here. Of course, if it does start to really downpour here around the circuit, less progress can be made against the cars that have not made the entirety of their 35 minutes just yet. So that might help a few parties as well. 15 minutes left on the clock. I understand that so long as you start your final pit stop before half hour to go, you're fine. You don't have to have 35 minutes at the second we only have 30 minutes of the race left to go. But as a reminder, if you're just joining us, 5.5 hours is the cutoff point to make 35 minutes of total pit stops out on the circuit in this, or in the pit lane, in this, the inaugural GEDLICH Racing 6 Hours of Barcelona. M-Tech are in for what should be their final switch, and no surprise to me that Gustav Söderberg has been reinstalled into the car. He's going to go GP Elite hunting in the last moments of this race. He is indeed, and yeah, Cup 2 has been another pretty compelling story across the course of the day. All three of the Cup 2 cars still circulating. Team Steiner Racing as, that's a slow-looking 140, not at full racing speed. Is that simply grip? Is that recovering from an incident? It's not looking all at full speed for the 140. It's twitching around. Is it coming into the pits? Yes, it is. Is this a bit of drama for the Cup 2 leader, Adam? The 140 GP Elite car is coming in slowly. It's not an outlap, is it? No, it's not.
Nope.
I just wondered. It's coming in for fuel as well. What is that? What happened? Did they run it to the very end of the fuel tank?
Ooh.
It's gone straight in for fuel.
Wiggling around for the pickup.
Rather than going into the pit, it's gone straight to the fuel area. As you said, wiggling around for fuel pickup, trying to slosh that last shot glass of petrol around the engine and through the tank. Yes, well, they've got it in, so if it is just fuel, it's okay, but running fine margins at GP Elite if that is what was going on there.
Indeed. Just keeping an eye on these lap times. Yes, they are getting worse, but not dramatically worse. Simon Birch is doing 143s now. Bonduel 144s, Pavlovich 145s. What is happening in the other classes? The GT4s are all around in some pit stop phases at the moment, so it's a little bit tricky to tell what is going on there for the GT4s. But the rain continuing to get people thinking, get people worrying here at Circuit de Barcelona. Catalunya, GP Elite confirmed, are in the pits. They have 28 minutes and 13 seconds on their total pit time here. So fuel, add another 4 minutes, because that's the minimum for spending time in the fuel bay. That'll take them to 32 and 13. A little bit of remedial service and waiting in pit lane will get them to the minimum of 35. But the trouble is, if you're having to do that now, and going for another set of slick tyres, it's not wet enough yet. It's nowhere near wet enough for a treaded wet tyre. If you put one of those on, you would simply shred it and be back in the pits within a few laps. But I still keep thinking that there is a potential here that Resoon More Than Racing, who have a good advantage as well in terms of this total pit stop time, may, if the rain gets stronger, have played a bit of a blinder here.
Yes, indeed. Izzy down in the pits has spoken to Resoon, and your hypothesis is entirely correct. They are saving a last 90-second stop so that they can switch to wets if that is the requirement. And there's Amaury Bonduel just ahead of Birch at the moment. Birch, it must be said, going way quicker than either of the other GT3 cars out there, 145s and 144s from Pavlovich and Bonduel before Pavlovich came into the pits, which he is currently doing. He's currently in the fueling area there for what will be the final stop, and a fairly long final stop as well for Star Performance. In peels Amaury Bonduel for what will be the final stop there as well, but Simon Birch seems to be making hay here. The sun no longer shining, but all the same, Simon is just pounding in the laps and seemingly has more confidence in his Porsche than anyone else around him.
So we're going to find out in the next 2.5 minutes, call it 3.5 minutes, what the full situation is for Simon Birch and Resoon More Than Racing. That was a 142.506 for Birch last time around. So this is when I expected Pavlovich to come in. A 9-minute plus 5-second pit stop. That'll take them out beyond 35 minutes, and it'll do it before we get to half an hour to go. For Bonduel and BDR competition, it's a couple of minutes earlier than I thought they would be. Maybe they've just thought, you know what, let's pit at the same time as Star Performance, let's gauge where we are relative to them, and then we know what cushion we've got in hand in case we need to make a late stop for tyres. Just to be clear, Resoon More Than Racing do still need to pit no matter what, because they still need to hit the 35 minutes. Now that may well be they come in, sit in pit lane for 90 seconds, don't even change the tyres, or put another brand new set on of slicks and head out again. 39 minutes on the clock. Team Steiner Racing are also in the pits, Adam. This is going to be their last pit stop, and it's going to be one of about 5 minutes.
Yeah, so gosh, I must say, I'll be completely open on this.
Go on.
When I first saw the regs for the pit stops in the 6-hour Portimao, which ran to the same format, I was like, don't know about that. That's going to be complicated, and I'm not sure what's going to happen. However, it's been brilliant.
It's delivered a story, hasn't it?
Well done, GEDLICH team. That was you've actually made something very fun indeed to follow. I shouldn't be surprised. They know what they're doing, but I did hold my reservations initially on the pit format. Unfortunately, GP Elite, it's more than just a small issue, isn't it? They're in the pits, and with that, unfortunately, may be the end of the Cup 2 battle. MTech and Gustav Söderberg-Krö are currently in the pound seat, and unfortunately GP Elite are having to do some last-minute repairs.
I tell you what as well, MTech competition stopwatch is pretty good, Adam. 35 minutes, 1.1 seconds for combined pit time. I love that kind of stuff. That's properly good race engineering from MTech. And they've just got, I'll tell you what, they've got some pace at the moment. 1 minute 45.5 from Söderberg-Krö. So there's pace there still in the track, which again tends to point towards no, don't get the wet tyres out, anybody at this stage. There's still some good grip to be had round this circuit. But no, impeccable job there by MTech competition. Yes, the problem, whatever's befallen the 140 of GP Elite, and I don't know if Izzy can get down there and get us any indications as to what has happened to Karin Manishan team. But you know, that's going to be the biggest part of the gap between those two cars today, the number 9 and the 140. But that does not take away for me how good a job MTech competition have done across the course of the last 5.5 hours.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. If you think about it, I think that's been done over about 6-7 pit stops.
Yep.
So it works out at maybe 1/4 of a second of margin for error each stop, less than that even. All hands are on deck at GP Elite, says Izzy Browning, who's down there at the moment, but we'll hopefully collar someone in short order to find out exactly what's going on. Well, maximum 6.5 minutes until Simon Birch needs to come into the pit lane. Of course, what they need to do here is not flush away the kind of brilliance of having this option to switch to wets in hand by overestimating, overextending the window. If they pit in with 29.59 left to go, they're going to end up with a penalty.
People are going to hate me for saying this as well, but they also just need to cover for the very small chance of a safety car closing pit lane. I would get this pit stop done. Just be safe. Just do it in the next 2 laps. It doesn't. Just looking from outside and looking at the skies, it's looking no worse than it did 10 minutes ago. It's not looking to me, Adam, as if it's that case of, yeah, it's definitely going to rain. Yeah, we're definitely going to need some wet tyres in the course of the next 5 minutes. It's still been a really good way of playing the strategy for me, Adam. But you're absolutely right. Don't mess it up at the end.
Simon Birch just had to take a jab at the brake pedal on corner exit at turn 13, which is not conventional, but still a 142.4 last time by. He's about 2 seconds off his fastest lap, which, again, I will say, the fastest GT3 lap ever set in race conditions around this circuit. But yeah, he's hammering on. If the safety car were to come out with, say, 32 minutes to go, and they didn't get to serve that stop because of that reason, I think there would be an element of, not force majeure per se, but I believe that they would open the window for the 2 or so minutes that were left. So hopefully that shouldn't be too large of a concern if anything were to happen out there on circuit of that nature. All the same, like you said, it's not looking much worse. It's certainly not looking like you need anything other than slicks out there right now. I'd maybe decide to go on the discretionary route now.
Yeah, and the other point, they've now got a 2-lap lead. Yeah. So they've got enough of a window as well. You know, even if they did it on this lap, come in, sit for 90 seconds. You know, put another new set of slicks if they've got a set up their sleeves, send it back out. It's only going to be the exact same situation for everybody else, realistically, at this stage. If we suddenly got a rain shower, it's going to be the point at which it's going to start affecting the track's surface and needing a wet tyre is going to be beyond the end of 30 minutes to go. They don't elect to pit on this particular lap. They go around again, have another lap to survey things. In the pits is the number 60. This is your GT4 leader. Hey, at the moment, Resume More Than Racing looking for the double here. GT3 and GT4 class victory. That would be a mega result for them, Adam.
Yeah, it absolutely would be. That would be a pretty much definitive sweep, wouldn't it, of the race. They'd have to wheel out a cup car, which I don't think they own, or one of their KTM GTXs to have it any better than they already have in today's race. Resume, always an impressive team. There have been times where I've been in the paddock and they're running no fewer than 3 different cars. I think I remember once seeing them run a KTM, a Porsche and a BMW GT4 all in the same race. And they managed to pull it off magnificently no matter what car they are running. And this move, this decision to gear up with a GT3 Porsche, to gear up with a GT3 car point blank for the first time, was always one that excited many and turned some heads, especially when it was announced that they'd be doing GT Masters, and with whom? Leo and Simon. Leo Pichler, Simon Birch. It's always been a measure of excitement from all parties, and we're seeing why from Simon Birch, who I think has really confirmed his status as one to watch in GT racing here with us in the winter. Not to say that he hasn't consistently done so elsewhere, but every time he's gotten into the car with us, we have seen him really turn heads. And now, turning into the pit lane comes the Resume Porsche, right on schedule. Should have enough fuel. Yep, goes straight past the fuel bay. Just going to take a nice leisurely stop to get over that 35-minute marker. There was that drive-through penalty that probably will have been added to that total pit time. So realistically, I think they need to be around 35-25-ish to make totally sure that they're safe.
Yeah, as I say, it's pretty much a 90-second. The minimum time that you need for a pit stop to count to the 35 minutes, of course, is 90 seconds. So, yeah, they're just going to sit it here. They're just going to give it a little check over, check the radiators, check where, of course, that car had the meeting with the rear diffuser of the number 4 car way earlier in this race, back in the second hour here this early morning and through the afternoon. And they'll go through the cycle and complete things. Star Performance and BDR Competition are also out of the pit. 35 minutes and 5 seconds for Star Performance. 37 minutes and 40 seconds for BDR Competition by Grupo Brom. I just wonder, that's just to cover all the bases, isn't it? That they've more than done 35 minutes in green flag conditions with that total pit stop time. Of course, their first pit stop, or one of their early pit stops, was under the first of the 2 safety cars that we have had across the course of this afternoon. Who else is still 2 hours away? Goes Simon Birch. Who is still owing us a stop? Well, Cohen Muniz is going to be fine with GP Elite in terms of pit stop time. Not fine, of course, the fact that they've been in the pits for some 13 and a quarter minutes at this stage. I think, yes, we have indeed all cars, all teams have completed the mandatory 35 minutes combined time in the pits. Adam, it's a straight run to the end.
Nice and neatly. As we hit the 30-minute to go time marker, that was very neat indeed in every way possible from Resume More Than Racing. They lead then by 3 laps, almost exactly, over the car behind them in shot. Almery Bonduel, BDR Competition by Grupo Brom running in second place. Just 5.5 seconds back from Almery is Milos Pavlovic in third position. It is now a straight run to the checkered flag for second place. We've kind of been anticipating that second place battle would be the one, and that is now what we're seeing. The battle for, well, there isn't a battle so much, but in fourth place is the CMR Cup 1 leader of Stefan Lemarais. Our Cup 2 leader is Gustav Soderberg-Crow. He looks to be uncontested now with GP Elite, unfortunately in the pits. The GT4 car class is being led by Resume with Denny Berndt in the number 60 car. But back to that Cup 2 situation, I believe Izzy is going to bring us an update once again from the pits.
and cold.
I am indeed down in front of the 140, of course, that you can see in the garage with the team manager. Just tell us what happened. I mean, first of all, commiserations to have this happen in the closing stages of the race, but what happened out there?
Yeah, it's unfortunately that's part of racing sometimes, but one of the drive shafts broke. Fortunately, we were able to get the car in, we refueled, everything's ready, so as soon as the drive shafts changed, we're going to go back out and finish the race. But yeah, it's not what the boys deserved.
Yeah, a lot of work going on furiously behind us, so the boys really doing everything they can to get the car back out and get you guys on the podium. But other than that, it's been a really strong showing from your drivers here today.
Yeah, we're happy with the pace we're showing all race long, and both the father and the son did very well. It's a good preparation for more races to come this season. So yeah, we're happy, but unfortunately it can't always end with a big smile on your face. But no, all good.
Yeah, that can happen. Obviously, commiserations, but thank you for speaking to us, and we'll hope to see the car back out on track very soon.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks a lot. Thanks for having us, and let's end it on a high at least.
Let's hope for that.
Hopefully so, yeah. Thanks for that update, Izzy, and GP Elite will try and get to the flag, but as you said, Andrew, I think your face kind of lit up with a kind of when they said drive shaft.
Yeah, half drive shaft probably pitched the car into a spin as the torque shifted instead of front to back, suddenly left to right or right to left. We're not quite sure which of the drive shafts along the rear axle has gone there for the Porsche, and then the wobble back to the pit lane. Again, all of the torque going to one wheel, none to the other. Are getting reports now of heavier rain, which is, I say, it's a little bit later than perhaps we expected. And my goodness me, if you look at the windscreen there of the number 11, that's very heavy rain. This is the kind of precipitation now where surely you're going to be thinking about a set of slick tyres. What does the SR Motorsport Mercedes do? It goes on. Oh, this is one more sting in the tail that this 6 Hour of Barcelona is going to give us, Adam. The wind's coming in as well. This is going to be good.
Especially with BDR competition and star performance being 6.3 seconds off. One of them deciding to go a lap longer, one of them having a slightly longer pit stop, could be the defining factor here. Rain report, Izzy, I'm afraid you're best placed to give that to us. Sorry.
I am indeed, and this feels very, very familiar to last year in Barcelona. I'm getting absolutely pelted by the rain right now. There is going to be one more twist in this tail, because here in the pit lane, the heavens have opened and it is absolutely chucking it down here.
Oh dear, T-minus a minute or two then until we potentially see pit stops. Here's your leading two cars. Let's see what they do this time by. In fact, your entire top three in shot there as Milos Pavlovic comes out of turn 9 as these guys turn into turn 10. Almery Bonduel looks like he has marginally more confidence right now. Of course, Birch doesn't need to do anything spectacular nor stupid right now with a 3-lap advantage that could be about to become, and indeed does become, a 2-lap advantage. Do either of them decide to pit? I think Almery might have been wanting to pit there. It looked like he was maybe trying to get there. Either way, a little bit of battling going on between Birch and Bonduel as they slip and slide around the circuit on slicks. Is that wet going on to the Steiner Racing car? Yes, also most likely down at Rosso Corsa. Of course, if they pit now, it can only be for tyres. There's no other reason.
Oh, big snap there for Bonduel into turn 1. I like the move from Team Steiner Racing. They're a good way behind their rivals in Cup 2, so you may as well roll the dice.
Yeah.
No point trying to keep it nice and safe when you're not in the lead of your class. Chuck a set of wets on it and see if your opponents fall off the road. 24 minutes remaining in this one. Bonduel and Pavlovic. I just wonder now if your star performance, it doesn't look like they've got the pace at the moment in running on the slicks. Do they roll the dice and put some wets on to put Bonduel under pressure? This is all going to be about, can Bonduel just keep the heat in the tyres? In is the number 11 as well. These are all cars in the pits now that have nothing to lose may as well come in, may as well put a set of wets on it and see if your respective class leaders can hold it together, Adam.
Yeah, no, I thought Pavlovich might be in this time, or last time by, actually, to be honest, for that exact reason, especially with the fine margins between Bonduelle and Pavlovich in terms of the battle for second and third place. Let's see if any of these cars in the first three make the stop this time by. We've had a few in, the likes of Stefan Lemeray and Gustav Soderberg-Crow, though, have remained out with the top three. All of the top five are still out there on slicks for now.
Paces are like 15 seconds slower than proper slick times as well. I would be shocked if the Star Performance Lamborghini is not in on this lap. I can understand from BDR Competition's perspective why they're going to keep going round. Amaury Bonduelle's doing an amazing job to keep that car on the road. He's keeping tyre temperature. He's not falling off the black stuff. Keep the track position. What does Pavlovich do? He's in. He's in. He's showing us in the fuel bay at the moment. That doesn't fully compute. Now he's in the pits. Okay, yeah. No, so this is logical from Star Performance now. They're not, on the basis of what we've seen over the past 3 or 4 laps, going to win a straight battle against Bonduelle on slick tyres. May as well bring it in, put it on a set of wet, send it back out again, have a bit more grip, potentially have a bit more lap time as well, and see, can you catch Bonduelle, and can Bonduelle keep it on the road, of course.
Yeah, I think this is a very wise move, and even if even if Bonduelle pits this time, this one lap that he's currently struggling around now could decide second in the GEDLICH Racing 6 Hours of Portimao. I remind you, they were separated by 6 seconds prior to Milos Pavlovich coming into pit lane. Pavlovich is coming out of the pits now, so they've changed the tyres and sent the Lamborghini on its way. Confirmation, incidentally, from Izzy down in the pits and the camera ops around the circuit that the rain is only getting worse, which means the slicks are only becoming more useless.
I think if you're Bonduelle, you've got to pit now. If the rain's getting worse out there, and the indication that the rain is not going to stop either, you know, cover off the move of Pavlovich and Star Performance now, because you're definitely going to start losing track time. Never mind if you manage to keep it on the road for the remaining 21 minutes of this race. What do BDR Competition by Grupo Prom go? No, they go on again.
Wow.
They go on again. They roll the dice here. What is the pace like this time around? As I say, we've been in the 2 minute somethings, unless your name is Amaury Bonduelle, and somehow he's still in the 1 minute somethings, but it's a 1 minute 59.806. Looking at sector times as well, we've not got any sector times at the moment for Milos Pavlovich, but it'll only have been a short stop. It was only 54 seconds they were in pit lane from entrance to exit, Adam.
2 seconds quicker in the middle sector alone on his outlap. So it is wet tyre o'clock right now out there on the circuit. The telling thing as well, of course, will be the lap times of those who are on the slicks, on the wets, even those who are not GT3 cars. But for now, Milos Pavlovich working the wets out on the fly and pressing on as best he can. You can see the slippery surface flags on around the circuit right now. Pavlovich comes across the line and is lapping quicker. He wasn't out-lapped, so we don't have the actual time, but is clearly lapping quicker than Amaury Bonduelle right now.
He's effectively already got rid of the 7-second gap that he had before the pit stop. He's 56 seconds behind Bonduelle at the moment. There's still a chance that Bonduelle can make this work with the slick tyre, because that is a big gap. And there's not many laps of this race to go, but he cannot afford to throw it off the road now. That's another second gone for Bonduelle through the first sector of this of this particular lap. 34.9 for Bonduelle, 33.8 for Pavlovich. That's in sector number 1 alone. 47.5 for Bonduelle in sector number 2 on this lap. On the last lap for Pavlovich, he was nearly 2 seconds quicker than that, and you would imagine, Adam, that as the heat starts to run through the compound of those wet tyres, that Pavlovich is only going to get quicker.
Absolutely, yes. We saw him seesawing away at the wheel through turn 13 a lap ago. Meanwhile, I think still potentially on slicks, maybe, with that run out of turn 9. That was the NM Racing team driver Guillermo Eso taking the car to the flag, and doing so with a bit of a fight at the moment. Now, interestingly, Amaury Bonduelle is getting quicker. A 1:58.3 last time across the line. We've not heard anything to suggest that the rain is slowing down at all, but Amaury is figuring out these conditions on these tyres. However, what we're about to see next across the line down at turn 14 is the Star Performance Lamborghini of Milos Pavlovic's time across the line. A 1:58.3 for Bonduelle, a 1:57.0 for Pavlovic, and that was despite what we're hearing in our ears, that he had a moment out there on the circuit. And while we're eager to say that wets are maybe the way forward, what I will point out now is that I don't see standing water.
No, that's potentially going to be a problem, that the wet runners need a bit more precipitation, just if anything, to cool their tyres down. Simon Birch is still not pitted either. He's comfortably running in the 1:59s right now, knowing that he's got 3 laps in his back pocket just in case he needs to react to anything out there. There is Pavlovic once again. I tell you what, Bonduelle is doing an incredible job here. Sector 1 times now matching. This is taking me back to Aragon a couple of weeks ago. Rain getting heavier is what we hear in our ears. This is in the balance now between Bonduelle and Pavlovic. Pavlovic is arguably on the right tyre if the rain continues to fall. Is this the moment for Pavlovic? Yes, it is. Oh, a little bit of drifting there through turn number 12. If the rain really starts to fall now, game on for Pavlovic. If it stays in this intermediate condition, getting no wetter, damaging those treaded tyres on the Lamborghini, it's advantage Bonduelle, I feel, Adam.
I was going to say, if it gets wetter in 5 minutes, there's no guarantee that Pavlovic is going to have a usable set of wet tyres left underneath him. With the amount of scrubbing of the surface of that Pirelli going on as he seesaws at the wheel, corner on corner on corner, he's in serious danger of overdoing it, overheating and shredding those wet tyres. For now, it is a 1:57 from both Birch and Bonduelle on the previous lap. The time from Pavlovic was a 59, so the slicks are faster right now. A late twist in the tail once again.
The trouble for the wet runners is the majority of the rain is in the straight parts of the circuit. It's down the pit straight and down the little run into turn 6 and 7. That camera angle looks a lot worse, though, than it did a few minutes ago. So just as we start to think it might be swaying back towards the wet runners, massive slide for Jamo Hartley through turn 9, and Jamo's on wet tyres at the moment. That shows you how tricky it is out there. Jamo's properly thrown it into turn 10 as well. This is fantastic stuff to wrap out the 2025 GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. There is your race leader, Simon Birch, who, for me, Adam, is doing exactly the right thing. Just let everybody else make the decisions for you, give you that information of what tyre you need to be on, knowing you've got those 3 laps in hand. Pit when you want to pit, and you know that you need to pit.
Oh, and Simon Birch knows that he needs to pit. Amaury Bonduelle knows that he needs to pit. And with that, BDR by Grupaprom need the pit stop of their lives. Let's watch the Mercedes. This is the critical one in the battle for second. Rezoon can take their time. BDR Grupaprom have no time to lose in this pit stop. 4 tyres need to be put on that car with the utmost efficiency. Rezoon come in from the race lead. They're 3 laps clear. They're not really in any danger in this situation. Milos Pavlovic is coming through the final sector at the moment. He's coming through turn 14 at the moment. Where is Bonduelle? How are the team doing? going. We need to see the Merc. The car is firing into life, but coming down the main straight now, coming past now for second place in the race is Milos Pavlovic. But the question now is, how are the Pirellis underneath him? He's been skating around in half-dry conditions on a set of wets for the better part of 10 minutes. Wet tyres don't like that. Bonduelle comes out less than 10 seconds behind the Milos Pavlovic car, second and third overall in the race. Bonduelle's wets will be still in prime condition.
At this point, and that's the key thing here, at this point it was all Sector 2 and Sector 3 that decided that change in position. Pavlovic was 2.5 seconds quicker than Bonduelle in Sector number 2 alone. I'm sure he must have been quicker through Sector number 3 by quite a distance, given how much rain we saw there through turns 10, 11, 12 and 13. But you make a very good point there, Adam. What are the tyres like for Pavlovic? They'll be fine for Bonduelle. He could still have played the tyre strategy absolutely spot on here. Now, you just need to... It's literally in the balance. If you're Pavlovic, you just need it to keep as it is, not getting any wetter, not getting any drier. Keep the tyre in this operating window. Bonduelle's, of course, got to try and get the tyre into a proper heated window now as well. He's going to be losing time on this particular tour of the circuit. 48.54 Pavlovic through the second sector on that occasion. This will give us our first indication of what the difference is. 48.9 through the second sector for Bonduelle, so he was slower, but again, that is on a warming, not warm, wet tyre for BDR Competitions Mercedes.
It could still go either way. If you're just joining us, this is the final dozen minutes of the 6 Hours of Barcelona by GEDLICH Racing. This is your race leader, 3 laps clear. The winners of the earlier 6 Hour of Portimao, Rezoon Racing's Thomas Anderson and their current driver Simon Birch. They lead by 3 laps. They're not home free until they see the checkered flag, but they're the heavy favourites with the advantage that they've got. It's 2 laps and about 3/4 in reality between themselves and Milos Pavlovic in second place. Pavlovic, on the other hand, is 10.8 seconds clear of Amaury Bonduelle, with the question mark looming overhead as to quite what condition those wet tyres are in after he was on wet at a time where it was really intermediate as to whether we needed slicks or wets out there on the circuit. It looks like he's sussed out the conditions now and the tyres are doing well underneath him. Can Bonduelle find 10 seconds? Is the tyre in good condition for Pavlovic? Personally, looking at these sector times, 34.4 for Pavlovic through sector 1 on the first flying lap for Bonduelle, which is 4/10 quicker than Amaury managed. I think that Star Performance have done it.
They're looking okay at the moment. They lost a little bit of time through sector number 3 last time around, but again, it's what can Bonduelle do on laps 2 and 3 on his wet tyre. This sector 2 time coming up is going to be very telling, I feel. 48.457 for Milos Pavlovic. We'll have to wait 10 seconds or so to see what kind of pace through the technical part through sector number 2 that Bonduelle's doing. 48.1. 48.1. This race isn't done, Adam, because Amaury Bonduelle, now that he's got those wet tyres on the BDR Competition Mercedes into an operating window, he's now looking through the corners. There's not many corners in sector number 1. Through sectors 2 and 3, he's now looking a touch quicker. It's more than a touch quicker now than Pavlovic. Pavlovic full lap time 1:59.745. There is the bright gold Mercedes in the background. What's the time? 1:59.1.
The rate of capture needs to be quicker than that for BDR Competition by Grouper Prom, but the signs are positive right now for Amaury Bonduelle. If he can hook up that first sector, then perhaps it is on. I spoke with a degree of finality that I didn't intend to a minute ago. Amaury Bonduelle still firmly on the case here, 10.3 seconds on the dot behind the 33 car. Let's see how the first sectors stack up this time. 34.4 for Pavlovic this time, 0.3 quicker was Amaury Bonduelle. That's not tons, but if he matches it up with equally fast Sector 2s and Sector 3s as he did last time, then that will be something like a quarter of a second on this lap. Still maybe not quite enough as it stands, but let's see.
And even though the conditions have changed, you've still got that balance of performance element of these different cars produce their lap times at different parts of the circuit. Sector 1 is a strong one for the Lamborghini. That long straight that runs through turns 1 and 2 and then through towards turn number 4 are all areas where you want the power. The Mercedes is able to make its lap time at the moment a little bit better through the technical part of the course. 48.2. He's taken half a second out of him again. Bonduelle's just taken half a second out of Pavlovich through sector number 2, and that's a growing trend that we're seeing now. I think the biggest question for Bonduelle at the moment, Adam, is are they simply going to run out of time? Last time around it was, what, 0.6 the difference on lap time to the favour of Bonduelle. It needs to be more like 1.2, maybe even 1.5 seconds to catch and then have the pace to breeze past the Lamborghini. What is the gap this time around? 9 seconds. 9 seconds. So they took 1.3 seconds out of Pavlovich. This is going to be one of those races, Adam, where we're working out where the leader is and how many more laps we've got to go in this race.
Exactly what I was going to say. Where Simon Birch is at the time the clock hits 0 is going to be of the utmost importance to BDR competition if Amaury Bonduelle continues to close in on Milos Pavlovich in the manner he currently is. Pavlovich continues to fishtail away in the Lamborghini. Of course, a big part of this as well right now is how well these cars behave on dry setups in wet conditions, and we can see the waggly tail on that mid-engine Lamborghini. Perhaps the front-engine Mercedes is a little bit more compliant, even at maximum stiffness, or a dry, stiffer setup than the Lamborghini is. That would certainly jive with what we know of mid-engine and front-engine characteristics. Oh, Amaury Bonduelle was very wide there at turn 7. I was about to say he was noticeably closer in the shot, and that was true, but he approached the shot with a big armful of opposite lock.
And that's at the part of the circuit that we've seen be slippery, even in dry conditions earlier on today. Bonduelle now searching off the normal racing line, perhaps for a bit of moisture to cool, particularly the front tyres on the Mercedes, and he was slower. He was slower through Sector 2 on that occasion. That will, of course, been factored by the huge slide and snap that he had out of turn number 7. Pavlovich has his own moment over the curb, exiting turn number 13. 6 minutes to go. The leader on the relative space on the track is behind these two. There once again is the Mercedes. It is looking like it's continuing to close. Yeah, it's down to 8.1 seconds now. Birch is going to come round the final corner. How much time is going to be on the clock?
There's 4 laps of this race left to go for Pavlovich and Bonduelle right now. 3 and change as they come through turns 2 and 3. Time is running out for Amaury Bonduelle. 8.1 seconds is the gap. It went down by another 9/10 despite the weak middle sector brought on by that moment for Bonduelle at turn number 7. So 3.5 tours of the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, and they won't be the most aggressive of Bonduelle's life, because Bonduelle knows that aggression will only cost him in these conditions. It needs to be a tactile approach to the throttle, to the brake, to every input he has at his disposal to try and ease the car towards glory. Meanwhile, this is for position. Guillermo Eso has just lost out to Jamo Hartling for position in the GT4 class. That snuck up on us a little bit. Jamo Hartling is up to 2nd in the GT4 class. We missed that one in amongst everything else, but Jamo and SR Motorsport have salvaged P2 in class as it stands.
This is a car that in the first hour and a half of this race sat in the pits for over 20 minutes with that fuel input, that valve problem that they had, and we dared to count them out. We thought they were on a glorified test run. Here they are in the final 5 minutes of this race. It's not going to be a win. That was the aim at the start of the day for SR Motorsport by Snitchland, but fair credit to JMO Hartling in this final weekend of the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series for 2025. JMO has still got one more trick up his sleeve, Adam.
Oh, JMO, as reserved as you are a spectacular driver. 3 minutes and 40 seconds of this race left to go. The gap is down again. 5.8 between Pavlovich and Bonduelle, and it was 2.4 seconds.
Yeah, that's a rate which if Bonduelle continues to gain, he's going to catch Pavlovich on the final lap of this race. There is Bonduelle again. Search. Oh, probably is that a Simon Birch going slowly down the pit straight? Has he run out of fuel? Hadi did not come in for fuel when he came in for that very final pit stop to just sit and go for 90 seconds. But is Simon Birch running out of fuel here? He's been out for quite a while since the last time he came into the fuel bay, but he's crawling round turn 3.
It's less than an hour since that car was last filled with petrol. It shouldn't be fuel. As long as they tanked it up, they should be okay. The question mark has come up in our ears as to whether he's killing time. I don't think he needs to do that, frankly.
No.
There's no reason to kill time. But maybe? I don't know. Something surely is amiss. That can't be that that's what they're doing. Really, that would be an astonishing turn of events. If that is simply it, maybe. I mean, if Denny Burnt is running out of fuel, maybe that is the plan to make sure the GT4 winner crosses the line. He is going through the gears. We can see him doing that much. He looks fairly chill in the cockpit. He's not panicking. But what on earth is going on?
I'm having a good old look at the LCD display. I cannot see any. I'm looking for any big red flashing boxes indicating low fuel, oil pressure, anything mechanically going wrong with the number 14. Nothing from that perspective to suggest that there is a major problem for Simon Birch, and that it could just be that he's cruising this one to the end. He has still got 2.5 laps in his back pocket, of course. There through goes the Rosso Corsa Racing Ferrari of Nicolo Schiro. That almost looked like a repeat of the start again when that Ferrari was off with the start of the race. So this is a quite bizarre end to the race.
We've just got the bulletin through from our director through Izzy that this is purely so that they can get the photo finish of the GT4 and the GT3 crossing the line. Razun, my letter's in the post. That's not okay. It totally is. You have your right to do that, but oh goodness me, that was an alarming minute and a half or so of my life at least. We have 45 seconds left on the clock. Simon Birch begins the final lap of the 6 Hours of Barcelona. Therefore, Milos Pavlovich and Amaury Bonduelle are on the penultimate lap of their 6 Hours of Barcelona. They're 4.6 seconds apart last time by, and homing in is Amaury Bonduelle. It's going to be somewhere in the region of, I think, about 3 seconds when they come across the line to begin the final lap.
The trouble is, I think Bonduelle's going to be 1 lap short. He needed Simon Birch to keep pushing on here to extend the race to another lap. They say the gap is down to 4.6 seconds. They're going through sector number 3 now. They are only going to have 1 more tour of the circuit to go. There is Simon Birch waiting for his teammate. There is the Razun, the black and white Razun GT4. So they're going to run round now, unless, Adam, you've got your finger up.
If they're too ceremonial about this final lap,
they'll let them through.
Third place might go driving by. It depends how quickly Simon Birch and indeed Denny Burnt go on this final lap. If they go full Le Mans final lap, in the old days before BOP ruined everything, we will see exactly potentially the situation with a battle picking their way through. They need to be careful here. They don't want to have any undue issues, of course. Birch is your leader. This is the final lap of the 6 hours of Portimao. And the battle for second is still very much on. What we have in shot here is the Resoon More Than Racing Porsches. The GT4 leader in the black and white car. That is Denny Burnt in the number 60 Resoon car. He will win the GT4 class comfortably by no fewer than 4 laps out there on the circuit. And for Simon Birch and Thomas Anderson, it has been a repeat of the 6 hours of Portimao in most regards, in most manners of substance. It will be a GT3 and overall and a GT4 win in the 6 hours of Barcelona for Resoon More Than Racing. It is sheer dominance at Portimao. They crossed the line to win. Jubilant scenes for the Austrian team, but around the final couple of corners of the lap, around turn 12 and 13, is the battle for second and third place. We need to see them right now in the final corners of the lap. There they are, over the final turn now. It is Milos Pavlovic who claims second place, and by just 3 seconds. Pavlovic, Star Performance, Autosport Racing, pulled off a blinder in the closing stanza of the race.
They threw the dice, they got it right. They had to throw the dice. They weren't going to beat VDR in a straight fight on the same tyres. They were brave, they were controlled. A thoroughly deserved second place there for Milos Pavlovic and Star Performance. And I think when they look back at the data, they look back at the laps, it was those laps where it was just starting to back off with the rain a little bit, and it looked like it was going back to a dry tyre before the final onslaught of the rain. Pavlovic just kept enough in his tyres to mean he could fend off the attack of Amaury Bonduel. But you've got to give it to Bonduel as well. He properly made a story at the end of that race. Did he need another lap? Might have been another 2 laps for him to catch up to the Lamborghini, but a thoroughly entertaining end to this race, Adam.
Firmly entertaining stuff. Denny Burns, ironically, I think had a nose ahead of the Simon Birch Porsche, so he hasn't actually taken the flag, but I imagine he'll dive into the pits either way. Jamo Hartling took the flag, second in GT4 after a Lions drive to the flag. Jamo securing second in class for David Tolinius, Kenneth Heyer, Enrico Federer and Cedric Fuchs. I don't know if we saw Enrico in the car, actually, but he was meant to be driving. All the same, Simon Birch and Thomas Anderson have had a fabulous end to the season in the Winter Series, in the GEDLICH Racing paddock. They've taken race victories in the GT Winter Series at Aragon, at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Barcelona as well last week, but well, for Thomas Anderson and Simon Birch, they have swept the inaugural 6-hour races from GEDLICH Racing, the 6-hour of Portimao and the 6-hour of Barcelona. A great showing from Birch and Anderson. And these boys will celebrate this one long into the night. So the team is celebrating. And it will be, I'm sure, equally large celebrations at Star Performance. Star Performance, run by Autosport Racing. Just had to wonder if maybe, just maybe, Bonduel could do it after losing the second place with the tyre calls. But no, Star Performance held on. Milos Pavlovic was the man at the helm for that closing stanza, and it was great work that he did. Not that you'd expect anything different from Milos, a class act at the helm of a Lamborghini. And a well-deserved, and I'm sure very tense run to second place. You saw he was pushing, and sometimes that pushing meant having to explore the limits of the paint and the curbs, which you don't really want to do in the wet conditions. But Milos knew he had to maximize, and maximize he did. Almari Bonduel 3 seconds away from the runner-up spot for he. Mikael and Alfredo Hernandez. Mikael Duerbecker and Alfredo Hernandez. Stefan Lemaire, 4th overall in the Cup 4 CMR Lamborghini as well. That's worth celebrating, the first of any of the Cup cars home. Of course, the Cup 2 honours going to MTEC competition. And Gustav Söderberg-Krö, who took the flag in that car. He, Matthias Estrand, and Thomas Carlson will be delighted with that. They were second at Portimao, and in this 6 hour, they've topped it. The Razoon team are celebrating. Denny Berndt will climb out of the vehicle, a race winner once again, after winning one of the sprint races in the GT4 Wind Series last week. And Razoon slightly scaring us, I must say. With the slightly scaring us with the way of getting their photo finish at the end, but you can't begrudge them this moment. To see those cars come across the line in formation. And now to celebrate the double victory together, triple victory if you prefer, overall GT3 and GT4 wins for Razoon more than racing. While they haven't done much running in GT3 cars prior to their GEDLICH Winter Series campaign, they have done a huge amount of GT4 racing, a huge amount of endurance racing generally, and that well-oiled machine run by the Austrian crew has surely paid dividends today. Of course, we do have more racing action coming after this. The TCR Spain guys are going to go out for their second race of the season in markedly different conditions than they had this morning. But for the GEDLICH Racing grids, this 6 hour is the conclusion of the season. So it is a bit of an end-of-term feel down there underneath the podium right now. Razoon are celebrating, and I don't know whether to envy Izzy for being in the middle of it all or to be a little bit worried, because I imagine it's a big party down there, Izzy. Don't get lost in the shuffle as you talk to the winners.
Yeah, they are celebrating in style. That is very true, guys. Winners of the 6 hours of Portimao, winners of the 6 hours of Barcelona. Thomas, I'm going to come to you first. How good does that feel?
Fantastic, actually. It's fantastic. You know, first time GT Winter Series has 6 hours races. Now we are double winner of both, so that's fantastic.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic run of performance for you guys. Fantastic job today. I mean, you scared us a little bit towards the end because we saw the car slowing down and we thought, oh no, what is going on here? But I saw you in the garage and you were like, no, everything's fine. We just want the photo.
Yeah, that was actually, we had fun with that. We were talking about that you probably would be scared now. But we wanted the photo with the GT4 from Razoon and the GT3 from Razoon. That was fantastic. You know, it's good to have a double win here, so we are going to celebrate tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. Fantastic job from both of you, Simon. I mean, it was a little bit trickier today, perhaps, than in Portimao. Of course, the track limits penalties, which, Thomas, you've already said you didn't know about at the time. And then, of course, the contact. We have seen the duct tape on the front of the car. So a little bit more tricky, but just picked your way through and just did what you needed to do, really.
Yeah, it was some small bumps on the way, but we managed it quite well, and in the end it was an incredible drive, and the 2 last ins was quite funny. trying also in the end to get the fastest lap, so we managed that. And then, yeah, it was rain in the end. Just take it chill because we were 3 laps ahead. So, yeah. In the end, it was quite relaxing, and then we slowed down to get a cool picture, and for sure we did.
And I don't know if you know this, but you've also got the fastest ever GT3 lap round here in race conditions, so you now hold that record.
Yeah, that's quite nice to have, I will say.
What a way to end the Winter Series as well. And of course, we saw you celebrating with your team. Beautiful scenes, because also in the GT4s as well, this team has just been incredible today.
Yeah, for sure. It's a crazy team. We started up with GT3 this year in Rasoon Modern Racing, and they have done incredible. We have had a lot of support. So, yeah, in the end, I think this is an incredible start to the season, and I cannot wait to get the summer season started.
Well, I have no doubt that the celebrations will be big tonight, and starting up on the podium, we will let you get to the podium. Our 6 hours of Portimao winners and our 6 hours of Barcelona winners. It may be raining down here, but it's going to be raining champagne very soon.
Take cover, gang. It's going to be quite the podium. Rasoon, More Than Racing, have done it in the 6 hours of Barcelona. Not in one class, but 2. It was a bright, sunny day at the start of the 6 hours of Barcelona. Our pole sitter was Thomas Anderson from Rasoon More Than Racing, but it was the Rosso Corsa Ferrari 296 challenge car of Nicolo Schiro that led the way in the early stages, going from 4th to 1st on the run down to turn 1. The challenge car would disappear up the road with the bronze drivers largely in the GT3s. Unfortunately, the 111 Mercedes didn't go beyond the first couple of laps of the race with suspected technical issues. Some great battling among the GT4s, among the Cup cars and the GT3s. This was the number 60, I believe, with Denny Burnt at the wheel early doors, having a great scrap with Kenneth Heyer. In fact, that was Daniel Drexel with Kenneth Heyer in a scrap in the first phase of the race. While that was going on, Stefan Lemaire was having a duel with Thomas Anderson. Lemaire in the Super Trofeo spec Lamborghini. Second hour of the race, Simon Birch had taken the car over, the Rasoon Porsche, the GT3, and tagged the PCR Mercedes into a spin. The star performance for Lamborghini was running well. Unfortunately, there would be no more running at all for the PCR Mercedes after a secondary issue, a spin coming out of turn 7. That car would not be seen again. Some great scrapping all through the field. Almery Bonduel here unlapping himself briefly up against Thomas Anderson. However, he still had a lot more pit stop time to serve than Anderson in the Rasoon Porsche. There were suspension issues for Rosso Corsa. A tie rod had to be replaced on the challenge car. It would still ultimately, though, finish in the top half dozen. The circuit became a lot more gloomy and overcast going into the final 90 minutes or so of the motor race. And while this car was running comfortably and fast laps were being set, including the fastest ever racing lap in a GT3 car at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, soon reports of rain were filling the air and wet tyres were being prepared at various garages. Teams were switching onto the wets. And unfortunately for GP Elite, they didn't get the luxury of needing them. The car was pushed in with a drive shaft failure in the final 40 minutes of the race. Bonduel was the first of the GT3 cars to come in for wets at the time, with just 6 seconds between himself and the third place car of Milos Pavlovic at the time of pitting. That was a critical decision from the BDR by Gripeprop team. The Porsche GT3R made its way out for the final stint of the race. And in fact, this was Bonduel still on slick tyres, I correct myself, with just under half an hour left to go. They were dicing on tyres that weren't really fit for the conditions anymore. The rain was falling harder and harder, and it would be Milos Pavlovic that was the first to bite, to jump onto the slick tyres, of course. Everyone was struggling in these conditions. It wasn't quite wet out there yet, so the treaded tyres weren't working brilliantly for Milos Pavlovic. The slicks weren't working brilliantly for anyone else, though, and as the heavens continued to open, it was now time for everybody to move on to wet tyres. In the final 20 minutes of the race, the weather caused one last twist in the tail. Meanwhile, SR Motorsports Mercedes-AMG GT4, which had been ailing after a fueling issue earlier on in the race, moved up to second in GT4 at the expense of NM Racing at the very end of the race. The Razoon Porsche, the GT3 car, slowed up right at the end of the race for some formation flying with its GT4 cousin. An overall win, a GT3 win and a GT4 win for Razoon More Than Racing, and formation flying as they came across the line. Anderson and Birch have swept the inaugural editions of the GEDLICH Racing 6 Hours of Portimao and now the GEDLICH Racing 6 Hours of Barcelona. Birch wins it by 2 laps over Milos Pavlovic, just 3 seconds clear. Pavlovic for star performance over Almery Bonduel at the end of the race. Stéphane Lemeray for CMR took home the number 27 Lamborghini in 4th place. Gustav Söderberg-Krö took 5th position and the Cup 2 win for he and the MTech competition team. Nicolo Schiro took the Rosso Corsa car to the checkered flag. Denny Berndt was the GT4 class winner for Razoon More Than Racing. Steiner Racing, Ulrich Forsberg took second in the Cup 2 class. Jamo Hartling in 9th overall and second in GT4. The SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau Machine and Guillermo Eso rounding out the overall top 10, losing out to Jamo Hartling at the very end of the race. Beat Gans took the X-Racing car to 11th position at the end of the race, thankfully, despite pulling up in the last couple of hours. Peter Munich, unfortunately, not able to take the flag with the drive shaft issue, or did they get the car out there? They did actually take the checkered flag, so the 140 did make it to the end, albeit not where they expected, and we lost 2 Mercedes, the number 4 car from PCR Sport and the number 111 from SR Motorsport. Neither car making it to the end. 181 laps of racing here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. We had multiple classes come down to the wire. Sometimes endurance racing is just fun like that. So then, the 6 Hours of Barcelona is in the books. The podiums will come up in the next few minutes here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Of course, all of the drivers in those leading lineups deserve a mention. As we said, Anderson and Birch, just the 2 drivers sharing that Razoon More Than Racing Porsche. Down at Star Performance, it was Pavlovic, Yao Yavanin, Lomad Tai, and of course, Sandro Meur, who were driving the Lamborghini GT3. Almery Bonduel joined in that number 28 by Alfredo Hernandez and Mikael Durbecker, as they took that 3rd step on the podium. Stéphane Lemeray, the Cup 4 winner in 4th overall, with Rodrigue Guillon and Wilfried Casalbon in the number 27 car. And then, of course, Gustav Söderberg-Krö for MTech competition was helped there by Thomas Carlson and Matthias Ostrand. All 3 parties, I'm sure, will be delighted with their efforts in that race. The top half dozen rounded out by that Rosso Corsa Racing Ferrari 296 Challenge. Nicolo Schiro in that 80 car, of course, joined during the race by the Ferrari Challenge World Champion Benche Valent and Angelo Fontana, the Venezuelan racer, as well. The GT4 win for that number 60, not just belonging to Denny Berndt, but also to Gregor Schneider and Daniel Drexel. So, the conditions are certainly degrading at a rate of knots here in the 6 Hour of Barcelona. I remind you that we still have a race to come for TCR Spain up next, and it's certainly going to be a markedly different one from the dry weather that we had earlier on. And oh, by the way, in case you needed a reason to stay on board for that race, it's also a partially reversed grid. So stay with us. It's going to be fun. But all the same, we have had a very entertaining day of motor racing here so far. And the 6 Hour of Barcelona has been a hugely entertaining matter. The grids in all of the classes pointed towards an interesting battle potentially taking place, but I don't think any of us quite grasped how interesting things were going to get down there on the circuit. The Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, a great venue for endurance racing. Of course, the 24 Hours of Barcelona has become a staple of Spanish motorsport. There are a few select parties that come out every year exclusively to race in the 24-hour, such is its reverence in the Spanish motorsport community. Maybe some of them will start to come along to the 6 Hours of Portimao and the 6 Hours of Barcelona as well. I think we've seen quite how interesting these races can be. We haven't necessarily had hordes of entries for either race, but the entries we have had have been of a hugely high quality, and the racing that we've had has matched them every inch of the way. Of course, the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series as a whole, overall this year, I think has developed, for my money, some of the best racing we've ever seen here in the winter with the GEDLICH team. And it's only going to go from strength to strength, I'm sure, in 2026. For the GEDLICH teams, this will be their final podium of the year just before the TCR Spain drivers wrap up our weekend here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. So I'm expecting anyone who was maybe just trying to avoid having to visit a laundromat before the next event, they're no longer going to have to worry about it. There's going to be champagne sprayed. There's going to be all sorts of shenanigans on that podium, I'm sure. We've got some very fun teams in our paddock, and they are going to have a great final celebration before getting ready for their summer campaigns. Teams in the GT Winter Series compete in some of the highest levels of competition. Well, not just the GTs, but the GT4s, the prototypes and the formulas all compete at some of the highest levels in the summer motorsport season, as well as here in the Winter Series competitions. And that becomes more true each and every year. The grid quality, the grid depth only continues to grow. And I'm sure for year 2 of the 6 Hours of Barcelona and the 6 Hours of Portimao, it will be much the same story. So then, we can now go down to the aforementioned celebrations and your master of ceremonies, Andrew Mather. Over to you.
Welcome everybody to the podium ceremonies for the inaugural 6 Hour of Barcelona. We're going to start this podium ceremony. We're going to start with Cup 1. Please welcome for Rosso Corsa Racing your winners in Cup 1, the team of Nicolas Schiro, Angelo Fontana and Bence Valent.
Ahí están los primeros clasificados en el apartado de la Copa 1, los Ferrari, con Nicola Schiro, Angelo Fontana y Bence Valent.
And to present the trophy to our Cup 1 winners, please welcome the director, track manager here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, Mr. Jose Luis Santamaria.
Rosso Corsa Racing con el Ferrari.
Very good drive by the team. A difficult race at times with their tie rod problems as well, hampering their progress. But a very quick start, very competitive team. And we look forward to seeing Rosso Corsa Racing across the course of 2025. A final few photos for
the drivers. And drivers, it's champagne time to mark the end of the season. They're going to take it away and enjoy it later. Big thanks to Quinta das Arcas for their support. We're going to move to the club category next as the bottles of champagne come out for the entry that got all the way to the end of that 6-hour race. Please welcome your club winners. X-Racing, the team of Alex Ellinger, Peter Brunner and Beat Gans. And to present the trophies as well to the team, please once again welcome Mr. Jose Luis Santamaria. A great race again by the guys in the Porsche, fighting with the GT4 field for much of the race here today. Smiles on the podium for the photographers and members of the media, and of course down in pit lane as well. And a super team effort by everyone on X-Racing on a step up to endurance racing. Drivers, don't forget your champagne. You can spray it or grab your bottles of champagne for later on to celebrate the achievements today. Thank you very much for joining us, guys. Next, we'll move to the Cup 2 category. The top 3 teams picking up awards for their efforts here today. And this was a race that went back and forth across the course of the 6 hours here at the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. Let's start with our team in 3rd place. The number 40 of GP Elite. Give a big round of applause for the father and son duo of Cohen Munich and Peter Munich. In 2nd place, the number 45 of Team Steiner Racing. Please welcome Anders Steiner, Mats Kimby and Ulrich Forsberg. And your winners in Cup 2 for M-Tech competition. Please welcome the team of Gustav Kröger, Mattis Anstrand and Thomas Carlson. And to present the trophies, the 3rd place team being presented by Robin Selbach from the GEDLICH organisation. The 2nd place trophy by Florenzi Caso from Pirelli. And the winner's trophy from Jose Luis Santamaria, the directorship here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya.
Aquí tenemos los guanyadors de la categoria de la Copa 2, des que número 50 al tercer classificat per l'any dels Porsches 992, amb Cohen i Peter Munich. La segona posició per aquest número 35, l'equip suec, amb Steiner, Kimby i Forsberg, i l'equip guanyador número 9, l'equip suec, amb Forsberg, Anstrand i Carlson, Thomas Carlson, amb Porsche 992. Enhorabona.
Great scenes on the podium once again for the Cup 2 runners. Some very happy teams after a hard 6-hour race, particularly with those conditions at the end. It's champagne time, and the champagne is going to be sprayed here in this one. The drivers are already wet, of course, with the rain here today. I think we're going to get a little bit covered as well on the podium, but good to see the Cup 2 drivers enjoying the end of the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. Thank you very much, drivers. We hope to see you again next year. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. One big round of applause again for the Cup 2 drivers. We move to Cup 4 next, and the winning team for Cup 4, not only taking the award for the top team, but also having a really good battle with the other Cup runners across Cup 1 and Cup 2. Let's welcome them out and their Lamborghini. It's Team 27, Team CMR, the team of Rodri Guillon, Wilfred Kozalbon and Stefan Lemelray. And to present the trophies to the winners, please welcome once again Mr. Jose Luis Santamaria.
Wilfried Rosalón y Stefan Lele con el Lamborghini Huracán. Felicitación por la participación.
Big congratulations to the CMR boys. A very impressive run here today in the 6 hours of Barcelona. Some great pace across the course of the endurance race. And I think we'll be seeing them back in the future. Very, very impressive team. And I hope to see them in the 2026 edition of the GT Winter Series. GT4 is our next podium. The top 3 teams receiving champagnes from Quinta das Arcas and, of course, trophies as well from our dignitaries here today. Let's start then with our team in 3rd place for NM Racing. Please welcome the trio of Denis Saglayev, Jonathan Curry and Guillermo Asso. In 2nd place, they had a tough race, but they battled on to the end. Please welcome the team of SR Motorsport by Snitsland with their driver lineup of Jamo Hartling, Joel Mesh, Cedric Fuchs, and David Tielenus. And also, of course, Kenneth Heyer. Kenneth has unfortunately had to head off from the circuit already. He opened things for the SR Motorsport team here today. And your winners in GT4 for Razoon More Than Racing, please welcome the team of Denny Berndt, Daniel Drexel and Gregor Schneider. And the trophies to be presented to our top 3 teams. Big thanks to Stefan Lerner from the GEDLICH Racing organisational team, Florencio Caso from Pirelli, and from the directorship here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, Mr. Jose Luis Santamaria. Super stuff in GT4, a race that had twists and turns throughout the course, and also a show of perseverance from all the teams. Drivers, with the photos complete, it's over to you. The champagne is going to flow in a few moments' time. All these drivers have had a really good Winter Series run here in the 6 hours of Barcelona. Let the champagne flow, drivers. Very good stuff indeed from everybody out there. Thank you very much, drivers. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here for the 6 hours of Barcelona. I do hope that despite the weather, despite the challenges, that you've had a really, really good end to your GEDLICH Racing Winter Series for 2025. Jamo Hartling there giving Joel Mesh a little champagne shower to wrap up things. We've got one more podium to go. It is our joint GT3 and overall podium here. So double reasons to celebrate for these 3 teams. And what a race it was. A true endurance test for everybody out there. But these 3 teams have emerged on top here today in Barcelona. Please, first of all, welcome in 3rd place, car number 28, the BDR competition team of Alfredo Hernandez, Michael Dorbacher and Amarai Bondriel. Alfredo's had to head off a journey back home. That's well done to him and, of course, his teammates, Michael Dorbacher and Amarai Bondriel. In 2nd place, they held on at the very end. They got the tyre choice right for star performance. Please welcome the team of Amirat Lomahatai, Sanpon Jao Janil, and Milos Pavlic with Sandro Wu. And the winners, of course, for Razoon More Than Racing. They came through difficulties and penalties and emerged on top. Please welcome the team of Thomas Anderson and Simon Birch. And the trophies to be presented once again. The third place trophy from members of the GEDLICH Racing team, the second place trophy from Florencio Caso from Pirelli, and the winners' trophies from Jose Luis Santamaria. One last order of service, drivers, of course, is the champagne. I do hope you've enjoyed yourselves here, and everybody who's taken part and watched the 6 hours, the inaugural 6 hours of Barcelona. For now, though, let's head back up to Adam Weller.
Thank you very much, Andrew. We are moments away from TCR Spain's second race of the weekend. Stay with us. That's up next to conclude the 2025 Winter Series season. It's the second race of the day, second race of the season for TCR Spain. And it's markedly different conditions than what we had earlier on. Bright sunshine and nice conditions for the drivers in race one of the weekend. Race 2 is a rather more soggy looking affair, and the grid is much different for this race. The grid is formed like this for race number 2 of the weekend. The first 10 places, well, the results from qualifying 2. They ran 2 qualifyings on Saturday. However, the top 10 is flipped and reversed. So the 10th place driver from Quali 2 is your pole sitter for this race. Positions 11 and 12 are also set by Quali 2, but they're not reversed. And then positions 13 back were set by the qualifying 1 order. So a slightly different take on the reverse grid format that you see in some other series, but this has been the norm for a while in TCR Spain. And it has given us a very interesting grid, I reckon. Guillaume Salvadelli will be our pole sitter for this race. And he lines up alongside Giovanni Scamardi on the front row of the grid. So a very different looking row number 1. However, if you were to tell me to suggest my favourite for victory in this one, I look at row 2. I look at Jensen Brickley, and his slight off-pace nature, well, it wasn't even off-pace in Quali 2. He simply only had 1 or 2 laps that didn't get deleted, and while that of course affected him earlier in the day negatively, it now works somewhat in his favour. Starting from 3rd on the grid, Jensen comes from our neck of the woods, from the UK, has therefore got some wet weather racing experience in front-wheel drive cars, a Fiesta Junior champion in the UK, a BRSCC Fiesta champion in the senior category as well in the UK. He's done a lot of front-wheel drive in the rain.
He has indeed, but he's got the small task of fending off the driver who's won the last 3 TCR Spain races around this place, Mike Halder. Well, he did it once today from row number 3, but he switches to the outside of row number 3, of course, for this one. Before we get into the meat of this one, a bit of news from this morning. Not too much changes in terms of from the provisional to the final order. A couple of drivers, few drivers with 5-second penalties for causing a collision. So Jensen Brickley moved down to 5th, having finished in the top 3 on the road. Eric Zavala fell down a couple of positions as well to 8th. And the number 34 of Giovanni Scamardi with that moment with Felipe Fernandez also got a 5-second time penalty. 1-second time penalties as well for a couple of drivers, but they didn't change positions. The key thing being the top 2, Halder and Genet, were still as they were from this morning. It's wet though. There's going to be a lot of preparation down on the grid for this one. Let's head down to Izzy Browning.
It is wet. The most obvious statement of the whole day. It is very, very wet down here on the grid. Still raining. Don't feel as though it's got any heavier than just at the end of that 6-hour race, but it is definitely still raining. And this very different conditions than the TCRs had this morning. If you're just joining us this morning, they had pretty perfect conditions, I have to say. And the skies looked a lot clearer than this. But this is their second race, as Adam's already said, partially reversed grid, and it is going to be the 117 of Guillaume Salvadelli on the pole position, with Giovanni Scamardi in the number 34 alongside him on the front row. But just as Adam was saying, the person that I want to speak to, I hope I'm going to be able to speak to, is the number 246 on P3 of Jensen Brickley. Now, a British driver, so potentially used to this kind of weather? I don't know. We'll have to ask him, but qualifying did not go his way, so the reverse grid gives him the opportunity. Jensen, great to see you. I mean, being a British driver, you're probably quite used to conditions like this, no?
Yeah, saying that, I've actually not done so much in a TCR car in the wet, but we had a good day's testing a couple of weeks ago here in the wet, and I did Friday in the wet obviously as well, so yeah, looking forward to it. I think I'm possibly starting on the right side here because obviously outside for turn 1, but yeah, we'll see. Just try and keep our nose clean on the first lap and go from there.
And I know qualifying was a bit tricky for you with a couple of track limits issues, but a real chance here to pick up a good result.
Yeah, qualifying was really tough. We did a lap which should have put us P4, obviously ended P10, then a few moves with disqualifications and stuff, started P8, P3 in race 1, which we were happy with. Unfortunately, a penalty after the race put us back to P5, but yeah, pushing for the win in this one.
All right, Right, best of luck. Thank you so much for speaking to me. Right, we'll continue back as he puts the window up because, of course, he doesn't want the inside of the car to get too damp, so we'll continue back. I don't think many of the drivers will want to speak to us, given that it's quite wet conditions down here and they do have to either open the door or the window. So I will show you the cars instead. The number 41 of Renee Paulson alongside, just giving a thumbs up to the ladies from TCR, and we will keep continuing back. I know we've already had, I think, the 3-minute board, so we'll be getting on with this very, very shortly. Michael Markussen in the number 18 alongside us now. We're going to see the number 777 of Mike Halder, the race 1 winner from this morning, of course, keeping up his winning streak at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, and you can see the winning cap already being worn on the grid as well. So fantastic to see, and I can bet you that he's going to be hoping to add to that collection of winning caps, and keep an eye out for him because, as I said to him this morning, definitely has pace around here, definitely comfortable around here, and he knows what he's doing around this Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, and of course we'll want to end the weekend on a high. The rain definitely coming down, I think a little bit heavier now. Cameraman Joe and I are going to be very, very damp by the end of this grid walk, but as I said, of course, Mike Howler, keep an eye out for him. I think he will manage to make his way through. Continuing back on the grid, we've got the number 12 of Ruben Fernandez, and Ruben was the only one of the Fernandez brothers to finish the race this morning. The other two, of course, running into a fair amount of trouble in that race one of the season. These things can happen, and these conditions a lot more treacherous, so definitely going to have to keep an eye out for the other two brothers in this race. I know they will want a lot of redemption for this morning. We will continue back though at the number 81 of Eric Zabala, and Joe, just be a little bit careful because as the teams are wheeling the tyres off the grid, we don't want to get hit by any of the moving trucks. So cameraman Joe, just being a little bit careful there. But of course, everyone on the wet tyres, as we would imagine, given the fact that it is chucking it down. And this being our final Winter Series race of the season, of our Winter Series tour, and we have some fans who have stayed up in the grandstands. They've come to join us. They've been watching the 6-hour race, and they are staying for this second TCR race of the day. So great to see so many fans, lots of fans giving us a wave up in the grandstands. I think we've got time to just continue back on the grid. We might even get the whole length of the grid. The number 28, Eric Genet, comes next. Eric, of course, he will be on P10 and hoping to move forward. I think with this reverse grid, it could throw up some really interesting things of the drivers who did well this morning moving through. Now, one of those that you do need to be keeping an eye out for is, of course, Ruben Volt. Didn't have a great qualifying, but ended P3 this morning, so we'll be hoping definitely that he can do the same again, able to charge through the field. Let's continue back. The number 45 of Victor Fernandez now comes next. As I said, those two Fernandez brothers didn't finish the race this morning, so hoping to right some wrongs. And then it comes the number 20 of Sebastian Tom next on the grid. Demir Eroge as well in the number 5 car, and great to see so many cars. Of course, if you were with us this morning, I spoke to Gabriel Alonso, the promoter of TCR Spain, and he was saying to me that they're expecting more cars at the next few rounds. But fantastic to see a nice full grid of cars for the first weekend of TCR Spain, and they've certainly put on some great action for us so far. I think we are going to get all the way to the back of the grid, so fantastic for our final grid walk to be able to show you the entire length of the grid. The number 38 of Tom Poussier alongside, and as we're coming to the final rows of the grid, the number 33 of Samuel Schalin, and this is the car that I was just talking about, the number 27 of Ruben Volt. Of course, didn't have the qualifying that he wanted to, starting further back on the grid, but managed to charge through this morning, and he's starting at the back this afternoon, I should say. So anything can happen during this race, and it is going to be a little bit of a game of survival, I have no doubt. And we have managed to reach the entire length of the grid. So we will give you one final look down the grid and we will head to this race.
The second race of the season, the third and final race of the day overall, but TCR Spain is going to be underway for its final race of the weekend in just a few moments, and it is going to be a compelling battle with the reverse grid, partial reverse grid for this one. Guillaume Salvadelli, as we saw, is our pole sitter for this race in the number 117 car. He will be looking to get a good launch in the Audi alongside Giovanni Scomardi in his Cupra Leon, the number 34 car from that team. In third place is Jensen Brickley in the number 246 machine. That is the number 246 from Monlau Competition. René Paulsen is next in fourth position. The number 41 from TPR Motorsport. Mikael Markussen is in fifth place in his number 18 car. The Markussen Motorsport car. Does a lot of work on that car himself. Mike Halder is sixth in the other TPR machine. As we already alluded to, he won from fifth earlier on, becoming the driver with the most wins in TCR Spain history along the way. Ruben Fernandez in seventh position, the number 12 car, one of the RC2 machines, alongside Eric Zabala, the number 81 from Monlau. RC2's Felipe Fernandez in ninth. Eric Genet in 10th on the grid. He was on pole earlier. He'll have some work to do if he wants to be at the sharp end in this race. Victor Fernandez in another RC2 Honda alongside Sebastien Tom, the Team Claret car, another of the Audis. Demir Eroge in 13th position. That is one of the ALM Motorsport cars. Bizarrely, in 13th place, the leading ALM Motorsport car. That doesn't happen much in TCR competition. Vinesh Shunka in 14th position. That is another Team Claret entry. Tom Poussier for SP competition in 15th place. He is alongside the number 33 of Samuel Chalin from Team Claret Sport. In 17th and 18th place, it's an all ALM Honda, row number 9. Ruben Volt in the number 27. Sten Dorian Pirimagi rounding out the 18 cars that take the start in this race. These cars, Andrew, I think in the last 90 minutes, 2 hours, will have been very hastily softened by their teams. Anti-roll bars adjusted as soft as possible. Just trying to get these cars to be as compliant as possible for their drivers. It's a big test for the teams. It's a huge test for the drivers, having to jump into this wet race, going into the second race of the day. Of course, we've seen on the radar that it was going to rain later in the afternoon into the evening, but you don't really make those adjustments in that direction until you see it, because if you follow the radar exclusively, you'll find yourself wrong quite often.
Particularly here at Circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia, but the rain has fallen. It's set in now for the rest of the afternoon. This will be a 25-minute plus 1 lap race. I'm particularly anxious in a way for turn 5. We saw some thrills and spills into turn 5 this morning, Adam, and that was in the dry. That was in good conditions, better conditions than what the drivers have. Now the grid forming up row by row, all 18 cars. The marshals cars, the medic cars, round at the back of the field. We are all set to go for the second race of 2025 in TCR Spain.
It was a very exciting start to the season. Less than 8 hours ago, when the TCR Spain 2025 season began in earnest. 2021 champion Mike Halder won the first race. Let's see what happens in race 2. It's a good start from Rene Paulsen. Paulsen from the second row of the grid absolutely nailed the launch. He will lead on the way down to the first corner by a country mile. In second position, it's Jensen Brickley. In third place, it looks like it'll be Scamardi, although Mike Halder is around the outside of him for third place. A mirror of what he did in the dry conditions earlier on today. Third position for him, one of the RC2 Civics. I think that was Ruben Fernandez going sideways, coming out of turn 2. Looks like all 18 cars have at least made it to turn 3, not all of them staying on the track in the process. But it is Rene Paulsen that leads for the time being. But here comes Halder to second at the expense of Brickley. Will it be to the lead at the expense of Rene Paulsen in the next couple of corners? Teammates, lest we forget, from TPR. But here comes Brickley, third to first in a matter of seconds, and Halder gets the inside line for the exit of turn 5. The lead has switched about 5 times in a kilometre here on the first lap of the race at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, and it'll change a couple of more times yet.
This is what we want to see. This is the battle that I thought would occur before the start of this race. The Briton used to these conditions. Mike Halder with the strong record. Round this. Oh, they're off. They're both off. They're off into the gravel on driver's left out of turn 9. The battle is over. They're out of the race. And through back into the lead will go Rene Paulsen. What happened there? Brickley spins his front wheels. That's dug in. That's going no further. And coming through now is the number 28 of Eric Genet. Genet, who's never won a TCR Spain points race, has gone from 10th on the grid to lead at the end of lap 1. But we have a safety car.
What a first lap of the race. It is Genet from 10th to 1st, as you just said. Scamardi remains in second place, bizarrely, in all of that. He was second on the grid. He was about 5th at one point. Now he's back to P2. In third place, from 18th on the grid. No, he's a little bit further back, sorry. That's tricked me for a minute. Michael Markussen is in third. Eric Zabala is in fourth. Ruben Fernandez 5th. Rene Paulsen down to 6th place after fighting for the lead. Then it's Piramagi and Volt in 7th and 8th. So the back row of the grid are now up 10 places themselves as well. I believe that as the safety car picks up the 16 cars that remain, we can take a look at what happened between Jensen Brickley and Mike Halder. They were side by side coming up the hill towards turn number 9. And when they emerge, I suspect they emerge having already made contact. Yes, Brickley was on the inside, Halder was on the outside. From that angle, it's difficult to know who was really the guilty party. But fairly clear there. It wasn't individual mistakes. Contact between the two of them at the turn-in point. And they're both out of the race.
And that means that we're going to get, because Ignacio Montenegro not here, of course, this weekend, we're going to get we're going to potentially get a new winner, at least in terms of from last year's results. Jensen Brickley, who won in Valencia, and Halder with a double when we were here last year, or TCR Spain was here last year for the season finale. Halder won this morning, of course. Could it be Eric Genet's day? Didn't have a great start to race number 1, but he fought back strongly after the first safety car period in that race this morning. If you did miss it this morning, don't worry, you can go back and watch it at your leisure. Free of charge on your platform of choice. 21 minutes to go in this one. We are under safety car at the moment, so it's Genet from Scamardi, Markussen, Sabala, Ruben Fernandez, Rene Paulsen. Poor Rene Paulsen lost the lead, got the lead back again, but emerged at the end of the first lap in 6th. The driver who's, I think, still sporting some of the colours from when he represented Denmark at the FIA Motorsport Games up in Valencia at the back end of 2024 in the TCR events. But keep an eye on Rene Paulsen there. We've seen him start quickly once already. Will he be able to do so when we get restarted? It's probably still going to be another lap or two before we get to that point. You can see the safety crews are out and addressing the stranded 246 of Jensen Brickley. The Cupra Leon has had a really, really tough weekend, and the positive of having a decent starting slot from the reverse grid after that torrid qualifying yesterday by his lofty standards. He will leave this first weekend of the season. He won't score any points in this race, of course. Let's have a look at the replay of the start and try and work out how on earth Rennie Paulsen got through to the front of the field. So this is looking from the reverse. Ruben Volton, yeah, just got the traction, got the shot straight into the middle of the circuit and picked his way through, Adam.
Yes, and then keep an eye out for the Seat, or the Cupra, as I should say, driven by Eric Genet. He was already up to about 6th place before they got to the first corner. He again had a very good launch, like some of those around him, made up places and then picked the bones as everybody else had troubles on the first lap of the race. That scarcely could have gone better for Eric Genet. You heard us say it on the first lap, not won a points-paying race before. He won a pre-season event in 2024 at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. He's yet to clinch the top step in a championship round of TCR Spain. He could be on the verge here. Giovanni Scamardi is behind him for SP competition. He raced last year in TCR Europe and the French Touring Car Series with SP. The Belgian from Charleroi won 2 races in the TCR class in the French Series last year. So he's a proven winner in the TCR category also. And then Michael Markussen, he also, of course, is a proven winner for Markussen Racing, a 4-time race winner in TCR Denmark with his own team. Before that, he has won races in the Michelin Le Mans Cup in LMP3 machinery. He's done a lot of GT and touring car racing out in his native Denmark and general Nordic region. Very, very strong drivers at the front. And then, of course, Eric Zabala there in 4th place, the other of the 2 sharp-end inhabiting Monlau Motorsport Cupras. Of course, the only 2 left after Jensen Brickley has found himself in the gravel. Eric Zabala, always a force to be reckoned with, has been a champion before in the Cup class of TCR Spain, and was winless last year in TCR Spain, but 6 podiums. He knows how to get good results in the series, and a good result is definitely on the horizon for him if he continues in 4th place, and indeed if he can move further up the order. Looks like we'll have at least one more lap under safety car. We're still very much in the process of recovering those machines up at turn 9. And Eric Genet, I think, in a sense, will appreciate this cool-down time, because I'm sure that first lap was indescribably hectic, and now he can take some stock of the situation, plan his moves as the race resumes, and yeah, just get that heart rate down a little.
Yes, the conditions are very different, but I wonder how much did Eric Genet learn from the second safety car restart in the dry conditions behind Mike Halder this morning, because Mike Halder got it absolutely spot on both restarts, which was the coming out of turn number 12. That was the point at which he put the hammer down to stretch the field out through 13 and 14. Now, as I say, that was in dry conditions, but I wonder if Eric Genet will go for a similar approach again. We'll, of course, go for at least one more safety car lap whilst the work continues safely and soundly at turn number 9. If you're just joining us, second race of the weekend, final race of the weekend for TCR Spain, their first round of their 2025 season. We've already had drama. Jensen Brickley and Mike Halder, who were the favourites for this race based on where they were on the grid. Brickley on the second row, pretty used to these conditions and front-wheel drive machinery in these conditions. Mike Halder, fresh off his win this morning, having won the last 3 TCR Spain races here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, of course, stretching back to last season. They are out. They are out of this race, and this is a properly open debate now for who's going to take the win and who's going to get themselves on the podium. I'm also going to sing the praises, Adam, of Ruben Fernandez, probably the only Fernandez who was happy at the end of race number 1. He had a good start as well and managed to take, just before the safety car came out, the lead in the Masters category. The Masters category new for this year, if this is your first time watching TCR Spain or just needing a bit of a reminder, it's for drivers in the year of their 45th birthday or more, and Ruben Fernandez getting a good start. I also wonder about the start, Adam, whether it wasn't a particularly good start for the pole sitter Savoldelli, and I wonder if everybody else on that left-hand side of the grid kind of just got a bit bulked by all of that. I just should note that it's like Genet, starting on the opposite side of the grid. Those are the guys who all seem to have come forward in general.
Yeah, the odd exception to that rule, but I do think that stack-up is a good point. I think that is more or less what happened there. Now let's see what's going on up at turn 9 this time around, because that is going to be the indicator as to whether we're about to go back to racing conditions or not. It looked like those cars were rather stubbornly stuck in the gravel. They're just now being rolled away. It would be bold to call the safety car in this lap. You see Mike Holder there recovering back to the pits, but he will not be able to continue in this race. Per my understanding of the regulations, Mike Holder going from a winner earlier on to not registering a finish, sadly, in this race. So we haven't had a safety car in this lap bulletin yet, which is a shame because the incident has all but been cleared, but I think it was a bridge too late for that Cupra to be withdrawn for this lap. So one more lap behind the safety car. It is a Cupra 1-2, albeit from different teams behind the safety car at the moment, and that 34 car being pedalled by Giovanni Scamardi. You can see him trying to get some temperature into the tyres in that SP competition car. The VZ Cupra, the slightly older Cupra Leon competition, is also running out there with Tom Poussier at the wheel, as Mike Holder is indeed withdrawn from the race. TPR Motorsport with just one dog left in the fight, and that is Rene Paulsen in 6th position.
Is indeed. So lights still on the safety car. When they go out, that will indicate that we'll be going back to racing a bit early in the lap, of course, for the safety car lights to be turned out. But this will be a point of proceedings where the drivers will need to start thinking about getting heat into their tyres, heat into their brakes, of course, as well. That long run down to turn 1 once we go back to green is going to be imperative for the drivers in what will effectively be a half-time race. Just hearing in our ears as well that the rain is subsiding in terms of its intensity. It's still going to be wet out there. We've gone past the main warmth of the day. The shadows, well, if the sun was out, the shadows will be getting a bit longer. It's 5:45 local time here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. Just a bit of housekeeping as well. Adam, not a surprise to see that the incident between cars 246 and 777 is under investigation and will be further investigated after the race.
And heated discussions in the TPR Motorsport garage until that investigation. So, just to also mention, of course, we did briefly allude to Ruben Fernandez being the only happy Fernandez last time out. That's, of course, because both Felipe and Victor ended up in the gravel trap last time. They have a chance to rectify that here. Now, we did briefly have safety car in this lap out on our screen, and the lights are now out. So we are going to go racing this time by, which means that Eric Genet is now stacking up the field, and some not expecting the stack up quite at that intensity. When will Genet pull the pin? Will it be coming out of turn 12 in the acceleration zone? We've seen that a few times, especially from drivers who wait and slow the field down this much. Does he feel like he's got the pace advantage through 13 and 14 and Scamardi, and then can try and use that to build himself a gap before the racing resumes? He's still waiting. Now he goes, and that was quite cleverly done there by Genet. I think faked Scamardi into thinking there was a bit of a tyre weave going on there to build some temperature, but instead he guns it, and Eric Genet leads them across the line with less than 10 minutes left to go, plus 1 lap once the clock hits 0. We are back underway and racing. It's Scamardi in second place, a big wall of spray as the cars head down the main straight towards the first corner. Mikael Markussen challenging for second place. Scamardi going defensive, and that's great news, of course, for Eric Genet, because that means he can drive off unabated at the front of the field. Watch out, though, for those ALM cars. They've already gotten past Paulson, and they're going to continue making upward moves.
They are indeed. It's a good start there from Eric Genet, who's managed to break away, even though that Scamardi's got a lot of experience, regular runner in TCR Europe and TCR France last year. But he just held on a little bit longer, didn't he? We were expecting him to go off the apex of turn 12. He waited, he made that little move and got the jump. Markussen looking down the inside into turn 5. Scamardi shuts the door round the outside there. Ruben Fernandez looking to gain more positions, having a good battle with Eric Sabala in the number 81. But it's Eric Genet who leads in the early stages after the restart. 8.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go here in Barcelona through turn 9. This is where it all kicked off on the first lap between Halder and Brickley to cause that safety car. Field getting a bit spread out in the second half of the order. Here's a challenge though for second place. Markussen looking keen to take that position away from Scamardi.
Yeah, side by side for second place, and behind you've got Ruben Fernandez fighting every inch of the way with Sten Dorian Piramagi, and Piramagi has gotten through into 5th place. Around the outside goes Markussen at turn 12 for P2, and he has the traction even with the gravel, but then again going wide through turn 13, using that wet line to the full advantage. I thought he'd maybe slightly overdone it there at turn 13, but no, perfect driving there from Mikael Markussen. He is up into second place, and we joke about the Brits being good in the wet. The Danes have their share of wet conditions as well, as I believe that might have been Demir Iroge into the gravel in the back of shot. It was one of the ALM Civics. It was Demir Iroge for the second race in a row. Finds himself in the gravel, and this time I think that might need intervention from the safety car. Previously, of course, they covered Iroge's issues on yellow flags as it is Piramagi into a spin down at turn 3. 2 ALM cars into the gravel in as many corners. Effectively, the yellow flags are out on the screen briefly there, and the safety car is declared. It was, I believe, Zabala making contact there with Piramagi. They were fighting it out over 4th and 5th position after Piramagi got past Ruben Fernandez. Contact between the two of them. Iroge in the gravel at turn 14. Turn 3, unfortunately, the final resting place for the number 237 of Sten Dorian Piramagi.
Not been the kind of weekend that ALM Motorsport would have expected here for the start of the season in TCR Spain. I think on balance it's the right call to bring out the safety car again. The difference between the Iroge spin in the first race and this one is at least at turn 10 you've got a very long sight line down into that braking zone to slow drivers down when they covered it with double waved yellows. It's the tricky bit with turn 14. It comes so quickly after you've just navigated turn 13 and of course with the wet conditions on balance I do agree with that call. It's a shame, of course, because we go into a neutralised race situation again. It's a shame as well for Eric Genet, because he'd done such a brilliant job with that restart. All of that work at least has kept him in track position, but the advantage that he had of nearly 3.5 seconds in a moment is gone.
Evaporated, absolutely right. 5 minutes and 15 seconds plus 1 lap left to go. And Iroge being pulled out of harm's way at turn 14. The same process will be going on. We saw a pickup truck being scrambled towards turn number 3 in the back of the shot a few corners ago as well. So with any luck and with the proficiency of these Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya marshals, I've no doubt that we will go racing again. But how many laps? I think we'd be lucky to have more than 2 at this juncture of the race. It might even be 1. And I tell you what, Markussen, he is not someone I'd want behind me in these conditions. With his level of experience, he's a canny racer. He was racing Formula 4 Denmark over a decade ago now and finishing runner-up in that series. Was also a part of one of my favourite championships, the Danish Thundersport series, which was basically Trans Am 2, TA2 before that was a thing, over on the other side of the Atlantic. He was a runner-up there in 2016. So a long racing resume that's crossed many different cars. And in this situation, I just think that, you know, he's had it all happen to him at least once. Eric Genet, of course, has his uncle, has his father to sponge from in terms of racing experiences. But this is all still relatively new to this young man. Only jumped into touring cars last year, was previously in Formula Machinery. Yes, F4 does often prepare you well for safety car restarts. We can't pretend that's not the case. But Mikael Markussen strikes me as the danger man right now.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think it's that added experience that Eric Genet, and also the fact that because when we said this similar kind of thing when we had the second safety car this morning for Mike Halder, now he did just go and do the repeat of what he did first time around. We are going to get safety car in this lap. Brilliant work from the safety crews there to get us going again. We might get 3 laps in here, Adam, 2 on time and then the +1 lap. Michael Markussen will have read and seen the little trick that Eric Genet pulled there. He'll be ready for that one this time. He's obviously started a little bit further back on that first one, but he'll have seen the sight of Eric Genet just pulling into the middle of the track and then bolting it. So what does Eric Genet do this time? Does he go back to the conventional? Does he go, you know what, right, they're not expecting me to go straight off of turn 12 this time. I'll give it a go. Safety car lights are out, 2 minutes and 30 on the clock. I think we're just going to be the far side of time to get 2 laps in on time, but we will of course have the +1 lap. And now Genet goes through the routine again. Adam, back it up, make sure that he's got the field under his control and look to spin them into a bit of a web of confusion when he goes to the loud pedal.
I need to check my TV guide. I thought that NASCAR Las Vegas was on a bit later on. However, 2 to go. Overtime, this feels like, except, of course, if we don't get to the flag, the race will end. 2-lap dash for the cash then, with Eric Genet in the lead. Michael Markussen is waiting in the wings, and he does it again. Eric Genet pulls the same move a second time. Not quite as successful for my money, but still works out nicely for him. Genet crosses the line. 2 to go at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. 2 laps between the son of a touring car legend and his first championship point scoring victory in TCR Spain. But he has Mikael Markussen right on his back as they approach the first corner. The Honda driver got a great run out of the first corner. He's not afraid of using the very outer extremities of each and every turn. There's so much rubber laid down on the racing line from the 6 Hours of Barcelona that just took place here. Using those outer lines is absolutely the way forward. And Mikael Markussen, Oh boy, does he know it.
He does indeed. My heart skipped a little bit for Genet there because he got on the brakes and just drifted onto the pit exit line there. Thought that was going to cause him some problems, but he dealt with it very nicely. Markussen is all over the back of Genet here into turn 5. This is where we've already seen Markussen pull a move, but that's good positioning from Genet. Can he get the car turned? Markussen's got a good cut back there. Has got to go across the racing line at some point. They're going to be side by side, door to door mirror. Good shutting of the door again from Eric Genet. He's passing these tests, the youngster, at the moment, Adam, but there's going to be more to come. He checks across again to block the line for Markussen out of turn number 8. It's going to be close, though. There's still, in these conditions, a number of opportunities for Markussen to pounce.
There are still home fans in the stands, even with these torrid conditions. Eric Genet is from round these parts. I wager he slept in his own bed last night. And there are still only 5 Spanish drivers in the championship for this weekend. Him, his Monlau teammate Zabala, and the 3 Fernandez brothers. The fans here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia want to hear their anthem at least once this weekend in TCR Spain, the biggest touring car championship in this country, and they've got one more lap to wait it out and one Danish man who's ready to try and spoil the party. We've got one more lap to go as they come across the start-finish line at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. It is Felipe Fernandez in 3rd position. Scamardi is in 4th. In 5th place from the very back of the grid is Ruben Volt. He's had another good race, albeit a race that he never really wanted to have to perform from the back of the grid. He's pressuring Scamardi for that 4th position. I think he might have him around the outside at the first corner. They're side by side, in fact, for 4th place in the back of shot there as they run through turn 3, and he has to be wary about Ruben Fernandez. Fernandez actually goes all the way around the outside of him. Ruben Volt ends up losing out when he was trying to gain, and here comes Markussen. Markussen has got the run going to turn 4. I think he took a wide berth at turn 3. He's now got the outside line for turn 5. If they even get there, both of them loose. Genet on the grass. Genet now with the inside on dirty tyres. Markussen tries to cut his nose across to get the inside for 6 and 7, but Genet covers it off for the time being. Half a lap to go here in TCR Spain. Can Genet hold on? Markussen saw what happened earlier on between Brickley and Holder. He's going to wait, I think, for the run towards turn 10. The last great opportunity for overtaking on this lap. 11, 12, 13, 14. It can be done, but it's hard to do it. Let's see if Markussen can make it work. They run towards 10. Genet is comfortably ahead. For now, at least. He just needs 4 flawless corners now to take the win, and take the win he might just. Turn 12 for the Monlau competition driver, the Cupra Leon VZ. He's yet to do it with points on the line after winning that pre-season race in Valencia in 2024. We all thought it was coming last year in the main championship. He's had to wait one last Christmas, and it's going to feel like Christmas all over again for Eric Genet as he claims his first main season victory in TCR Spain. Markussen takes 2nd. Felipe Fernandez leads his brother Ruben Fernandez home. Ruben Volt in 5th place. Then Giovanni Scamardi in 6th position. He lost out in a big way on the final lap. Zabala takes 7th. Paulsen takes 8th position. Tom in 9th. And Victor Fernandez rounding out the overall top 10. Just 14 finishers in that race ultimately. But my, oh my, that is touring car racing in the wet conditions. The TCR Spain season has had a magnificent first day.
And that was a drive beyond the maturity of Eric Genet's years. That was all of the family training. He was so strong in the second half of the course, and that was my thought of onto the final lap. Is like, he's got this, he's got the gap. Markussen on the flip side was so quick in the first half of the circuit, but the tenacity of Genet when he was under that pressure to keep it pinned keep it round the outside into the grass at times as well, coming out of turn number 4, because he knew, he'd seen from the lap before, if I'm still in the lead coming off of turn 9, this is my race. Executed brilliantly by Eric Genet through 2 safety car periods from 10th on the grid, let's not forget. What a drive.
10th to 1st in 1 lap, and he defended it magnificently from there. That was the race of Eric Genet's young career. I doubt it's his only win of his career. Probably not his only win of the TCR Spain season. However, it might go down as one of the most dramatic of his career, even if a lot of the drama came in the first 2 minutes. Brilliant stuff from Eric Genet from Monlau. They claim their first win of the season. A win apiece for Honda and for Cupra this weekend. Cupra, rather fittingly here in TCR Spain, has the most victories of any manufacturer in this category, and that record, of course, doesn't shrink any compared to Honda, since it was 1 win apiece this weekend. Glory for Eric Genet. The scenes when he won the pre-season race in 2024 at Valencia, I had the pleasure of being there for that one as well, and it was really quite a magic moment to see him and his father embracing. I believe Jordi Genet is here as well this weekend, and the Monlau team is going to celebrate with their young man. 18 years of age is Genet. And as my colleague Andrew Mather said, maturity and a measured approach well beyond his years. Of course, he has been in paddocks probably for longer than he could say the word paddock. And certainly, Mikael Markussen is happy with that as well. He intimated to me that he's not sure if he'll do the full season. I think he might now. But look at Eric Genet. The delight is plain to see for Markussen, for Genet. Everyone in that top 3 is absolutely delighted. And surely you can see why. There's Padre. Everyone at Monlau will be happy for Eric. Of course, Jensen Brickley's side of the garage will have a bittersweet feeling. It's not their man on the top step after that collision while fighting for the lead with Mike Halder on the first lap. But it's still a great weekend for Monlau. Felipe Fernandez greeting the team there as well. Of course, RC2 getting a car on the podium there with Felipe, and 2 cars in the top 5 since Ruben followed him home in 4th. Incidentally, of course, Ruben Fernandez winning the Masters class in 5th overall. And Eric Genet also claiming the junior trophy with his victory in this race overall. Ruben Fernandez, as I said, the Masters winner, Rene Paulsen, who was 8th overall, took 2nd in that classification ahead of Victor Fernandez in 10th place. That's a new initiative for this year, broadening the horizons, broadening the customer base for TCR Spain. Of course, the Gen 1 cars also have a home in the Cup class. And we are anticipating a few entries from the Cup class for future rounds of the season. I think we'll be well over 20 cars for much of the year here in TCR Spain. The category is really going from strength to strength here in Spain in recent times, and hopefully it will continue to do so across Europe and other shores as well in 2025. Eric Genet there celebrating his win, and we'll no doubt hear from him in the near future with Izzy. And I'm sure, as it was last year when he was talking to Chris McCarthy down at Valencia, it will be an emotional experience chatting to Eric Genet here. And I understand Eric is now with Izzy. And let's hear from the newest winner in TCR Spain.
Yes, I am indeed down here with the newest winner in TCR Spain, Eric Genet. Eric, congratulations. What a chaotic race, first of all, and what a last 2 laps as well.
Yeah, it was a very difficult race to manage, but we did great. At the beginning, we started P10, and then the first lap we were P1, so a very good start. But we managed to go through the safety car as best as possible without damaging a lot of the tires, and we did a great restart, and we could have a gap and escape ourselves.
And talk to me about that final lap, because there was a lot of pressure on your shoulders, but you just kept it cool, kept it calm.
Yeah, they tried to push me off the track, some incidents of race, but we managed to keep on the track. We managed to keep on the P1. We defended with everything. So thanks to Cupra with the incredible car they did, because we managed to win this race.
And incredible celebrations down here with your family and your friends. How much does this mean to you?
It means a lot, because we raced it last year here in Barcelona, and we did a very good race. We had an incredible pace, but problem in quali couldn't let us show that pace on the front group. So it means a lot with my family, my friends, everyone to support me. So it's an incredible feeling, and thank you to everyone who's here.
Well, congratulations. Go and enjoy the podium, our newest winner in TCR Spain.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Eric Genet is a TCR Spain winner, and our first weekend in the TCR Spain category has wrapped up with a magnificent spectacle. It was a mighty launch off the line from René Paulsen. He was the early race leader in the TPR Civic, and it was an equally impressive start from 10th to 6th for Eric Genet, but he wasn't done moving through the order just yet. Jensen Brickley was an early second place. Mike Halder followed him through in third place at the expense of Giovanni Scamardi, who was our front row starter. Jensen Brickley moved into the lead at turn number 5, drifted out wide. That rather stalled the momentum of René Paulsen. It was then he and Halder for the lead going up to turn 9. Unfortunately, it ended in contact. Both cars beached in the gravel. The safety car out after just 1 lap of racing. And who was in the lead at the end of the first lap? The man who started 10th, Eric Genet, worked his way through the dramas and moved into the race lead. It was Genet from Scamardi as the race restarted. Mikael Markussen was on the case, though, in third position. And the experienced Dane ran all the way around the outside at turn 12. Didn't quite get his car all the way clear for turn 13, so he went all the way around the outside again. And on the second time, it proved to be the formula. But another late safety car, 2 cars in the gravel. Unfortunately, both Pirimagi and Eroge from ALM ended up beached. The race resumed with just 2 laps left to go, and it was Genet versus Markussen at the front. Some good battling going on further behind as well, but Eric Genet was in full defensive mode. It was a 100-mile-an-hour game of chess at the front of the field, and Eric Genet held the king piece, as it turned out. Ruben Fernandez moved his way through the field as the last couple of laps unfolded. He would ultimately finish in 4th place, as well as winning the Masters class. And on the last lap of the race, it looked like Markussen had done enough. They collided, though, coming out of turn 4, side by side between Genet and Markussen. By hook or by crook, Genet kept the car just about straight. He had the inside line for turn 5. He mastered the final half lap of the race, and he crossed the line to win for the first time where it counts for points in TCR Spain. He greeted his father, his friends, his family, and his team, and he will now move into the rest of the TCR Spain season with a great deal of momentum. Monlau Motorsport, Eric Genet is your winner. Markussen Racing with Mikael Markussen, the close-knit family team, taking a great second place. RC2's Felipe Fernandez rounds out your podium ahead of Ruben Fernandez in 4th place. Ruben Volt in 5th place for ALM Motorsport, the only car from that team left standing by the end. Giovanni Scamardi in 6th position ahead of Eric Zabala. Rene Paulsen in 8th position for TPR Motorsport in a race of ups and downs for him. Sebastian Thom in 9th place for Team Claret Motorsport. And RC2 Racing Team's Victor Fernandez rounding out the overall top 10. Savoldelli took 11th place ahead of Schunke, Shalene, Poussier. And those were the only cars that got to the flag. Piramagi, Aroge, Jensen Brickley and Mike Holder all failing to finish and bringing out safety cars. But none of that could affect Eric Genet. The podium celebrations are ready for one more time this weekend. Let's go down to Andrew Mather.
Welcome everybody to the second and final podium of the weekend for TCR Spain, and what a dramatic race we had to culminate things here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. We start, of course, with our overall podium. Please welcome out in 3rd place for RC2 Racing from Spain, Felipe Fernandez. In 2nd place for Markussen Racing, flying the flag for Denmark, it's Mikael Markussen. And taking his first points race victory in TCR Spain, holding his nerve for Monlau Motorsport. Your race 2 winner from Spain is Eric Genet. Please welcome as well, representing the team, Maria from Monlau Motorsport. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are able, please be upstanding for the national anthem of the race winner. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome out onto the podium for the final time this weekend our trophy presentation team. Gabriel Alonso, President of the Organising Committee for TCR Spain. Maria Lanzon, the Director General of Rivazza, the promoter. And Juan Luis Santamaria, the track manager and member of the directorship here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya.
Con el señor Gabriel Alonso, presidente del comité organizador del TCR Spain, que va a entregar su trofeo a su segundo clasificado de Dinamarca con el Honda Civic, Michael Markussen. Y a los señores de Luis María, director del circuito de Cataluña, la encarga de donar al trofeo al guanyador, now leader, sur de Barcelona, como líder de las horas, se va a llegar ahora aquí a Eric Genet. Ahí está el señor Gabriel Alonso, presidente del comité organizador, para entregar al equipo. El Monlau Motorsport recoge el premio María. Enhorabuena.
Great scenes on the podium for receiving the trophy award. We'll also bring out the junior trophy as well. Eric Genet, not only race winner, will receive the award for the top junior performer in the field. And it'll be presented by Gabriel Alonso, the president of the organising committee for TCR Spain.
Nos faltaría el máster. Vamos con el vencedor en el apartado de máster, o del otro típico de número 12, Rubén Fernández.
And your master winner here for race 2. Give a big hand For driver number 12 for RC2 Racing, Ruben Fernandez.
Josep Lluís Santa Maria, director del circuit de Catalunya, estarà encarregat d'entregar el vencedor a la Hour of Barcelona TCR Spain, el director Ruben Fernandez, vencedor.
The trophy presented to Ruben Fernandez by Juan Luis Santa Maria, the track manager and director here for the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. I think there's only one more order of business, of course, at the end of a great first weekend for TCR Spain. Drivers, teams, it's time for the champagne!
Big on! Durant tota l'última volta, ahí està el champagne, el cava dels campions. Recordem l'Eric Gené, que s'ha portat la victòria, Michael Marcussen a la segona posició i Felipe Fernández Gil como tercero, la segunda y última prueba de este fin de semana de la TCR Spain.
A great way to finish things here in Barcelona. For now, though, on your broadcast around the world, let's pass to some of the highlights of this 2025 Winter Series season.
As we reach the end of the 2025 Winter Series this weekend, what better way to end the season than to catch up with some of our faces from around the paddock and ask them for their highlights of the season to capture the essence of what makes this GEDLICH Racing Winter Series paddock so special.
Hey, my name is Thomas Andersen, and this year I'm doing the GT Winter Series. It's a fantastic series. We are having a lot of fun. And I would say, you know, the highlight of this pre-season series has been the 6 hours race in Portimao, and I for sure hope we are going to do it once again in Barcelona in the 6 hours race. We are looking forward to that and hope to see you all here Sunday in the sunny weather in Barcelona.
Hi, my name is Daniel. I'm the official series photographer for GEDLICH Racing, and my highlight of the season has been Kabir Anurag in the last Formula Winter Series race, because he didn't realize he won, and we were all talking to him for a solid minute that he won, and the sheer realization he had in that moment and the joy was beautiful to see and to capture.
Hello, my name's Andrew Mather. I'm part of the commentary team here for the Winter Series. My highlights of 2025 so far, got to be working with a brand new team and on track that spectacular third race at Aragon for the Formula Winter Series.
Hello guys, this is Andrea and Camilla from Mick Food. We are the hospitality of the Winter Series with GEDLICH. Our highlight of the season was the 6 hour of Portimao, where we enjoy really a lot with the first 6 hour of GEDLICH. Thank you, and follow us on Instagram on mickfood01.
My name is Mart Hilgenberg, and I am the marketing manager of GEDLICH Racing, and therefore also the marketing manager of all the racing series we have. My highlight of the season, definitely the growth of our racing series, of our products, and also of the whole season that we have put on this year. The overall image of the series is getting bigger and better, and that's definitely a highlight for me.
Hi, my name is Kieran. I've been working behind the scenes with Alpha Live, doing all the camera opping, a bit of producing, a bit of running, and some onboard cameras as well. My highlight of the season has been back at Portimao when we did the 6 hours of Portimao. I was sending some weather updates to Andy and Adam in the comms box, and they absolutely decided to rinse me because everything that I said turned out completely wrong. But that was more down to the Portimao weather than my predictions. But it was a good highlight anyway, getting called out on the stream.
Hi guys, I'm Emilio Pecharic, I'm content producer of the series, and my personal highlight of the season was Valencia, especially because we had a big grid of GT cars, and it was nice to witness Ferrari challenges against GT3s and also DTM drivers against GT World Challenge drivers. So I felt like the level was really high in that particular race, and there was a whole bunch of action through the weekend. So already looking forward for next season, but yeah, that was a blast.
I'm Charlie, mechanic of Resume Modern Racing. My highlight of this season was winning 6 hours of Portimao on the first try with a Pro-Am driver lineup. It was fun, whole season, and we're looking forward to win this one too, so thumbs up and see you next time.
Hi, I'm Adam Weller. I'm the lead commentator for the GEDLICH Racing Wind Series, and I think my highlight of the season has to be Cristiano Mathiel, Estoril, race 2, the second race of his career, an overall win for him, and that of course led to the overall championship in the Winter Series. I'm very interested to see what happens next for him and Rui Aguas.
Hi, I'm Will, and I've been here producing this GT Winter Series for the last
several weeks. It's been a lot of fun. I'd say my highlight so far has been getting into Valencia nice and early in the morning, seeing the sunrise over the track ahead of a fun-filled weekend of racing. Outside of that, producing, I get to see every single race throughout the whole series, which is always a lot of fun. Get to watch every single race. It can't be bad at all. Apart from that, I'd say working with the fabulous team we have here at GEDLICH and Alpha Live has been it's been an honour, and it's been a great few weeks. Hopefully be back again next year.
Welcome down to the pit lane for the final time today and the final time in the 2025 GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. Delighted to say that I am joined by both our commentators, Adam Weller and Andrew Mather, here in the pit lane with me. Guys, it's been a fantastic day to close out the season. First of all, Adam, I'm going to come to you first. The 6 hours of Barcelona absolutely delivered.
Yeah, exactly right. The quality of that field is immense. When you have teams like GP Elite representing the Cup 2 class, they've won everything there is to win in a Porsche Carrera Cup car. When you've got guys like Razoon back again and Simon Birch, I say it every time he's in a car at the moment, but keep watching that boy because he's amazing now, and I dread to think where he'll be in 5 years' time. A brilliant race. That battle for second place went right down to the wire. Just when you think you know all the answers, the weather changes the questions, and we had a real thriller in that final hour.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The last hour of the race, fantastic. So much action going on. Had us right on the edge of our seats, and you could hear in the commentary box that it had the two of you on the edge of your seats as well.
No, it was what endurance racing's all about. That it's a race run over 4 hours. In 6 hours in that case. But when you get a race like that, it's run over 6 but won in the last 30, and we saw those strategies and the 35-minute pit stop time. It all converged at the end. We got lucky, of course, with the rain, but yeah, fair play to everybody involved, and fair play to the drivers as well. Those were not easy conditions when you've got it all on the line to win those trophies. Everyone out there was fantastic today.
Yeah, it was truly fantastic. And a word on SR as well, because a day that really did not start looking very good for them. But J-Mo Hartling in that final stint just gave it everything. And, I mean, ended the day, I think they can be happy given how it started.
If you look back at that issue for the 11 car in the first hour with the fueling problem, who was one of the first mechanics to dive underneath the car? It was J-Mo Hartling, who was at the wheel in hour 6 to take second place. It was J-Mo Hartling. It's something I absolutely love about SR. It is like a motorsport apprenticeship. Yeah. Come and drive, GT cars at some of the best circuits in the world, but don't be afraid to use a spanner too.
Absolutely, a fantastic story. Of course, we have also been joined by TCR Spain this weekend for their first round of the season. And, well, if the 6 hours kept you on the edge of your seat, that one really did, because that was an incredible way to end the day.
And two very different races as well. The one in the morning, Mike Halder, an absolute clinic, showing why he is now the most successful in terms of race wins driver in the history of TCR Spain. He wouldn't have liked how his second race finished, of course, but no, he was superb in that first one. But the youngsters coming through, Eric Genet, if I've got my maths in my head right, leaves here today as the championship leader with that strong result in the first race, but then the second race. In these kind of conditions, when you're that young and you've got that name as well, that carries a lot of weight in touring car racing. It's one thing to have the name, it's one thing to then deliver with it. And 2 safety car periods. Michael Markson, I heard him when he was coming in and talking with the team, he was like, one more lap, that's all he needed. We can talk till the end of the night whether he would have got through, but Genet's, as I say, determination on that last lap, holding around the outside of Michael when Michael was really strong in that first half of the circuit on those 2 last laps. As I say, you would have thought, looking at that one, that he's not a junior, that he's been doing this for 10, 15 years, and it's his first win. I think there's going to be a few more this season.
Oh yes, absolutely incredible race to watch. Of course, we are at the end of our 2025 Winter Series, but now our focus turns to 2026. Of course, we'll be back in the Winter Series in, I'm not going to work out how many months, but the 2026 season, we look towards that now.
It's about 10, but in a couple of weeks' time, I'll be working on the brochure for the 2026 Winter Series and the Endless Summer. It continues on. You know, it's a very highly dense schedule. We had 7 events in 9 weeks. That's not to mention the race tests that were being held between weekends. That's not to mention the Endless Summers that were sometimes going on concurrently, track days at other circuits while we were doing our Winter Series races. And it's quite a small team at GEDLICH, and they put a mighty effort in to make it all happen. And that effort starts maybe Tuesday, maybe not Monday because they'll be travelling home, but they will probably be having a meeting, I kid you not, before the end of the week to make it even better again in 2026.
And I already know that you've had a fantastic first couple of weeks in the Winter Series paddock, haven't you?
Oh, it's been superb. The team have been wonderful. The tracks have been wonderful. I think testament has to go to the tracks. This area and Valencia spring to mind did not have an easy end to the 2024 calendar year and the 2024 motorsport year, but boy were they ready. They were ready for us to come here, to race, to put on a show, and yeah, full hat tip if I was wearing a hat to them. They've been fantastic. Not just at those 2 circuits, Aragon, Estoril, Portimao as well. The hospitality's been fantastic. Roll on 2026.
Yeah. Well, on that note, we do look towards 2026, and a few thank yous are in order. First of all, thank you to, of course, GEDLICH Racing, who have put on this incredible show for us the last couple of months. It has been truly incredible to be a part of. Thank you to all our teams and drivers as well. Thank you, of course, to Alpha Live, who have put together all the productions that you have seen on screen, all of our camera ops around the circuit. Joe Sassoon, the roaming camera behind the camera that you see now. Of course, Will and Luke in the production truck doing a fabulous job all season long. So a huge thank you to everyone at Alpha Live for putting together the shows that you are watching now. Thank you to all of our viewers as well. And of course, I can't end without thanking the 2 chaps that stood right next to me. And of course, a shout out to Andy McEwen as well, who was with us for the first half of the season. Adam Weller, Andrew Mather, you have done an incredible job. And I'm incredibly grateful to have shared this time with you. And I can see that Adam wants to say something just quickly, so I am going to give him the mic.
There's no one I'd rather have brave the elements on our behalf than you, Izzy.
That feels like the perfect way to round out our show. Thank you so much for joining us. We will see you in 2026.
Came on a last link for down racing. They both go deep into the corner.